Chapter 820. Xiao Yan's heart sank when he saw the rapidly spreading golden light under his feet. Numerous mysterious symbols were gradually becoming clearer within the golden light. The dou qi in his body began to circulate wildly as he waved the giant ruler in his hand in an attempt to retreat. However, it was also at this moment that 4 streams of light swiftly shot over from Xiao Yan's side. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded Xiao Yan. The 4 of them had surrounded Xiao Yan in an encirclement. The entire sky above Shahi Pai had already become their encirclement. Xiao Yan, I advise you to obediently leave with us. It will save you the trouble of putting up a pointless struggle. That will only cause you to send yourself to a dead end. Chen Zhen gripped the golden staff in his hand as he spoke in a deep voice with a dignified expression. At the same time, the other 3 also released their pressuring auras and pressured Xiao Yan in an attempt to intimidate Xiao Yan's heart. Sect leader Chen's words are a little laughable. Don't tell me that my current predicament is not because of your actions? What dead end? I'm afraid that you have no intention of giving me a way out. Since you wish to attack, why waste your breath? Just come at me directly. I will gladly accept your challenge. Xiao Yan laughed coldly. During all these years, the 4 large sects had never given up on investigating him. Xiao Yan did not believe that they would let him off after obtaining the sky extinction steps. This was especially the case for this old bastard Yi Luotian. He acted one way on the surface and another behind his back, causing others to feel that he was extremely dangerous. If Lung Bingshuang had not intervened in time back at the Shilin mountain range, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have already lost his life. Forget about the latter not letting him off. Even Xiao Yan would not let Yi Luotian off. Additionally, there was also Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian. These 2 fellows had nearly caused Luo Jin to meet with an accident back then. Xiao Yan had always kept this matter in his heart. As for Jian Ming, there was even less need to be said. In short, the current relationship between Xiao Yan and these 4 great sects had already reached a point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Unless these 4 great sects were completely removed from the western region, Xiao Yan would definitely not let this matter rest. However, the thing that caused Xiao Yan to feel troubled was that the 4 great sect leaders were gathered. Xiao Yan did not think that he had the ability to face 4 high-class Dodi alone. Currently, he could only think of a way to withdraw from this place. This was the most important thing. Attack. Capture him. Jianming let out a low cry. Xiao. Following this low cry, the other 3 nodded in unison. They exchanged glances with each other. Soon after, they prepared to attack Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan held the huge ruler in his hand. A fierce flame covered it. The heavenly flame, within his body also surged out wildly at this moment. It swiftly agglomerated into a heavenly flame, armor on the surface of his body. However, just as the 4 people around Xiao Yan were about to launch an attack at him, the empty space in front of Xiao Yan suddenly became distorted. The hearts of the 4 people were startled when they saw this. They were just about to step forward. They paused in their original spot. After which, a black-robed old man with an amiable face appeared in front of the few of them in front of their gazes. The few people from the 4 great sects immediately frowned when they saw this old man appear. This was especially the case when their gazes landed on the badge on the chest of the old man. The faces of the 4 people instantly revealed an extremely ugly expression. That badge was the badge of an alchemist. If he was just an ordinary alchemist, it would naturally not be worth the 4 of them revealing such ugly expressions. However, at that moment, on the alchemist badge that this seemingly ordinary old man wore on his chest, there were 5 genuine-looking medicinal pills engraved on it. These 5 elixirs represented the identity of this old man. A rank 5 alchemist. Rank 5 alchemist. You are from the Alchemist Alliance. There is only one rank 5 alchemist in the Alchemist Alliance of the Western region. That is the Vice President of the Alchemist Alliance. Therefore you are the Vice President of the Alchemist Alliance, Han Dong. Chen Zhen and the other 3 people stared intently at the black-robed old man who had appeared in front of Xiao Yan at this moment. Their expressions were solemn as they spoke. When these words were spoken, Xiao Yan, who was behind the old man, could not help but raise his eyebrows. He felt extremely astonished in his heart. He had never met this old man in front of him before. Yet the latter actually stood up for him. This caused one to feel suspicious. Cuckoo, I am really honored to be able to let the 4 sect leaders remember my name. Hearing this, the black-robed old man smiled faintly. His hand gently stroked his beard as his gaze swept over the 4 people in front of him. After which, he looked at Xiaoyan behind him. No wonder young friend is able to raise his doqi and alchemist skills to such a level at such a young age. It is actually Mr. Xiaoyan. Your great name is like thunder to the ears of the old me. Han Dong cupped his hands toward Xiaoyan. The latter hurriedly returned the greeting upon seeing this. Junior Xiaoyan greets elder. The person in front of him was a rank 5 alchemist, and was also the vice president of the Alchemist Alliance. When facing him, even Xiaoyan had to withdraw his arrogant character. Cuckoo, young friend Xiaoyan need not stand on ceremony. The reason the old me has come this time around is to invite Mr. Xiaoyan to my Alchemist Alliance for a while. May I know what you think? Han Dong glanced at the 4 sect leaders from the corner of his eyes. After which he looked at Xiaoyan and smiled as he spoke. Hearing these words, the expression on Xiaoyan's face was slightly stunned. He could not help but feel a little surprised in his heart. This old man was the vice president of the Alchemist Alliance. Why would he look for a 5-star doji like him? Or could it be that he had taken a fancy to his alchemist skills? Thinking of this, Xiaoyan's eyes immediately brightened. He seemed to have thought of something in his heart. He remembered that back in the southern region's savage ancient city, that rank 3 alchemist, Zhou Tai, had joined the Alchemist Alliance because he was a rank 3 alchemist. Back then, Zhou Tai had once told him that the Alchemist Alliance would take the initiative to invite some people with great alchemist talent to join the Alchemist Alliance. At the same time, it would increase his own strength and also provide an additional protective umbrella for the alchemists themselves. It was because of the Alchemist Alliance that Zhou Tai did not have to worry so much when he did things. At the same time, it also reduced a lot of unnecessary trouble for him. Currently, Xiaoyan was also in such a situation. The 4 large sects had joined hands and sealed off all of Xiaoyan's escape routes. If it was just him alone, it would be impossible for him to escape from their encirclement. However, Han Dong's appearance might be able to turn the situation around. With the Alchemist Alliance taking action, even the 4 large sects would have to think twice before taking action. However, it was still unknown whether they would be able to block these 4 people. Currently, this was only the first time that Xiaoyan and Han Dong had met. Logically speaking, the latter would definitely not offend the 4 large sects because of him. If this was the case, it was likely that he could only rely on himself for today's matter. Mr. Xiaoyan need not worry too much. You can rest assured and leave these 4 to the old me. Appearing to have seen through Xiaoyan's thoughts, Han Dong smiled faintly. He turned his gaze and looked at the 4 people behind him. Chapter 8:21. A few silhouettes stood in the middle of the sandy river, where the wind and sand were flying high in the sky. Chairman Han, what do you mean by this? You should know that Xiaoyan is a person that our 4 large sects have named to capture. As the deputy chairman of the Alchemist Alliance, don't tell me that you wish to intervene in this matter? Chen Zhen's face was gloomy. The 4 of them had naturally heard Han Dong's words clearly. The latter's calm appearance simply showed that he did not put their 4 great sects in his eyes. How could they endure such a contemptuous attitude from the latter? As Chen Zhen's words fell, the other 3 people beside him also cast their gazes towards Han Dong. The expressions on their faces were also unusually gloomy. They had waited for this day for so long. Finally, they could capture Xiaoyan and obtain the Sky Extinction Steps. The Sky Extinction Ancient Tomb could also be opened. At that time, the 4 great sects would divide the natural treasures in the Sky Extinction Ancient Tomb. Wouldn't that be wonderful? However, at this moment, Han Dong's sudden intervention had pushed Xiaoyan, the duck that was already cooked, away from them. The distance between them and the Sky Extinction Ancient Tomb had also been pulled apart. This time, they were willing to accept it. 4 sect leaders, the reason why you have captured young friend Xiaoyan is none other than to obtain the Sky Extinction Steps on him, and open the Sky Extinction Ancient Tomb. Why must you bitterly force him and insist on killing him? Han Dong smiled and shook his head. He gently stroked his beard with one hand and smiled faintly. He killed hundreds of people from my sect. Do you want me to just let this matter go? Jianming's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Xiao Yan. His face was filled with anger. The extremely powerful aura in his body was constantly surging at this moment. The invisible void was violently fluctuating. Sect leader Jianming's words are too ridiculous. The 4 great clans under your Sky Sword sect have tried to kill me several times. I only killed them to protect myself. Their deaths were brought upon by themselves. If you want to pursue the matter to the end, it seems to be because of the bounty issued by your 4 great sects. Xiao Yan crossed his arms over his chest when he heard Jianming's words. His face was filled with ridicule as he spoke. You. Jianming gritted his teeth. His old face was flushed red from anger, and the muscles at the corner of his eyes could not help but twitch violently. Although he wanted to say something, he realized that he could not say anything. Vice Guild Leader Han, today's matter has nothing to do with the Alchemist Alliance. I hope that Vice Guild Leader can give us some face and not let a Tier 3 alchemist affect our relationship. Chen Zhen stood up and bowed respectfully to Han Dong. The tone of his voice was quite respectful. Although Han Dong was slightly weaker than them in terms of cultivation, he was a true Class 5 alchemist when it came to alchemy. Even returnance experts, who were more powerful than him, would treat him with respect, so they obviously could not be careless. My Alchemist Alliance should not have interfered in today's matter, but Mr. Xiao Yan's accomplishments as an alchemist are the only one I have seen in so many years. You have become a Class 3 alchemist at such a young age, so I hope that we can invite Mr. Xiao Yan to join our Alchemist Alliance. Han Dong once again turned around after his voice sounded. His face was filled with a peaceful smile as he looked at Xiao Yan behind him. His eyes seemed to be telling Xiao Yan that as long as he joined the Alchemist Alliance, the former would be willing to help him block these 4 people. Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed in his heart when he sensed the intention of the old man in front of him. Could the old man's actions be considered coercion and temptation? Of course, even if Han Dong did not do such a thing, Xiao Yan obviously would not turn down the Alchemist Alliance's invitation. After all, the Alchemist Alliance was directly related to the Pill Tower. It was a place that all the alchemists on the continent yearned to join. All the truly powerful alchemists on the Yuanwu continent gathered there. As an alchemist, being able to compete with them would be a great fortune without a doubt. As a result, Xiao Yan actually hoped that he would receive an invitation from the Alchemist Alliance one day. However, he had never thought that the person who would invite him would actually be the vice president of the Alchemist Alliance. On the other side, the expressions in the eyes of the 4 sect leaders involuntarily hardened when they heard the words that were spat out from Han Dong's mouth. Although they had already guessed the reason why Han Dong had intervened for Xiao Yan, their hearts still felt incomparably shocked when they heard Han Dong personally say it. Xiao Yan's talent was actually able to move the people of the Alchemist Alliance. As the vice president of the Alchemist Alliance and a rank 5 alchemist, Han Dong had personally stepped forward for Xiao Yan. Just based on this point, one could see how important Xiao Yan was to Han Dong. Indeed, such a young rank 3 alchemist was an extremely rare existence even in the central region, let alone the western region, which was a barren land on the continent. The fact that a rank 3 alchemist was born here proved that his ability was definitely not something that an ordinary rank 3 alchemist could compare with. Once Xiao Yan joined the Alchemist Alliance, his status would also change accordingly. At that time, Xiao Yan would represent the Alchemist Alliance and not just himself. With Han Dong in front, if Xiao Yan really agreed to join the Alchemist Alliance, wouldn't this mean that there would immediately be a huge monster behind Xiao Yan to protect him? Moreover, this monster's background was not the slightest bit inferior to their 4 great sects. Moreover, from a certain point of view, the Alchemist Alliance was even more powerful than their 4 great sects. Once both sides entered into a hostile relationship, they did not even have to think about the final outcome. Haha, perhaps the words just now were not official enough. Now, I, Han Dong, as the vice president of the Alchemist Alliance, formally invite Mr. Xiao Yan to join our Alchemist Alliance. Han Dong's eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiao Yan in front of him. His shriveled hand flipped in the air and a metal badge that was different from an ordinary alchemist badge appeared in Han Dong's palm. This is... Xiao Yan gently raised his eyebrows. This was a special badge that was issued by the Alchemist Alliance. Anyone who held this badge would receive the protection of the Alchemist Alliance. Even ordinary alchemists had to respectfully greet them when they saw them. This was a symbol of status and also a display of one's status. Mr. Xiaoyan, as long as you are willing to join our Alchemist Alliance, from now on, this badge will belong to you. At the same time, the Alchemist Alliance also has the obligation to protect your safety. After Han Dong's words sounded, his gaze turned and the expression in his eyes immediately became stern. His gaze swept across Chen Zhen and the other three, as if he was intentionally warning them. When he heard these words, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily moved. He hesitated for a moment, after which, under the resentful gazes of Chen Zhen and the other three, he gently smiled and nodded, saying, "The Alchemist Alliance is the place that every alchemist yearns for. To be personally invited by the Vice President. This junior feels incomparably honored. This junior is more than happy to join the Alchemist Alliance." Chapter 822. In the air, Han Dong held the specially made Alchemist Association Master Badge in midair. With a thought, a huge amount of spiritual strength immediately gushed out from between his eyebrows like a flood. When the frightening spiritual strength of a rank 5 alchemist gushed out, it caused the surrounding space to violently surge. The frightening pressure caused the few people present to reveal a serious expression. Even though Han Dong's cultivation was not as high as the four of them, with the frightening spiritual strength of a rank 5 alchemist, Han Dong could easily suppress any one of them in a one-on-one fight, except for Chen Zhen. The invisible spiritual strength was like a raging wave that continuously rolled over and over. The invisible space was violently distorted under this spiritual strength, as though it was already on the verge of collapse. It was as though with just a small movement, this large area of space would instantly collapse. Sensing the strength of this spiritual strength, even with Xiao Yan's temperament, his heart could not help but be secretly shocked. Within his eyes, his pupils could not help but abruptly shrink to the size of a needle tip. As expected of a rank 5 alchemist, such a powerful spiritual strength can really be said to be so frightening. His throat slightly rolled. Xiaoyan could not help but be secretly shocked in his heart. At this moment, the old man also extended 2 bamboo-like shriveled fingers. With a thought, powerful spiritual strength immediately gathered at the old man's fingertips. In the blink of an eye, the invisible spiritual strength gradually agglomerated and turned into a sharp awl that appeared to be real. Han Dong concentrated on controlling the awl on his fingertips and stopped it at a position that was only an inch away from the alchemist's badge. After which, his gaze turned and looked at Xiao Yan, asking, "Little friend Xiao Yan, according to the rules of the Alchemist Alliance, this badge needs to be engraved with an alchemist's exclusive word. You can choose a word." Oh. Hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but gently raise his eyebrows. His eyes turned and he recalled the first time he met Zhou Tai. Zhou Tai's alchemist badge also had a word engraved on it. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yan cupped his hands towards the old man in front of him and respectfully said, "Then Vice President, please carve the word Yan for this junior." Xiao Yan was an alchemist and possessed a strange flame. His name was even connected to the word fire. Naturally, it would be best to carve the word flame on his alchemist badge. Okay. Han Dong nodded. Immediately, he used 2 fingers to control the awl, which had almost condensed into substance, and began to engrave it on the alchemist badge. A short moment later, the old man finally handed over the alchemist badge to Xiao Yan. Seeing the bold and powerful Yan word carved on the badge, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily surfaced into a smile. From this moment onward, he could be considered to have officially joined the Alchemist Alliance. Unlike ordinary people, those who received invitations naturally had a higher status in the Alchemist Alliance than those who applied to join. Moreover, because of the person who invited them, these people often received better benefits in the Alchemist Alliance. This was also one of the reasons why many people wanted to join the Alchemist Alliance. Holding the badge in his hand, Xiao Yan wore a smile as he looked at the 4 people in front of him. At this moment, the faces of these 4 people appeared somewhat distorted and flushed red. Numerous gazes stared intently at Xiao Yan. If gazes could kill, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have died 1,000 times over. 4 sect leaders, is there anything else? Han Dong also turned his head and looked at the four people with a smile on his face. Previously, Xiaoyan was alone. However, now that he had joined the Alchemist Alliance, Han Dong had a reason to act on his behalf. Although the four people in front of him had an extraordinary status, if they wanted to make a move against the people of the Alchemist Alliance, they would have to carefully consider it. Currently, Han Dong's existence was a huge threat to them. At this moment, they were certain that they would not be able to bring Xiaoyan away today, let alone kill him. Don't tell me that we have to leave with dirty faces? The four people thought of this point in their hearts. Their hearts were especially unwilling. A cooked duck had flown away from their mouths. This feeling was the most infuriating. If there is nothing else, we will take our leave first. Goodbye. Seeing that the four people in front of him did not move, Han Dong immediately smiled. His eyes indicated to Xiaoyan beside him. The latter also smiled and nodded. The two of them moved together and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Just as Xiaoyan and the other person turned around and were about to leave, a low voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Immediately, the two of them paused. They looked at each other and frowned. Taking a deep breath, they turned around and looked at the four people behind them. Don't tell me that the four of you still have something to say? The vicious expression on Han Dong's old face was slightly gloomy. His tone was somewhat impatient as he asked, "President Han." Chen Zhen took a step forward. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the two people in front of him with a sharp gaze. At such a crucial moment, the person who spoke was indeed Chen Zhen. As the leader of the four great sects, only he would be able to make the three people beside him pay attention at such a moment. Seeing that Chen Zhen had spoken, the few people in the sky also looked at the latter. Xiaoyan also frowned slightly. He did not know what this fellow was thinking. Since Xiaoyan has already joined the Alchemist Alliance, if we continue to attack him, it would be insensible of us. However, you should also know that our four great sects have spent a lot of manpower and money for the Sky Extinction Ancient Tomb. If not for your appearance today, Xiaoyan and the Sky Extinction Steps would have become ours. So what are you trying to say? Han Dong narrowed his old eyes. His voice sounded a little low. Hearing this, the latter slightly focused. He clenched his teeth and continued. Now that Xiaoyan is already a member of the Alchemist Alliance, we cannot pursue the matter with him. However, at this point Chen Zhen paused. His gaze turned and fixed on Xiaoyan. A glint flashed deep within his eyes. The three people beside him also seemed to have understood something. One by one, they also turned their gazes toward Xiaoyan. If Xiaoyan is willing to hand the Sky Extinction Steps to us, we can let bygones be bygones for what happened in the past. In the future, we will not be enemies with him. Xiaoyan's expression immediately became gloomy when these words were uttered. Han Dong by the side involuntarily frowned when he saw this. If you are unwilling, then President Han, today our four great sects can only offend you. Without waiting for Xiaoyan to speak, Chen Zhen's face turned cold. The aura within his body also gushed out at this moment. Instantly, a powerful aura spread out in all directions. Chapter 823. In the sky, the leaders of the four large sects each released the powerful aura within their bodies. Powerful Do-Chi charged out from their bodies and shot to the sky, transforming into four Do-Chi light pillars that shot into the sky. Their auras were like rainbows. The auras within the bodies of the four people combined in this empty space and became even stronger. They violently pressed down on Han Dong and Xiaoyan. Even though this wasn't a fatal attack, the terrifying pressure of this aura was enough to make people's hearts tremble. Humph! Seeing this scene, Han Dong immediately let out a cold snort. A thought passed through his mind, and a powerful spiritual strength broke out from between his brows. It was like a long spear with a vast aura that forcefully blocked the pressure from these four people. Don't tell me that the four leaders really want to start a war with our Alchemist Alliance? Although he had used his own strength to block the aura and pressure of four high-class Do-Di, Han Dong's expression was ugly. Fighting four people by himself was really too much of a stretch. Chairman Han, our four large sects have repeatedly given in because of you and the Alchemist Alliance. Now we only hope to obtain the Sky Extinction Steps and open the Sky Extinction Ancient Tomb. This does not seem to be too difficult. As long as Xiaoyan is willing to hand over the sky extinction steps, our 4 large sects will immediately turn around and leave. However, if he does not hand it over, we will have to return dejectedly. Explanation? As the leaders, do you still need to give an explanation to the sect? Han Dong sneered. Chen Zhen's words were simply bullshit. As the dignified sect leader, why would he need to report everything to the sect? Since this is the case, Chairman Han, we can only offend you. No matter what happens today, Xiaoyan must hand over the sky extinction steps. Soon after, Chen Zhen let out a loud cry. His eyes swiftly exchanged glances with the 3 people beside him. He immediately nodded heavily. His body shook and the dou qi within the vortex in his body surged out even more ferociously. Immediately, the auras that surged out from the bodies of the 4 of them became even more frightening. Within a short couple of breaths, Han Dong's spiritual pressure was swiftly suppressed by the combined efforts of the 4 of them. Under the combined efforts of 4 high-class dou di, the aura and pressure that was agglomerated was not something that Han Dong alone could easily resist. Buzz. It was also at this moment that Xiaoyan, who had been silent, suddenly moved. One could see a dense white flame-light pillar being emitted from Xiaoyan's body. A shocking aura and pressure swept out from his body. At the same time, a somewhat illusionary enormous human figure swiftly stood behind Xiaoyan. His powerful strength, along with Han Dong's spiritual pressure, actually pushed back the aura that the 4 of them had agglomerated together to form in an instant. Soon after, another powerful spiritual pressure erupted from Xiaoyan's body, while the expressions of the 4 of them were changing. It charged forward. One could hear a bang sound. The combined aura of 4 high-class dou di experts was forcefully broken by Xiaoyan and Han Dong. What? A shocked expression surfaced on the faces of the 5 people in the sky, including Han Dong. Their gazes were filled with shock as they looked at Xiaoyan. The emotions in their hearts could not be described with words. By relying on the strength of a 5-star dou di and Han Dong's spiritual pressure, he was actually able to block the aura and pressure of these 4 people. It was likely that no one in this world could do such a thing. However, while they were shocked, Xiaoyan looked at them with a cold face. He turned his wrist and a glow flickered in his palm. Immediately, a scroll appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. 4 sect leaders, the sky and steps is currently in my hands. If you have the ability, come forward and take it. Xiaoyan's hand held the scroll tightly and raised it above his head. His gaze was densely cold as it swept over the 4 people around him. The words that were spat out from his mouth caused them to immediately recover. For eyes that were filled with a fiery heat instantly locked onto the scroll in Xiaoyan's hand. Sky and steps. Xiaoyan, quickly hand over the sky and steps. If you want to live, quickly hand over the sky and steps. In the sky, the eyes of the 4 people were emitting a glow as they stared intently at the scroll in Xiaoyan's hand. They had waited for this day for too long. Finally, the sky and steps had appeared in front of their eyes. As long as they obtained the sky and steps, not only would they be able to open the sky and ancient tomb, but they would also be able to borrow the mysterious power of the sky and steps to greatly raise their fighting strength. They might even be able to leap to become the leader of the 4 large sects, and suppress the other 3 large sections. How could they remain calm? As they thought of this, the 4 of them could not wait to step forward and snatch the sky and steps from Xiaoyan's hands. However, the expression on Xiaoyan's face suddenly turned cold in the next moment. At the same time, the hand that was holding the scroll tightened. His gaze was dense as it swiftly swept over the 4 of them. After which he cried out loudly, "If you dare to step forward again, I will immediately destroy the sky and steps." As he spoke, Xiaoyan's arm shook and the scroll in his hand also shook a couple of times. The surrounding 4 people were greatly alarmed when they saw this and hurriedly retreated in agitation. At the same time, their mouths repeatedly advised Xiaoyan not to destroy the sky and steps. Seeing this, Xiaoyan coldly laughed in his heart. He was merely trying to scare them, but this group of people actually had such a huge reaction. It seemed that they were really concerned about this sky and steps. Indeed, with such a heaven-defying agility dou technique, forget about them. It was likely that no one would be able to remain calm in their hearts. Xiaoyan, as long as you are willing to hand over the sky and steps, we can discuss everything. As long as you hand over the sky and steps, we can forget about everything that happened between us in the past. Ah, hearing this, Xiao Yan's face was filled with ridicule as he coldly laughed. They said that they would not mention it, but how could Xiao Yan let them off so easily? After all these years, both parties had already reached a state where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Saying that they would forget about it now was too much of a cold laugh. For sect leaders need not go through so much trouble. I will definitely not hand over the sky and steps. The gazes of the four people became dull. The killing intent in their hearts once again rose. However, I can give you a choice. Xiao Yan directly chose to ignore their gazes that were filled with killing intent as he continued speaking. 1 year later, I will be at the entrance of the sky and ancient tomb. If everyone is present at that time, I can join hands with all of you to open the entrance of the ancient tomb. Otherwise, you can also choose to not take anything away today and not obtain anything a year later. Are you threatening us? Didn't you also want to threaten us earlier? Xiao Yan retorted with a cold laugh. Immediately, the four of them did not dare to make any more moves. Seeing that the sky and steps was so close but they could not obtain it, the four of them were simply gnashing their teeth in anger. The four of them were silent for a long time. After discussing with each other, they finally helplessly nodded their heads. All right, we will do as you say. 1 year later, we will meet outside the sky and ancient tomb. Seeing that the four of them nodded their heads, Xiao Yan's heart also heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled as he looked at Han Dong by the side. The two of them looked at each other and smiled before turning to leave. Wait. But immediately after, the impatient voice rang out once again. Hearing this, Xiao Yan and Han Dong's face darkened as they turned around again. Xiao Yan's extremely cold gaze directly landed on Chen Zhen. He was already extremely disgusted by this fellow's voice. We can promise you that we will meet outside the sky and ancient tomb a year later. However, can you guarantee that you will definitely go at that time? What do you want? Xiao Yan's face darkened as he spoke in an impatient tone. Swear on the lightning penalty oath. Once these words were spoken, the three people beside him also looked at Xiao Yan at the same time. Chen Zhen's worries were not without reason. Only when Xiao Yan swore on the lightning penalty oath could they truly believe the latter's words. Haha, alright, it is impolite not to reciprocate. Let's swear on the lightning penalty oath together, how about it? In the end, Xiao Yan grinned. His smile contained a hint of a strange smile. Hearing this, the four of them could not help but frown slightly. However, in the end, they still let out a deep breath and said, Alright. Chapter 824. For sect leaders, since you want to swear on the lightning penalty oath, I should be able to make a request of you. Xiao Yan parted his mouth. He raised the scroll in his hand high up in the air. These words might appear to be a discussion, but the meaning within them was something that everyone present clearly understood in their hearts. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Chen Zhen and the other three couldn't help but look gloomy. However, when their eyes swept across the sky extinction steps, they could only sigh helplessly and said in a deep voice, Say it. As long as it's not too much, we can agree to it. Hee, my request is not difficult for the four of you. In fact, it can be said to be very simple. Xiao Yan smiled slightly and continued, My request is very simple. My request is very simple. 1 year later, after we enter the ancient tomb of Heaven End, the few of you cannot attack me. As soon as these words came out, the four people in front of him couldn't help but frown. The gloomy expression on their faces changed again. It seems that the four of you are unwilling. With a cold expression, Xiao Yan's hand that was holding the scroll tightened. His 5 fingers tightened, and the creaking sound of friction was transmitted into the ears of the four people. Immediately, the hearts of Chen Zhen and the other 3 tightened. They fiercely clenched their teeth and hurriedly agreed. Okay, we'll do as you say. Now that the sky extinction steps was in Xiao Yan's hands, even if they were 100 times unwilling, in order to have a chance to obtain the sky extinction steps, the four of them could only agree to Xiao Yan's request again and again. Following Xiao Yan's intention, the four of them each swore on the lightning penalty oath. Then it was Xiao Yan's turn. Using the sky extinction steps in his hands, Xiao Yan made them hesitate to act rashly. They didn't dare to make any rash moves for the time being, and didn't make any requests. This was also within Xiao Yan's expectations. After swearing on the lightning penalty oath, Chen Zhen and the other 3 people sighed in relief. Even though they didn't catch Xiao Yan and didn't obtain the sky extinction steps, they at least had something to look forward to. After 1 year, the sky extinction ancient tomb would finally be opened. At that time, the treasures in the ancient tomb would be used by the 4 great sections. At that time, the 4 great sects' status in the Western region would definitely rise again. The Western region would truly become their world. How about it for sect leaders? Can we leave now? After a long while, Han Dong once again opened his mouth. This time, Chen Zhen and the other 3 finally stopped pestering. Without waiting for the Xiao Yan duo to leave, they first turned around and left in the direction they came from. Only when the 4 figures had completely disappeared from Han Dong's perception range did the latter turn his head around and look at Xiao Yan with a kind smile on his face. Haha, young friend is also a courageous person. In the entire Western region, you are the first person this old man has seen to be able to force the 4 of them to retreat. The old man's gaze swept across Xiao Yan's body as he involuntarily exclaimed. The admiration in his tone wasn't concealed in the slightest. Senior must be joking. This junior only relied on the sky extinction steps to make them hesitate and not dare to act rashly. Given the greed of these fellows, if the sky extinction steps weren't enough to move them, they would have already made their move earlier. Haha, young friend is too humble. The one who laughs until the end is the winner. Based on today's matter, you have already won by being able to force them to retreat. Han Dong gently stroked his beard. His soft laughter caused Xiao Yan to shake his head. His gaze looked in the direction that the 4 of them had left in as he knit his brows and fell into deep thought. Although Chen Zhen's group had temporarily left this place, Xiao Yan believed that they would definitely not let this matter rest. This was especially the case for Yi Luotian. He had hidden himself the deepest amongst the 4 large sections. Everyone thought that he was merely a 7-star Dodi. Once he truly revealed his strength, it was likely that it would be the end of the other 3 large sections. However, Xiao Yan did not know whether Yi Luotian would follow him alone. He believed that given that fellow's character, he would not be concerned about whether the sky extinction steps could be maintained. Moreover, Xiao Yan was able to sense a strange aura from Yi Luotian's body when facing him. That aura gave Xiao Yan an extremely familiar feeling. However, he was unable to recall when he had seen it before. It was likely that this Yi Luotian was not an ordinary person. His identity was definitely not as simple as being from one of the 4 large sections. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan was unable to find out any information regarding this point. Currently, Xiao Yan could only take 1 step at a time. If the storm that was about to arrive was something that he would ultimately be unable to avoid, he could only face it head-on. Growing up in a storm, had Xiao Yan not always been like this? Haha, young friend Xiao Yan, now that they have left, the old me should also leave. This time around, the old me has indeed come out to settle some matters. It is just that I did not expect to coincidentally meet young friend Xiao Yan. Now that the matter has been resolved, the old me should also leave. At this moment, Han Dong's tone changed as a pair of muddy old eyes once again looked toward Xiao Yan. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan could not help but be slightly taken aback. Soon after, he nodded his head and cupped his hands together towards the old man. His tone was respectful as he spoke. I still have to thank Elder for your help today. If there is another day, this junior will definitely repay this favor. Young friend, there is no need to be so courteous. The reason why the old me intervened was indeed to invite you to join my Alchemist Alliance. Since we are both members of the Alchemist Alliance, there is no reason for the old me to not lend a hand when I see that you are in trouble. That's right, the headquarters of my Alchemist Alliance is established in the Western Wastelands. If you encounter any difficulties during this trip, you can go to the Alchemist Alliance. As long as you take out the Alchemist badge in your hand, there will naturally be people who will help you. Immediately, Han Dong appeared to have thought of something as he reminded Xiao Yan with his words. Oh. Upon hearing Han Dong's words, Xiao Yan could not help but gently raise his eyebrows. He did not expect that the headquarters of the Alchemist Alliance would actually be established in the Western Wastelands. However, Xiaoyan had already recovered from his shock. His face was filled with gratitude as he nodded towards Han Dong. Once again, he cupped his hands together and respectfully said, "Thank you, Elder, for your reminder." Upon hearing this, the old man stroked his beard with one hand. His face was filled with a peaceful smile as he nodded his head. After which, the old man smiled as he gave a few more instructions to Xiaoyan. After which, he turned around and flew towards another direction. In the blink of an eye, only Xiaoyan was left in the vast sky. Huff! Xiaoyan let out a long breath. However, the heavy stone that was pressing down on his heart was still not put down. Instead, following Han Dong's departure, Xiaoyan's heart felt even heavier. He faintly had a premonition that this trip to the western wastelands would not be as smooth as he had imagined. Gently shaking his head, Xiaoyan tossed these thoughts to the back of his mind. His figure flashed as he once again landed in the city below. As the few people in the sky dispersed, the curious gazes in the city below also gradually withdrew. With regards to all of this, everyone seemed to be used to it. It was as if they were watching a boring play. However, just as everything seemed to have come to an end, Yi Luotian's figure appeared on top of a mountain several thousand miles to the southeast of the Sand River. 2 hours later, Chen Zhen and the rest had dispersed. At this moment, a black shadow was standing on top of a cliff. It gazed at Yi Luotian's figure from afar, as it let out a strange cry. It seemed to have grown impatient at the latter's tardiness. Chapter 825. Xiaoyan only stayed at Sand River shop for a day. After purchasing a detailed map of the western wasteland region, he quickly began his journey once again. Wind and sand raged in the vast desert. A human figure wearing a black robe walked forward amidst the strong wind. Each time his foot landed, it would sink deeply into the quicksand. As the human figure walked past, there was a row of circular pits behind him. If someone was not in front of them, no one would be able to recognize that these were footprints. Before the person could walk very far, those footprints were gradually buried by the quicksand. The human figure gradually walked further and further away. The traces that he had walked past also disappeared. It was as though no one had ever appeared here. After leaving Sand River shop, Xiaoyan stepped into this vast desert. He did not choose to fly through it. Instead, he slowly walked toward the deeper regions of the desert. Using Xiaoyan's words, walking was also a kind of training method. Moreover, although his current cultivation had already reached the middle level of the 5-star Do Di, the degree of stability of his strength was not as good as before due to the rapid increase in his strength. If he were to blindly raise his cultivation level and forget about his foundation, Xiaoyan would sooner or later fade into the crowd. Xiaoyan clearly understood that the reason his fighting strength was able to far surpass other experts of the same level was because he had relied on himself to walk step by step on solid ground. It was just like this yellow sand. Each time his foot landed, it would leave behind a depression. The depth of the depression would change according to the degree of solidification of the sand under his feet. However, after Xiaoyan walked past, those depressions would recover their original appearance. Although their appearance had recovered, if one were to step on them again, one would discover that the place where one's foot landed was much more solid. It was as though one was stepping on solid ground, and was extremely stable. However, if one were to directly fly through it, even though one would be able to reach their destination earlier, the yellow sand below would still be loose. If one were to step on it one day, no one would know what the quicksand would gradually become. It was likely that one would even sink into it. On the other hand, Xiaoyan was different. After walking through the path in front of him in a steady manner, this path would only bring him pleasant surprises and convenience when he returned. Although the construction of this path was perhaps much more difficult and slower than others, what he obtained was similarly much more than others. There were no shortcuts in this world. Other people's achievements might appear brilliant, but who knew just how much they had to pay under that brilliant glory? The boundless journey seemed to have no end. It was as if there was no end to this road, and there was no hope to be found. If it was an ordinary person, in such a scorching hot environment, in addition to this boundless desert, they probably wouldn't be able to persist for a day. However, it was in such a harsh environment that Xiaoyan actually dropped all of his defenses. He only relied on his black robe to withstand the strong wind that came head-on. Even the raging heavenly flame in his body had been withdrawn by him. In other words, the current Xiaoyan was almost completely exposed in the desert. Other than his body of flesh and blood, the current Xiaoyan had nothing else. At the very least, before he used his strength, he was no different from an ordinary person. Under such circumstances, even a doja would have the ability to kill him. The black robe fluttered in the wind and flew in the air like a black flag. Under the black robe was Xiaoyan's naked upper body. His white skin was exposed to the air. In an instant, the scorching heat was like a flame beating on Xiaoyan's body, causing Xiaoyan to feel a burning pain. The strong wind that came head-on was not as gentle as he had imagined. Not only did it not bring him the slightest bit of pleasure, it also made the scorching heat around Xiaoyan's body become even more terrifying. The hard sand became like red-hot steel nails in the strong wind, heavily hitting Xiaoyan's body. It could even be clearly seen that the moment the sand hit Xiaoyan's body, it left behind clear dents. In the beginning, Xiaoyan's entire body was swiftly drenched in perspiration. However, in the end, not even a drop of perspiration flowed out from Xiaoyan's body. His lips were pale and chapped. His skin and flesh were torn apart. Fresh bright red blood surged out. A fishy sweet smell followed Xiaoyan's breathing and entered his lungs, causing him to swallow it in a dry and hoarse manner. Under such a merciless blow, even with the strength of Xiaoyan's body, a large area of dense red spots appeared on the surface of his skin. Scarlet blood flowed under the skin. Xiaoyan clenched his teeth and endured the pain with great difficulty. Until a certain moment, dark red blood flowed out from Xiaoyan's body and quickly condensed into a thin blood scab. The sand first hit the wounds and mixed into the blood. Then it changed the blood and condensed together. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan's entire upper body had turned dark red. The thin blood scab appeared to have covered Xiaoyan's body with a tight-fitting garment. When the sand hit the blood scab, it emitted a fine caw-caw sound of collision. The high temperature burned the thin layer of blood scab until it was as hot as metal. Under the blood scab, Xiaoyan knit his eyebrows together. The blood scab on his forehead immediately broke apart and fell. It was like a piece of porcelain that fell into the yellow sand and was swiftly submerged. Boom! Suddenly, a thick white flame rose on the surface of Xiaoyan's body and quickly swept away the high temperature around Xiaoyan's body. The latter's body was finally able to relax at this moment. After relaxing his body, Xiaoyan did not dare to rest for long. He hurriedly forced his body to sit down. With a thought, the flame mantra chi method in his body began to circulate. Between heaven and earth, waves of blazing energy gathered towards the flame mantra. At this moment, 4 hours had finally passed since Xiaoyan had first entered this desert. Even though it was only 4 hours, Xiaoyan had experienced incomparably great pain during this period of time. Without using any power to resist, Xiaoyan admitted that it was impossible for him to survive in this place with just his physical body. To an ordinary person, this place was simply purgatory. However, it was also precisely because of this that this place was the best place for Xiaoyan to train his physical strength. In this kind of environment, an ordinary physical body would not be able to adapt. However, Xiaoyan had endured for 4 hours on his first try. As long as he could endure for longer each time, the toughness of Xiaoyan's body would be greatly strengthened. This would be extremely helpful in actual combat. Unfortunately, after 4 hours in this desert, Xiaoyan had almost reached his limit just by relying on his physical body. He had no choice but to temporarily rest. He could only wait until he had recovered to his peak before continuing on his journey. Chapter 8:26. Yellow sand raged in the western wastelands. The wind whistled and the sand filled the sky like rain. Looking all around, one could not even see a single cloud in the boundless sky. There was only the blazing sun that was like a fireball, emitting a terrifyingly high temperature that was difficult to endure. Between heaven and earth it was dry and hot. The air did not contain the slightest bit of moisture, and there was no other color in the endless yellow sand. The fine sand became as hot as charcoal under the scorching sun. This place was simply a land of death. In the vast desert, Xiaoyan, who was wearing a black robe, slowly walked westward. His footsteps were heavy and steady. Xiaoyan had already walked in this desert for 7 days, since he had left the Sand River. During these 7 days, Xiaoyan would use a couple of hours to temper his physical body. Although the process was painful, it must be said that under such repeated tempering, the strength of Xiaoyan's physical body had also rapidly increased. Moreover, after repeated training, the douqi in Xiaoyan's body was also swiftly solidifying. Waves of pure douqi became even purer under the refinement of the heavenly flame. The originally fist-sized cluster of douqi finally turned into a thumb-sized cluster of pure energy water droplets, after being refined by the heavenly flame. These water droplets merged into the vortex space within Xiaoyan's body. Under this repeated and slow refinement, Xiaoyan's cultivation also gradually stabilized. After these 7 days of hell-like destruction, Xiaoyan's originally white skin had become dark black. He did not know how many layers of skin on the surface of his body had already fallen off. Xiaoyan only knew that his body was continuously bleeding along the way. The moment the bright red fresh blood surged out, it would swiftly form a layer of blood scab, after which, it would swiftly crack and fall off. Following this, it would surge out again, crack, and fall off repeatedly. Xiaoyan's body was repeatedly destroyed in this kind of environment. However, compared to the first day, the current Xiaoyan could already rely on the strength of his physical body to endure for half a day in this desert. Although the final result would cause Xiaoyan to lose all of his physical strength and have difficulty maneuvering the douqi in his body, it was also because of this that the speed at which Xiaoyan's strength rose was even faster. As the saying goes, blossoms in destruction and grows in predicament. Even a demon phoenix needed to experience the pain of nirvana. If one wanted to become a dragon among men, would one not have to endure even greater pain? Fortunately, Xiaoyan's greatest strength was his perseverance and extraordinary tenacity. No matter what it was, as long as he wanted to do it, he would definitely not give up. Regardless of how great the pain and danger was, Xiaoyan was completely fearless. In order for him to be able to walk to where he was today, courage played a significant role. Within a stretch of yellow sand, Xiaoyan's figure sat cross-legged in midair. Both of his hands formed a training seal. With a thought, the flame mantra chi method in his body immediately began to circulate. Within the vortex, pure douqi rapidly circulated along the route of the flame mantra chi method. After circulating for one cycle, it was refined by the heavenly flame and turned into a drop of pure water that entered the vortex space. This process continued for a total of 6 hours. When Xiaoyan once again opened his eyes, it was close to dusk. However, it was different from the Shilin region. In the Western Wastelands region, the sun was still scorching even at dusk. It was just that it was no longer as hot as it was in the afternoon. However, the world was once again enveloped by a stuffy hot aura. Under the protection of the heavenly flame, Xiaoyan was not affected by the vile environment. However, the sky was gradually turning dark, and it was time for him to find a place to temporarily rest and reorganize. The environment in the desert changed extremely quickly, under the premise that there were no fixed road signs. Even Xiaoyan was unable to determine the correct direction. During the day, he could rely on the trajectory of the sun to determine the route, so that he would not deviate from the west. However, during the night, there were no road signs. Even if he had a map, it was useless. The map in his hands was indeed a good map of the Western Wastelands region. However, due to the terrain, Xiaoyan was currently still at the outskirts of the Western Wastelands region. This was a desert with sand dunes that rose and fell. What use could a map have? Ordinary experts would directly fly over the desert at the outskirts of the Western Wastelands region, and would be able to cross it in a day. Who would be foolish enough to travel on foot like Xiaoyan? Otherwise, with Xiaoyan's strength, he would be able to officially enter the Western Wastelands region in half a day. As night fell, the boundless desert also lost its golden radiance during the day. The originally azure sky gradually darkened until it turned black. Not a single star could be seen in the 9 heavens. Not a single ball of light could be seen on the earth. The entire world had sunk into a mysterious pitch-black darkness. Time did not count in this place. It was like the quicksand during the day, submerging all the unfairness. Within the darkness, 2 figures were currently approaching each other at an extremely fast speed. There was not the slightest trace of movement. If one were to examine carefully, one would be able to discover that it was not the two figures that were moving. Instead, it was one of them that was rapidly approaching the other person within the darkness. Within the dense darkness, the figure was like a venomous snake that was hidden within the darkness. Its sharp fangs were already prepared to pierce the throat of the other person. 10,000 feet, 1,000 feet, over 100 feet. However, just as this human figure was about to attack, a huge creature suddenly broke out from the sand under the flowing sand. Hiss! Sand and stones flew, as if sand waves were spreading in all directions. Because of this, the black figure's movements were stopped. At the same time, a huge bloody mouth was fiercely biting towards the other figure that was sitting cross-legged. From the looks of it, it seemed to want to swallow the latter in a single bite. When the body of this huge beast was exposed in the darkness, one could vaguely see that this huge beast seemed to be a huge python. This beast usually hid under the thick yellow sand until its prey appeared in front of it. Only then would it find an opportunity to launch a sudden attack on the latter, killing the latter in one blow and swallowing the latter. Today, seeing Xiaoyan enter its territory, it naturally treated the latter as its prey. Unfortunately, it had chosen the wrong target. Bang! When the huge snake's mouth fell and swallowed Xiaoyan's body, the figure that Xiaoyan was sitting cross-legged suddenly shattered and rapidly dissipated. What the beast had just swallowed was merely Xiaoyan's afterimage. At this moment, when the giant snake turned its head, it realized that in the darkness, there was a person whose appearance could not be seen clearly standing above its head. Roar! An earth-shaking roar rang out. Just as the huge beast was about to make a move, Xiaoyan's right hand suddenly clenched into a fist. The moment the huge beast beneath his feet raised its head, he smashed down with his fist, forcefully piercing through the head of the beast that had made the sound. The terrifying force instantly shattered the tissues in the huge snake's head. In fact, it even forcefully pierced through its lower jaw. Blood that was filled with a fishy stench immediately spurted out. At the same time, the huge beast's life force also quickly dissipated. Soon after, Xiaoyan withdrew his palm, but it was not stained with a single trace of blood. Just as the huge beast's corpse heavily smashed onto the sand dune, Xiaoyan's gaze suddenly turned and looked at the void not far from the huge snake. There, a strange black fog was churning in the air. In an instant, Xiaoyan's face darkened. A pair of pitch-black eyes instantly ignited with a dense white flame. Ghost Palace. Chapter 827. At this moment, the vast desert was completely dark. With one's naked eye, it was difficult to see anything within a 10-meter radius. However, in front of the enormous spiritual strength, all the darkness was useless. Ghost Hall. At this moment, Xiaoyan's expression was gloomy. A dense white, heavenly flame gradually filled his eyes. His ice-cold killing intent was not hidden at all. You guys are really like lingering spirits. Xiaoyan clenched his hand, and the heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in his hand. A dense white flame lingered over it, and the entire world immediately became as bright as day. The temperature of the place swiftly rose. The yellow sand below actually began to swiftly melt like ice under this frightening temperature. Under the illumination of the flame, a cluster of black shadows rose in a serene manner like a willow. The wisp in the empty space a short distance away from Xiaoyan. If one did not have a great understanding of it, it was likely that an ordinary person would not be able to recognize just what this cluster of things was. TSK. Xiaoyan, this venerable self has not come today to capture you. If he had such thoughts earlier, he no longer dared to act recklessly after seeing the miserable fate of this magical beast. Xiaoyan's fighting strength far exceeded those of the same level. This was something that everyone within the Ghost Hall knew. It was also something that they had to understand. Even though the both of them were elite Do-D at this moment, and the fellow within the cluster of black shadows was clearly stronger than Xiaoyan, he would not easily attack unless he was absolutely certain of victory. Instead of bitterly contending with no results, he preferred to leave his opponent without any ability to resist. An absolute suppression would cause his opponent to feel despair. This would cause his heart to feel incomparably carefree. Capture me and bring me back. Do you think that you can do it? Hearing the strange laughter that was transmitted from the cluster of black fog, Xiao Yan's face revealed a disgusted expression. However, his mouth laughed coldly with disdain. With his current agility and speed, even an 8-star Dodi would not be able to catch up with him, much less this fellow in front of him who was merely an intermediate 7-star Dodi. TSK, that's right. With just this venerable self alone, I'm afraid that it would really be difficult to do it. However, the main reason I have come to look for you today is to show you something. The strange laughter was once again emitted from the black fog. That laughter sounded as though it was transmitted from hell, and was extremely ear-piercing. However, it was not difficult to tell from this voice that this fellow seemed to have come prepared. Xiao Yan's heart tightened for some reason when he heard the words that were emitted from the other party's mouth. An ominous premonition surged from the bottom of his heart, and could not be stopped. What happened? Xiao Yan could not help but be quietly shocked. This kind of situation rarely occurred to him. He could not even remember when the last time it had occurred. However, the current situation caused his mind to be unable to remain calm. It was as though this fellow in front of him was going to bring some kind of shocking news. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly. What do you want to say? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. His eyes that were filled with a fiery glow stared intently at the other party. His body under the black robe trembled uncontrollably. Beads of perspiration flowed down from his forehead. Even Xiao Yan himself did not know why he was so nervous. TSK. Oh, take it and take a good look. The strange laughter was once again emitted from the black fog. Almost at the same time, a cluster of fist-sized black fog swiftly shot out. It was like a black flowing light. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Its target was Xiao Yan's throat, as though it wanted to kill him. Puff! Just as the cluster of black fog arrived in front of Xiao Yan, a cluster of dense white flames suddenly rose in front of Xiao Yan and swallowed the black fog in one gulp. Then through the white flames, Xiao Yan could clearly see a white jade tablet floating slowly in the flames. If not for Xiao Yan's efforts to control it, the jade tablet would have been reduced to a pile of ashes by now. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the jade tablet. He could not control his nervousness at this moment. After a long while, Xiao Yan hesitated and grasped the jade tablet in his hand. TSK. Why are you hesitating? Is the Great Flame Emperor also afraid of seeing the thing inside? The strange laughter was once again emitted from the black fog. That voice contained a mocking tone. Although Xiao Yan was hesitant, he still planned to investigate. However, before that, Xiao Yan summoned the Northern King. Even the fellow within the black fog involuntarily felt a shock in his heart when he saw the Northern King. It was not that he had never seen a Do D-class puppet. However, it was the first time that he had seen such a strange puppet like the Northern King. On the other side, Xiao Yan carefully separated a thread of spiritual strength and slowly approached the jade tablet. Before he knew what was hidden within the jade tablet, Xiao Yan had to consider this fellow in front of him before he made any move. The other party was a 7-star Dodi. His strength could not be underestimated. If Xiao Yan was seriously injured by his attack, it would be troublesome. Buzz. When Xiao Yan's spiritual strength slowly approached the jade tablet, the nervousness in his heart also became increasingly dense. The spiritual strength in his mind spread out uncontrollably. It was like the surface of a churning sea. It fluctuated intensely, causing the surrounding empty space to fluctuate intensely. At a certain moment, the spiritual strength finally came into contact with the jade tablet. The jade tablet seemed to contain a suction force that instantly swallowed Xiao Yan's thread of spiritual strength. The latter was startled. Soon after, Xiao Yan's consciousness entered the jade tablet. In the next instant, when Xiao Yan raised his head, an enormous cage appeared within the space of the jade tablet. The cage was formed by a formation. Numerous black lights interweaved with each other and sealed this space. At this moment, a lovely person with a face that could overturn the world was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. A trace of exhaustion appeared on her pale face. Traces of blood could be seen at the corner of her red lips. Her entire body was covered in wounds of various sizes. It was impossible to tell that this woman had struggled violently in the cage not too long ago. The injuries on her body should have been left behind at that time. However, when Xiao Yan, who was outside the cage, saw this woman for the first time, the expression on his face suddenly froze. In an instant, an excitement that could not be controlled crazily surged out from the depths of Xiao Yan's heart. At this moment, the woman who appeared in front of Xiao Yan was none other than his wife whom he had yearned for day and night. Sun Air. Chapter 828. Sun Air. Within the jade token, the illusionary figure that was agglomerated from the thread of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was currently staring at Sun Air, who was within the formation cage in a startled manner. It was a long while later before an excited and hoarse roar was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. His scarlet eyes were filled with excitement as he stared at Sun Air within the cage. The deep longing in his heart caused Xiao Yan to be unable to help but tear up. His body began to tremble violently at this moment. Based on Xiao Yan's familiarity with Sun Air, he was naturally able to confirm that the delicate and pretty person in front of him was definitely not fake by the fellow outside. That kind of subtle familiarity that only existed between him and Sun Air was definitely not something that could be imitated by any method. As for why Sun Air would appear here, Xiao Yan already did not have the time to care. He only saw Sun Air, whose delicate body was currently covered with wounds, and he only cared about Sun Air's current situation. In fact, for the latter he could even disregard his own life. When Xiao Yan's hoarse roar came out, the beautiful woman, who was sitting cross-legged within the cage, also suddenly trembled. Even though it was hoarse, the voice was filled with familiar emotions. This was something that could not be changed. Sun Air's tightly shut beautiful eyes suddenly opened, and her gaze immediately locked onto Xiao Yan's body. Seeing this familiar man in black robes, an uncontrollable excitement quickly surged from the depths of Sun Air's heart. Her pair of beautiful eyes quickly turned red. The corner of her lips trembled as she bit her red lips. Sun Air did not care about the injuries on her body. It was as if the injuries on her body had completely recovered the moment she saw the man in front of her. Big brother Xiao Yan. Sun Air. The two of them were separated by the formation cage, but they still shouted in unison. Soon after, the two of them opened their chests and rushed towards each other. Chi chi chi. However, just as Sun Air's lovely body was about to pass through the formation cage, a wave of intense black light flickered from the formation cage. A powerful force instantly pushed Sun Air back. At the same time, two eye-piercing bloody scars were left on the latter's tender snow-white wrist. A painful scream came out from Sun Air's mouth. Her delicate body was also sent flying by the force and heavily smashed onto the ground. Sun Air. Xiao Yan turned pale with fright, and a vicious aura surged onto his face. A huge amount of spiritual strength immediately condensed in the space in front of him, transforming into an invisible giant ruler. Under the control of Xiao Yan's mind, it fiercely smashed towards the formation cage. However, the moment when the giant ruler was about to hit the formation cage, under the gazes of Xiao Yan and Sun Air, the invisible giant ruler, actually directly piercing through the formation cage. Damn it! What is this? Xiao Yan cursed softly in his heart. His body moved and he arrived in front of the formation cage. His gaze swept over the cage in front of him, and a fury suddenly rose in his heart. He threw a punch at the formation, only to see that his body had easily passed through this formation. His heart also understood at this moment that everything that had appeared in front of him was merely a light figure. The real Sun Air was likely not within this jade token. Sun Air. Xiao Yan steeled his heart and attempted to pass through the formation. As expected, Xiao Yan did not encounter any obstruction. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan did not have the time to be concerned about all this. What he was truly worried about was whether Sun Air, who had appeared in front of him, was merely an illusionary figure. If the real Sun Air was here, Xiao Yan's heart would undoubtedly be filled with joy. However, if it was not, where was the real Sun Air? Xiao Yan faced Sun Air while carrying the doubt in his heart. At this moment, the two of them were only a couple of inches apart. Xiao Yan could clearly hear the breathing from Sun Air's nose. However, the emotions in his heart were also extremely anxious at this moment. Big brother Xiao Yan, Sun Air really missed you. Faced with Xiao Yan, even Sun Air, who was a 9-star Do Sheng, had difficulty suppressing the emotions deep within her heart. Her delicate body leaned forward and her arm, which was covered with scars, was lifted. It seemed that she wanted to hug Xiao Yan tightly, However, it was also at this moment that Sun Er's feet staggered. She directly pounced backwards from Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan was also greatly startled. Although he wanted to hug Sun Er, both of them were helpless when they looked at each other. Only at this moment did Sun Er realize that the Xiaoyan in front of her was actually a mere shadow. Big brother Xiaoyan. Sun Er's eyes were red and tears were swirling in her eyes. She didn't know when they would flow out uncontrollably. Xiaoyan felt extremely anxious in his heart when he saw this scene. He lifted his hand in an attempt to wipe away the tears from the corner of Sun Er's eyes. However, all of this was useless. Sun Er, tell me where you are now. I will immediately go and save you. Xiaoyan clenched his hands into fists. His face was flushed red. Both of his eyes were filled with a stern murderous desire. A monstrous fury surged and burned within his heart. If he knew where Sun Er was now, he would definitely charge over without hesitation regardless of how far away she was. Big brother Xiaoyan, I also do not know where I am. Sun Er helplessly shook her head when she heard Xiaoyan's words. Even she was unaware of her current location. Ever since she had arrived at that realm, she had been restrained by this formation. No matter how hard she tried to break the formation, she would only end up being covered with scars. In this mysterious place, one could not even detect any signs of life. There was only a strange mirror that quietly stood there. The only thing that Sun Er was certain of was that she had been brought here from the mirror, in front of her by those two things that were neither human nor ghost. At this moment, that mirror was also placed in front of Xiaoyan. However, Xiaoyan treated it as though it was nothing. In his eyes, there was only Sun Er in front of him. Bastards, this group of things that are neither human nor ghost. They really deserve to die. The reason why Sun Er had been restrained was definitely because of the people from Ghost Hall. If Xiaoyan did not truly wish to become enemies with them before this matter, now that Sun Er had been restrained, Ghost Hall and the Ghost Temple sect behind them had already entered the top of Xiaoyan's blacklist of must-kill. Xiaoyan's heart was filled with a raging fury. A deep white flame crazily burned on the surface of Xiaoyan's body. The fury in his heart had already reached the point where it was about to explode. At the same time, he felt incomparably worried for Sun Er in front of him. Sun Er, protect yourself well. I will definitely come and save you very soon. Sun Er obediently nodded her head. Her pale pretty face revealed a beautiful smile like that of an epiphyllum for Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan was startled as he watched. His somewhat illusionary hand was slowly lifted and slowly rubbed over Sun Er's face. The latter also closed her pretty eyes. Her pale face slid over Xiaoyan's palm. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. After which, Xiaoyan's illusionary body slowly disappeared in front of Sun Er. The latter's pretty face could not help but reveal a panicked expression. However, Xiaoyan had already withdrawn from the Jade Token. Within the Jade Token, the expression on Sun Er's pretty face also froze following the withdrawal of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength. Crack. At the same time in the outside world, the moment Xiaoyan's spiritual strength withdrew from the Jade Token, the Jade Token in his hand also emitted a cracking sound and broke apart. Xiaoyan's expression also instantly turned ghastly white. Chapter 829. In the dark night, Xiaoyan's body was fixed in the air like a statue. A pair of eyes that flickered with fiery light stared fixedly at the broken jade tablet in his hand. Just a moment ago, when Xiaoyan's spiritual strength withdrew from the jade tablet in his hand instantly shattered. Xiaoyan frantically tried to inject his spiritual strength into the broken jade tablet, but unfortunately, the jade tablet had already been destroyed and had lost all its abilities. Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was mercilessly bounced back, as if it had collided with a useless rock. In an instant, Xiaoyan felt as if he had lost the most important thing in his life. His eyes stared blankly at the broken jade tablet in his hand. The beautiful smile that Sun Er had shown him a moment ago kept appearing in his mind. The flames that burned in his heart became even more explosive. The flame on the surface of Xiaoyan's body rose. The dense white heavenly flame wrapped around Xiaoyan's entire body, causing him to appear like a sun in the dark night, once again lighting up the desert below. I forgot to tell you. Once your spiritual strength enters this jade tablet and withdraws again, This jade tablet will completely lose its abilities and turn into a pile of rubble. In the air, a strange mocking laughter came from the black shadow. It seemed that it was rather satisfied with the expression on Xiao Yan's face. The moment he heard this, Xiao Yan's body that was frozen in the air like a statue could not help but tremble violently. The raging flames rose high into the air, turning into a pillar of fire that spiraled into the bleak night sky. An invisible pressure spread out from Xiao Yan's body. In an instant, the entire world became abnormally silent. The wind and sand froze, and the world was enveloped by an abnormally cold aura. Xiao Yan slowly raised his pair of eyes that were filled with flames, and had become incomparably dense and cold. He looked at the black shadow in front of him with killing intent. The empty space trembled. Under this high temperature, the invisible space became distorted. The moment Xiao Yan raised his head, the empty space within a couple of feet around him suddenly collapsed, transforming into a dark black, deep, endless empty space. This time, Xiao Yan was really angry. Before this, even the four great sects had not made Xiao Yan so angry. Shua! White flames rapidly spread out from under Xiao Yan's feet. In the blink of an eye, they had covered a radius of several hundred meters around Xiao Yan. As far as the eye could see, the entire world seemed to have returned to daytime in an instant. The yellow sand below quickly melted. The quicksand wriggled as if it was alive. First it was golden yellow, then it turned scarlet red. In the end, it turned into a lava hell. This environment was even more terrifying than during the day. Where is she? Xiao Yan's expression was extremely dark and solemn. Every word of his utterance revealed an extremely icy killing intent. His extremely cold eyes appeared as though he wanted to forcefully swallow the other party. TSK, are you angry? Sure enough, Gu Sun Air is your weakness. It's a pity that you will never find her. You're courting death. The moment the strange laughter came out from the black fog, Xiao Yan's body suddenly disappeared. Almost at the same time, the face of the figure in the black fog suddenly changed. The black fog rolled, and the figure frantically retreated. A storm was set off in his heart. Chi! A ferocious ruler glow violently swung in front of the person within the black fog the instant he withdrew. The churning black fog was completely useless in front of the dense white flame. However, in the blink of an eye, the large expanse of black fog was completely incinerated by the heavenly flame, revealing a strange masked fellow hidden under a large black robe. The scorching high temperature caused the face under the mask to involuntarily distort. He did not expect that the strength Xiao Yan possessed was actually much stronger than he had imagined. Damn it! I was careless. The black figure viciously cursed in his heart. However, just as the black figure was about to make a move, the space in front of him once again distorted. Holding the heavy Xian ruler, Xiao Yan, whose body was covered in thick white flames, once again appeared. The huge ruler mercilessly slashed at the person in front of him. The majestic strength seemed to want to forcefully tear the person in front of him apart. Again, the face under the mask twitched violently. However, in his heart, he did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Both of his arms were lifted together. Immediately, numerous pitch-black chains rushed towards the sky from behind the black figure. The nimble chains were just like a poisonous snake as they rushed towards Xiao Yan. The tricky attacks aimed at the various vital points on Xiao Yan's body to achieve the effect of restraining each other. However, the black figure had underestimated the furious Xiao Yan at this moment. Faced with the attacks of these chains, the expression in Xiao Yan's pair of deep white eyes did not change. Instead, the strength on the huge ruler became even stronger. From the looks of it, he seemed to have the posture of someone who was willing to risk his life, exchanging a life for a life. In the heart of the black figure, he really could not bear to part with his life. With no other choice, the black shadow could only choose to retreat in order to advance. His mind controlled the 8 black chains around his body, and swiftly blocked in front of him. Leaving 2 of them, he ferociously welcomed the heavy Xian Buster sword that was coming straight at him. Kacha! Relying on the might of the Force Elephant skill and the strength of the heavenly flame, Xiao Yan's attack actually forcefully blasted apart the 2 chains that were shooting towards him. Immediately, the remaining strength carried a powerful aura as it heavily smashed onto the remaining 4 chains. Clang 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 clang. This time, the 4 chains did indeed block the heavy Qian ruler. However, this was only a short period of time. Without waiting for the black figure to catch his breath, the strength on the heavy Qian ruler suddenly increased explosively. In the next moment, the pair of sinister eyes under the mask clearly saw the 4 black chains that were as thick as a human arm break one by one under the powerful strength of the heavy Qian ruler. In the end, the instant the heavy Qian ruler completely destroyed the 4 chains, the pupils of the black figure's sinister eyes abruptly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. The heavenly flame enveloped the heavy Qian ruler, rapidly enlarged in the black figure's eyes. In the end, as the black figure dodged to the side, a corner of the heavy Qian ruler heavily smashed into his chest. His figure explosively retreated. The black figure involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of blood. The blood in his body churned and the shock in his heart was even greater than before. He had indeed underestimated Xiao Yan's strength. He was likely even more powerful than what Yi Luotian had said. Of course, this might also be because of Sun Air, which caused Xiao Yan's heart to be stimulated. That was why he was able to erupt with strength that far exceeded his usual strength in such a short period of time. However, in the next moment, when the black figure lifted his head, Xiao Yan's figure once again chased after him. The heavy Qian ruler was raised high above his head. A thick white flame soared into the sky, and was about to land heavily on the black figure's head. Seeing this scene, the black figure knew in his heart that Xiao Yan in front of him had really gone crazy today. If he did not think of a way to end this battle, it was likely that even if he was a 7-star Dodi, he would still be in a lot of trouble today. Clang! The black figure extended both of his hands and a pitch-black doqi crazily surged out from his palms. Relying on his own strength, he forcefully blocked Xiao Yan's attack and violently grabbed the heavy Qian ruler. Even so, the black figure's arms were rapidly becoming numb at this moment. The powerful strength was still surging into the depths of his body, causing him to have no choice but to disperse even more strength in order to forcefully suppress the chaotic strength in his body. Roar! Xiao Yan let out a low roar from his nose. At the same time, his right hand heavily slapped the tip of the ruler above him. The originally heavy Qian ruler, under Xiao Yan's palm, released an even more powerful strength, forcefully suppressing the black figure's body that was suspended in the air. The huge ruler broke free from the black figure's grasp, and was about to move forward again. However, at this moment, the black figure hurriedly shouted out, "Stop! I can let you see Gu Sun Air." Qi. The huge ruler that was about to descend seemed to have instantly solidified. It was forcefully fixed in mid-air. No matter how powerful the huge ruler was a moment ago, at this moment, it instantly dissipated. The whistling wind pressure continued to blow down after the huge ruler stopped, fiercely hitting the black figure's mask. Under the mask, his face that was covered in cold sweat felt a chill. However, compared to before, it was much better. Chapter 830. What did you say? Xiao Yan's hand, which was holding the heavy Qian ruler, involuntarily trembled. His pair of dense white eyes stared intently at the masked black shadow person in front of him. His voice appeared deep and hoarse. "I have a way to allow you to see Gu Sun Air." The black shadow person opened his mouth once again. If he allowed Xiao Yan to continue, he would not be able to endure it even if Xiao Yan did not do anything. "Speak." Xiao Yan's gaze stared intently at the black shadow person in front of him. The huge ruler shook slightly and a fierce flame immediately burned intensely. It was prepared to attack the person in front of him at any moment. The latter's gaze paused on the heavy Qian ruler. This was especially the case when he looked at the heavenly flame. His gaze involuntarily revealed a grave expression. Faced with Xiao Yan's heavenly flame, his black fog was seriously suppressed. It was like snowflakes that had drifted into a bonfire and was instantly dissolved. If it was not because his own doqi far exceeded Xiao Yan's, it was likely that he would not be able to be as agile as he was now. After all, just by looking at Xiao Yan's appearance earlier, it was likely that an ordinary 6-star Dodi would have been blasted until he was no longer human. Qi. The huge ruler charged forward. The boiling hot air that was being burned by the flame was like a wave of wind as it pounded against the black shadow person's mask, causing the latter to hurriedly recover. He raised his head and discovered that Xiao Yan was looking down from above. Xiao Yan's eyes were indifferent as he stared at him. Xiao Yan's appearance was filled with killing intent. The powerful aura caused the surrounding empty space to ripple intensely, much like the surface of a lake where a huge rock had been thrown. This venerable self, I can allow you to see Gu Sun Air. However, I want something from you. The black silhouette took a moment to organize his words. Then he grinned and said in a strange tone, "Roar." A flame was emitted from the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. The flame that covered the heavy Xian ruler became even fiercer. This was already Xiao Yan's answer. "If I am not wrong, the two Shi ancient gods' jade should be with you, right?" Huh. Hearing the words that were spat out from the mouth of the black figure in front of him, even Xiao Yan, who was currently furious in his heart, could not help but feel an intense distortion in his pair of dense white eyes that were filled with a flame. His heart was incomparably shocked. It was unexpected that the reason why the people from the Ghost Hall had repeatedly come looking for him, and even did not hesitate to capture Sun Air, was actually because of the two Shi ancient gods' jade. This action of theirs was no different from the Hun clan on the Doqi continent. Xiao Yan's eyes were startled as he stared at the empty space in front of him. The heavy Xian ruler in his hand was unknowingly lowered. Soon after, "As long as you hand the two Shi ancient emperor's jade to me, I guarantee that you will definitely be able to meet your wife." While, after confirming Xiao Yan, after he. Finally. Of. Two Shi ancient gods' jade. It's the two Shi ancient gods' jade again. The two Shi ancient gods' jade repeated in his heart. The fury in Xiao Yan's chest became even greater. He even ignored the black shadow's sudden withdrawal. Back then, all the disputes on the Doqi continent had resulted in the capture of Xiao Yan's father, the imprisonment of his teacher, and the destruction of his clan. All of this was because of this two Shi ancient gods' jade. It was unexpected that the scene from back then would repeat itself in front of Xiao Yan after coming to this Yuanwu continent. "Tu Shi ancient god, O Tu Shi ancient god. I have succeeded because of you and I have also failed because of you." In his fury, Xiao Yan flipped his hand and the two Shi ancient gods' jade immediately landed in his hand. With a flip of his hand, the palm-sized ancient jade rotated a couple of times in Xiao Yan's palm before it was tightly held by Xiao Yan. A frightening force suddenly surged out. The furious threads of hatred in Xiao Yan's heart agglomerated in his palm at this moment. He could not help but pour them out. Creak, creak, creak. The frightening force had yet to completely pour out, but the ancient jade in Xiao Yan's hand had already emitted waves of creaking sounds. It seemed as though it was about to explode. "Today, I will destroy you. Eliminate all future troubles." The dense white eyes were filled with blood red in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yan's face was ferocious. The veins on the back of his hand protruded as he attempted to crush the two Shi ancient gods' jade in his hand. Once the Emperor Jade was crushed into powder by Xiao Yan, it would be impossible for the person in front of him to restore it even if he had great ability. At that time, all of their efforts would turn into a pile of bubbles. If the two Shi ancient gods' jade is destroyed, you can forget about seeing Gu Sun Air again. "Xiao Yan, you better think carefully." Seeing that Xiao Yan was actually so impolite, the Black Shadow Man was also suddenly shocked. The face under the mask was deathly pale. The two Shi ancient gods' jade was too important to them. Once it was destroyed, even if he died 10 or 100 times, he would not be able to make up for the loss. Regardless of whether it was for the great plan of the faction behind him, or for the sake of protecting his own life, the Black Shadow Man did not dare to let Xiao Yan destroy the two Shi ancient gods' jade. "Roar. Since you want it, take it." Suddenly Xiao Yan's flushed face suddenly lifted up. At the same time, his large hand suddenly waved forward. Immediately, a ray of flowing light that was wrapped in dense white flames carried an extremely powerful might as it instantly tore apart the space in front of it, and fiercely charged towards the Black Shadow Man. Wrapped in the flames, it was the two Shi ancient gods' jade. Seeing this scene, the Black Shadow Man suddenly rejoiced in his heart. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually be so crazy as to throw the Emperor's jade to him. This really did not take any effort to obtain it. Overjoyed in his heart, the Black Shadow Man's body did not stop at all. With a move of his body, he turned into a pitch-black ray of flowing light, and charged towards the flames that were shooting towards him. Almost at the same time, Xiao Yan's heart also moved. The dragon phoenix bloodline in his body was instantly activated, and an ancient symbol appeared between his eyebrows. In an instant, an incomparably powerful energy swept out from Xiao Yan's body like a storm. In the blink of an eye, it gathered into Xiao Yan's limbs and bones. The powerful energy caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily roar towards the sky. His pair of scarlet eyes were filled with killing intent. Great Tao of the Void condense. Xiao Yan's face was ferocious. At the same time that the killing aura in his body surged out, the powerful Great Tao of the Void also crazily condensed. Bang 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 bang. Suddenly, 7 pitch-black tents suddenly condensed around the Black Shadow Man. Just as the latter recovered, a figure flashed in front of him. Xiao Yan's figure had filled up the 8th empty spot. What? The Black Shadow Man was greatly shocked and incomparably terrified. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually be so decisive. From the looks of it, could it be that he wanted to kill him here? How was this possible? A 7-star Dodi, there were not many opponents in the entire western region who could match him. How could a 5-star Dodi like him do it? Wanting to kill him was simply a fool's dream. The Black Shadow Man was both shocked and furious. He thought in this way unwillingly. Unfortunately, the shock in his heart caused him to forget how terrifying Xiao Yan was. 7 nearly solid human figures surfaced behind the 7 tents. They were Xiao Yan's avatars. The 9 avatars had merged into 7. Although their strength was insufficient, there were still 2 3-star Dodi among them. The remaining 5 had the current cultivation of an advanced 2-star Dodi. Additionally, Xiao Yan's strength was that of a 5-star Dodi. With the help of the clan tattoo and the Dragon Phoenix bloodline, his strength had been raised to an advanced 6-star Dodi. This lineup could be considered a top lineup even in the entire western region. The 8 of them were holding a huge fire ruler in their hands. The flame on the huge ruler soared and shot to the sky. It was like 8 fire pillars that reached the sky. The fire light was tens of thousands of feet long, and its aura was like a rainbow. 7-layer sky-breaking ruler. Soon after, the mouths of the 8 Xiao Yans emitted an explosive cry in unison. The loud and clear cry reverberated in the sky above this magma purgatory. The bright red magma appeared to have been swept by a storm as the surface of the sea churned intensely. Soon after, 8 ruler glows with majestic auras gathered from 8 different directions and violently landed on the black human figure. Xiao Yan wanted to kill a D with this attack. Chapter 831. The terrifying murderous aura that Xiao Yan displayed caused the Black Shadow person to be greatly alarmed. Facing attacks from 8 different directions, the Black Shadow person had no chance of dodging. The reason why Xiao Yan had used the Great Way of the Void was to block the Black Shadow person's counterattack and prevent him from escaping. Today, no matter what, Xiao Yan must make this fellow stay. 8 rays of ruler light soared into the sky like a graceful swan, and the sharpness reached into the depths of the dark night sky. The extremely terrifying aura merged into one in the sky, and the flames intertwined and connected with each other through the great path of the void. They turned into a large ring of fire, and descended on the head of the Black Shadow. Ka 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 ka. At this moment, the Black Shadow person crazily circulated the Do Chi in his body. Waves of dense, dark black Do Chi swiftly surged out from all over his body. At the same time, 12 dark black chains once again shot out from behind him. They were like numerous poisonous snakes that surrounded the Black Shadow person's body. Soul-locking chains. Soul-locking devouring spirit. The Black Shadow person emitted a sharp ear-piercing roar from his mouth. At the same time, turbulent, dark black Do Chi circled around the dark black chains and swiftly climbed up. The powerful Do Chi was wildly poured into the chains. At this moment, if one were to look again, one would discover that numerous strange, dark black symbols were carved on the dark black chains. The Do Chi was completely poured into those mysterious symbols. Buzz 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 buzz. With the pouring in of Do Chi, the 12 chains immediately buzzed. A black glow lingered on them, and the chains immediately appeared to have come alive. Following the Black Shadow person's order, they separately faced the 8 ruler lights that were shot from all directions. Of the 12 chains, 5 of them faced the attacks of a 2-star Dodi avatar. The other 4 faced the attacks of 2-star Dodi avatars. As for the last three, they directly faced Xiao Yan. The Black Shadow person intended to use this method to block Xiao Yan's attacks from all directions. It had to be said that, relatively speaking, his method was indeed wise. Xiao Yan, who possessed 9 avatars, was like a moving group. He appeared to be alone, but if he summoned all his avatars, in addition to the Northern King, there would be an elite Do-Di on Xiao Yan's side. The separation of the incarnations did indeed exhaust quite a lot of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength. However, anyone could differentiate the pros and cons of creating 9 elite Do-Di in an instant. And it was precisely because these 7 people were all Xiao Yan's clones that once the 8 auras merged together, the power that erupted would definitely multiply. And the Black Shadow Man's attempt to break through them one by one would undoubtedly reduce a lot of pressure for himself. Bang 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 bang. Immediately after, a violent collision sounded in the sky like muffled thunder. The 12 pitch-black chains expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, they had expanded by more than 100 times. Looking at it at this moment, the size of these 12 chains was much larger than the giant python that had been swallowed in the magma below. The 12 chains were like 12 enormous beasts as they collided with the 8 ruler lights. Immediately, the sea of magma below began to churn violently. The waves of fire slammed against each other, as if they had come alive. They charged into the air together, twisting and turning into various shapes. After which, they carried a long line of fire as they heavily smashed into the sea of magma. The waves of fire churned even more violently. The collision in the sky also became more and more shocking. The instant the two sides collided, the endless space exploded. The pitch-black space began to distort intensely. The enormous chains were inserted into the ruler lights. For a short period of time, both sides were in a stalemate. However, waves of Do-Chi continued to pour into the chain with the support of his powerful Do-Chi. By relying on his strength of an intermediate 7-star Do-Di, the enormous chain, which was inserted into the ruler glow, suddenly trembled. With a chi sound, it was inserted even further. The majestic ruler lights swiftly dimmed. The dense white flame that was fiercely burning on it also gradually weakened. It appeared that it would be completely extinguished in a short moment. I thought that you would have some tricks up your sleeves. It turns out that you are merely putting on an act. You have a pride, but you are unable to support it. If you are only like this, then today, this venerable self will take both you and the 2 she ancient gods jade. The mouth of the black figure immediately emitted a disdainful cold laugh, when he saw that Xiao Yan's strength was not as strong as what he had displayed earlier. From the looks of it, he had thought too highly of Xiao Yan. Even with the help of the heavenly flame. Just how big of a wave could a mere ruler glow stir in the face of absolute strength? Roar! Seeing that the ruler lights were about to be broken, Xiao Yan's pair of scarlet eyes finally shone brightly. The moment he raised his head, the other 7 avatars also moved in sync. The enormous fire ruler in their hands was suddenly lifted. When it fell once again, another ruler light was emitted. This one's strength was even greater than the previous one as it violently charged into the previous ruler light. In merely one ruler light, the flames on the 8 ruler lights immediately soared. They shot to the sky and intertwined with each other. Looking from a distance, it appeared as though an enormous fire cluster was standing in the sky. The dazzling glow was even more eye-catching than the sun during the day. Ka 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 ka. In front of the shocked eyes of the Black Shadow person under the mask, the 12 enormous chains began to swiftly twist at a speed visible to the naked eye. The joints of the chains emitted a ka-ka-ka sound of metal twisting. The thing that caused one to be even more stunned was that numerous dark black metal fragments actually fell from the chains. At this moment, the expression on the face under the mask was actually even more terrifying than the mask. His 10 fingers moved together. Surging Do-Chi crazily surged out from the vortex within his body. He really wished that he could spit out all of his Do-Chi in one go. From this, one could see just how anxious the Black Shadow person was in his heart at this moment. However, the instant waves of enormous Do-Chi poured into the chains, the 8 Xiao Yan held the enormous ruler in their hands and repeatedly waved it. In one breath, they continuously swung out 7 feet. Ruler lights shot out. Each ruler was stronger than the last. One could see that before the 7th ruler light was swung out, The 12 chains that the Black Shadow person had released suddenly burst apart and turned into numerous fragments. Under the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flame, they were incinerated into nothingness. Grug. After the chains were destroyed, the Black Shadow person, who was the master, could not resist once again spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The distorted face under the mask swiftly became deathly white. However, before he could recover, the 8 ruler lights, which had broken the chains but did not reduce in strength, continued to descend. The instant the Black Shadow person raised his head, they simultaneously struck his body. Bang! After a long while, the body of the Black Shadow person appeared to have been struck by lightning. Fresh scarlet blood splashed out from all over his body. Within his pair of shady old eyes, his pupils instantly shrunk to the size of a needle tip, after which, they swiftly enlarged. His life force swiftly disappeared at this moment. The strange mask on his face rose into the air. Before it fell, it was grabbed by a powerless hand. Chapter 832. At this moment, it should have been late at night in the desolate desert. However, it was as if it was daytime. The yellow sand below seemed to have come alive as it surged and flowed, emitting a bright red-hot glow. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was not yellow sand, but a boiling hot purgatory of magma. This place was like the scene after a volcano had erupted. It was more like a purgatory on Earth. Xiaoyan weakly held the strange mask in his palm. Only then did an exhausted expression appear on his face. The moment his body relaxed, he felt his entire body become limp. His body hung shakily in the air, as if it could fall down at any moment. Raising all aspects of his body to their peak condition in a short period of time, or even surpassing it, placed an extremely heavy burden on Xiaoyan. Just the attack earlier had exhausted quite a lot of Xiaoyan's dou qi from the vortex in his body. Even his spiritual strength had been exhausted by more than half. At this moment, Xiaoyan no longer had any extra strength to continue staying in this empty space. He needed to make the best use of his time to leave this place. Xiaoyan forcefully endured the feeling of emptiness in his body as well as the nearly uncontrollable dizziness in his mind. He suddenly waved his large hand and swiftly stored the Northern King into his storage ring. The avatar around him had already disappeared. His body moved. He did not have the time to determine his direction as he randomly charged in a certain direction. Currently, he only wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible. As for the body of the Black Shadow, which had already been declared dead, it fell uncontrollably. Finally, it fell into the hot magma below. Splash! A circle of splash-like waves was set off on the surface of the magma. The waves quickly spread out, and after spreading out more than 100 feet, it gradually calmed down. At this time, the position where the figure fell just now seemed as if nothing had happened. Nearly an hour after Xiaoyan left, the calm magma suddenly began to churn intensely. Accompanied by a sharp miserable cry, an extremely illusionary spiritual body, whose image was difficult to capture, suddenly charged out from the churning magma. The magma that wrapped around the human figure gradually fell when he revealed himself. Looking at his appearance, even though his body was already extremely thin, one could roughly recognize that this fellow was surprisingly the person from the Ghost Hall, who had been killed by Xiaoyan's strong points. After receiving a total of 56 feet of Xiaoyan's attack, he was still able to retain a thread of his soul. It must be said that this fellow's life was extremely tenacious. However, given his current condition, the degree of weakness of his spiritual strength made it difficult for him to recover. It would be difficult for him to even protect himself with this thread of soul fragment. However, in order to survive, he could only forcefully support his extremely weak soul fragment and flee in the opposite direction from where Xiaoyan had left. On the other side, Xiaoyan's condition had also plummeted. As the strength of the Dragon Phoenix bloodline was gradually withdrawn, the clan tattoo between his brows, which was flickering like a star, also swiftly dimmed. In the end, after flying for an unknown period of time, Xiaoyan's body uncontrollably fell downwards. In the final instant before Xiaoyan lost consciousness, a ray of light shot into his eyes. At the same time, Xiaoyan's entire body also fell unconscious. After which, he heavily smashed into the desert below like a meteor. Beside him was a strange grass that appeared withered and yellow. but was secretly filled with life. Time was like the gravel in the air as it flew towards the distant sky, gradually moving further and further away. Compared to the boundless desert, the changes in the environment within the desert were not quick and obvious. However, at the same time, the degree of danger was even more terrifying than the desert. In this place, even though the weather was dry and hot all year round, fresh blood would never dry up. This was because, in this place, there were people or magical beasts dying almost every moment. The blood from the massacre was enough to condense into a river of blood within the desert. However, under the erosion of time, this boundless river of blood had long been buried under the thick dust. In the scorching desert, magical beasts ran amok. The nature of magical beasts made them even more sensitive to any living creature. At this moment, the sharp dog noses of a group of desolate wolves smelled a special scent in the air. That scent caused them to feel infatuation and fanaticism. That scent was like a living person, but also like a corpse that had just lost its breath. This was practically equivalent to picking up a delicious meal for free, causing the nature of these fellows, who were not small in size, to become even crazier. In a short while, this group of desolate wolves arrived at the source of the scent. However, the result that appeared in front of their eyes made them feel stupefied. At this very moment, what appeared in front of this group of desolate wolves was still a desolate desert that was as empty as ever. Sand and rocks flew everywhere. Other than a few stalks of grass that were rolling in the wind, there was nothing else. In the surroundings, there were a few slopes that could be considered steep, surrounding this area into a natural small basin. At this moment, this group of desolate wolves was right in the middle of this basin. Looking carefully, in the middle of the copper-like soil, there was a circle of strange yellow powder that seemed to be sprinkled by someone. Roar! The leading desolate wolf let out a low roar of uneasiness. The group of wolves behind it also seemed to have felt something. Magical beasts' perception of danger seemed to far surpass humans. However, when they sensed this point, it was often too late. Ha 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 ha. This group of wild brats really did come in. This is great. As long as we take their dog skins and add on their dog meat and dog bones, that guy Jinga shouldn't stop us, right? Right at this moment, in the surroundings of the basin, a group of human figures suddenly appeared. They formed an encirclement and surrounded the group of desolate wolves in the basin. Roar! The group of desolate wolves suddenly became chaotic. Wolf howls suddenly rang out. Each and every one of them tucked their tails between their legs, but their ears were raised high. The group of desolate wolves couldn't help but shrink together. Alai, don't be careless anymore. Even though this group of animals doesn't have much attack power, their speed is very fast. This time, you must not let them run away. In the crowd, a middle-aged man spoke to the sturdy young man who spoke a moment ago. His words contained a bit of warning. Immediately after, the crowd, under the leadership of the middle-aged man, quickly fought with the group of desolate wolves. When the battle started, miserable cries endlessly rang out. The group of desolate wolves quickly retreated, but as for the imagined deaths and injuries, they did not appear. The miserable cries of the desolate wolves instead sounded as if they were deliberately doing it. It was as if they wanted to disturb the emotions of the humans in front of them. The entire group of desolate wolves looked extremely chaotic, but in reality, they were all under the control of the head wolf. The group of desolate wolves was orderly, and they moved like ghosts. The crowd was split into several groups by them. As a result, everyone's power was equally distributed, so the group of desolate wolves would not quickly be defeated under everyone's attacks. The desolate wolves freely shuttled back and forth within the crowd. They were not affected by the crowd in the slightest. This was just like what the middle-aged man said. The degree of agility of the desolate wolves was far above that of ordinary human experts. In a short period of time, the group of desolate wolves and the human race was in a relatively balanced state. Chapter 833. However, human experts were in the majority after all. Over time, it was inevitable that some wild wolves would be knocked down by the crowd's attacks. However, following the wolf pack's counterattack, the crowd also gradually started to have casualties. For a moment, the battle between the two races became even more intense. However, at a certain moment, the sturdy young man in the crowd caught a glimpse of a black-robed, pale-faced, unconscious human in the underbrush. Just at that moment, a wild wolf retreated in the direction of the black-robed human. If its huge wolf claws were to trample on that person's body, it would probably leave a huge hole in his body in an instant. Ali was slightly startled in his heart. After all, they were all humans. Relatively speaking, he, who was more warm-hearted, could not bear to see this unfamiliar black-robed man die under the feet of the wild wolf. The sturdy young man flashed and already arrived in front of the unconscious man's head. At the same time that the wolf claws descended, he quickly dragged the black-robed man's body back a certain distance. Only then was he able to dodge this dangerous attack. However, in the next moment, just as the sturdy young man was about to gasp for breath, the head wolf of the wild wolf pack suddenly appeared behind him. Its sharp wolf claws extended and fiercely slashed through the air, leaving behind a vacuum. In the blink of an eye, it had already appeared above the sturdy young man's head. At the same time, the faces of some of the leaders in the crowd suddenly changed. In such a short distance, they simply did not have enough time to make a rescue. They could only stare blankly as the sturdy young man died under the wolf claws. At that moment, even the sturdy young man himself felt despair at the bottom of his heart. How could he have thought that he, who was only trying to save someone out of kindness, would instead bring himself and the black-robed man into the abyss of death? However, in the instant that the wolf claws were about to descend, a sharp gaze, like an invisible arrow, instantly pierced through the Wolf King's head. Even though it did not use any power or even cause spatial fluctuations, the wild Wolf King instantly lost all of its life force. The sharp wolf claws that were aimed at the burly young man fell to the ground uncontrollably. The moment its huge body fell to the ground, a thick cloud of dust was kicked up. Immediately after, the surrounding wolf pack was also shocked by this sudden change. Following the death of the Wolf King, the wolf pack became even crazier. Without the slightest bit of order, each of them crazily ran towards the outside of the crowd. Unfortunately, without the slightest bit of order, the wolf pack was quickly surrounded once again. Everyone went up together, and dozens of huge wild wolves fell down one by one. In only a short period of time, dozens of wild wolves were completely suppressed by the people present. Half of them had already died. Enough. Leave some leeway for everything. 20 wild wolves. Even if we take out half, the remaining 10 will be enough for our own people. We don't need to kill that many. Just as everyone was preparing to take action and kill the remaining dozens of wild wolves, the middle-aged man in the lead spoke out and stopped them. Hearing this, everyone also obeyed their respective orders. Although they acted recklessly and were usually boorish, they were completely convinced by this person's words. Seeing everyone stop with his own eyes, the middle-aged man turned his gaze towards the burly young man. At this moment, the latter's entire body was covered in cold sweat as he supported the black-robed young man who had already woken up in his embrace. And this black-robed young man was naturally Xiao Yan without a doubt. "Umph, you brat, you almost died under the Wolf King's claws just now. Do you know that?" Before the person arrived, a low reprimanding voice had already sounded out. Following that, the burly young man's face also revealed a hint of shame. "Sorry, Uncle Fenglun. I'll be careful next time." The burly young man's face was red as he deeply lowered his head and said with an extremely soft voice, "Umph, how many times have you said these words to me? Every time, you say you'll be careful. Every time, you only cause trouble for others. Someone saved you before, and this time, you were lucky so you survived. Then in the future, if you're alone outside, who will save you?" But enough. You don't need to say any more. I don't want to hear your excuses. As for him, when he looked at Xiao Yan again, the middle-aged man couldn't help but wrinkle his eyebrows. In his mind, he recalled the Wolf King's seemingly dead state a moment ago. Originally, that claw would have solidly landed on the bodies of the two young men in front of him. However, at that crucial moment, the Wolf King suddenly died. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Within their own group, there was absolutely no one who had strength strong enough to easily kill the Wolf King. Unless it was the black-robed young man with a pale complexion standing in front of him. However, this young man clearly had the appearance of a heavily injured person. Moreover, based on the latter's age, it was probably impossible for him to possess that kind of strength. Was he thinking too much? The middle-aged man inwardly shook his head in his heart. He didn't say anything else and only coldly snorted to express his dissatisfaction. He then returned to the front of the group and instructed everyone to put away the required wild wolf corpses. After that, the group of people quickly dashed towards the direction they came from, leaving behind a group of temporarily trapped wild wolves. Alai carried the frail body of Xiao Yan on his back and followed at the very back of the group. The people in front of him had long since become accustomed to his way of doing things. Alai was a person who was overly zealous. He had saved too many people, but generally speaking, the majority of people would have a skeptical attitude towards his kind help. There were even quite a few people who repaid kindness with enmity. However, Alai wasn't affected in the slightest. Using Alai's words, he saved those people. As long as they didn't kill him, what could they possibly take from him? Even if they were gifted to him, he wouldn't necessarily want a destitute brat. As for Alai's reason for saving people, it was because he hoped that he could become a hero, a powerhouse. A hero was definitely a powerhouse, but a powerhouse wasn't necessarily a hero. That was what Alai had always been telling himself. Unfortunately, his heart made him a powerful expert, but his cultivation level. Up until now, he was only a 3-star half-martial emperor. With that kind of strength, he couldn't even be considered as a mainstay in their group, let alone a hero. Sigh, following at the very back of the group, Alai deeply sighed in his heart. His body moved and even more things surged out from his body. Traces of sweat appeared on his forehead as he strenuously followed the group in front of him. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was on his back, opened his pitch-black eyes. Although there was a bit of exhaustion on his face, his cultivation and strength were currently slowly recovering. Looking at the group in front of him, then glancing at the sturdy young man who was currently carrying him, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth revealed a grateful smile. Chapter 834. Xiao Yan stayed on Alai's back for nearly half a day. Only when the sky was about to turn dark, and the time was close to evening, did the group of dozens of people arrive at a station surrounded by earth and rocks. Here there were many carriages and tents. Some traces of bonfires that had already been extinguished on the ground told Xiao Yan that this group of people had already stayed here for a period of time. Even the carriages that were transporting goods were similarly covered with a layer of sand. This further proved Xiao Yan's conjecture in his heart. And from this group's attire and the way they walked, Xiao Yan roughly guessed that this group of people should be a mercenary group. From the looks of it, they were escorting goods. Previously, when he heard their conversation, the reason why this group of people wanted to kill the wild wolf was to enter the nearest city, Wuxia City. Because it was the only large city in this desert, everyone had to pay a certain amount of fees to enter Wuxia City. And on this journey, in order to pass through the desert, they had already used up a lot of resources. Now that they had arrived here, in order to make it easier to enter the city, they had no choice but to choose to kill the wild wolf. They wanted to use the valuable items on the wild wolf as the fee to enter the city. All right, brothers. We have already stayed here for a period of time. Since we have collected enough fees today, there is no time to lose. Let's set off now. The sky is getting dark. Be careful. At night, that group of beasts will be crazy. Don't let them tear off a piece of you. The middle-aged man in the lead warned the rest of the team. Everyone nodded, and the man did not say anything else. He walked straight to Alai. The rest of the team could make him feel at ease, but Alai was the only one he could not stop worrying about. Uncle Fengluan, don't worry. I will definitely be careful. Seeing the middle-aged man walking towards him, Alai nodded his head heavily at Fengluan and said with a smile, I hope so. Tonight you will follow me. You are not allowed to go anywhere. Fengluan's tone was somewhat resentful that Alai did not live up to his expectations. Just as his words fell, he raised his eyes to look at Xiao Yan and said with an impatient tone, You also come with me. When he said this, Fengluan deliberately glanced at Xiao Yan again. Even he didn't know why. Hearing Fengluan's words, Xiao Yan, who was sitting cross-legged beside Alai and slowly recovering his strength with the help of medicinal pills, could not help but be startled. He raised his eyes to look at Fengluan, the expression in his eyes somewhat strange. An 8-star half-martial emperor, the strongest person in this group, wants me, a 5-star Dodi, to follow behind him? Unfortunately, Feng Luan had already let the two of them pass, and was walking towards a tent. He could not see the expression on Xiao Yan's face. Haha, little brother, don't mind it. Although Uncle Feng Luan appears to be a cold and indifferent person, in reality, he is most concerned about the life and death of our group. He does not wish for anything to happen to us, and has always used his greatest ability to protect everyone in the group. Unfortunately, although I also wish to share this burden with him, I have always disappointed Uncle Feng Luan and have always caused trouble for him. At the end of his words, a sense of self-blame surged into Alai's words. The smile that had just been revealed on his face was also involuntarily withdrawn. Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled and nodded his head. After which, he cupped his hands toward Alai and said, "Big brother Alai, thank you for saving my life today. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would have died under the claws of that wild wolf." Haha, little brother, there is no need to be so polite. The wild wolf is originally our prey. Additionally, we are all humans. It is reasonable for us to help each other. Alai smiled. His smile appeared to be quite comfortable and brilliant. That's right. I have yet to ask for little brother's name. Alai suddenly recovered, appearing to have recalled something. When Xiao Yan heard the former's words, he was also slightly at a loss. After hesitating for a moment in his heart, he said, "I am Xiao Yan. Feng Lai. They all call me Alai. You should also call me that." Xiao Yan smiled and nodded his head. He called out Alai. Alai's mouth also repeated his name. The two of them faced each other and laughed. Immediately after, just as Xiao Yan raised his head, he saw a beautiful young girl wearing a white long skirt from a nearby luxurious tent. She was currently walking out with light and graceful steps. Slightly startled, Xiao Yan did not investigate too carefully. He never would have thought that there would actually be a woman here. Moreover, looking at her cultivation, she could be considered to be at the top within this group of people. She was a 7-star half-emperor. When Xiao Yan's gaze moved up and swept past the latter's exquisite and delicate body, he saw a face that was as beautiful as a flower roll. Willowy eyebrows and skin were as white as snow. Almond eyes, pretty nose and mouth were like sandalwood. However, although she was naturally gorgeous, the indifferent temperament that was imperceptibly pervaded the air made people feel that she was like a snow lotus on an iceberg. She was proud and independent, and kept people 1,000 miles away. "Uncle Feng, who is this person? Why did he appear in our group?" Soon, the young girl discovered the gaze that Xiao Yan shot at her. That gaze was poles apart from that of ordinary people. It was not the kind of gaze that was filled with reverence. Instead, it was filled with pure admiration. Haha, Miss Feng, there is no need to mind. This person was saved by us on the way. When we arrive at Wuxia City, we will let him leave. Seeing that the young girl in front of him actually changed the topic to Xiao Yan, a stranger, Feng Luan could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then he respectfully told the truth. "Oh." The young girl lightly nodded her head. The expression on her face seemed to be saying, "No wonder you dared to look at me like that." Soon the entire group was ready to set off. The goods that had landed on the ground were reloaded onto the carriage. Everyone also stood up. Dozens of people surrounded the two sides of the carriage to protect it. From a certain point of view, the goods on the carriage were more important than their lives. This was the most cohesive performance of a mercenary group. The sky quickly darkened. The pitch-black night sky seemed to have pulled a black curtain over the world. No one knew what kind of story would unfold next. However, in everyone's heart, they all hoped that this night would be calm and windless. Like a piece of white paper, they would rather abandon it than add unnecessary colors to it. "Brother Alai, who is that girl? From what I see, she doesn't seem to be a member of your group." With the carriage, Xiao Yan and Alai lazily sat on it. The people around them did not seem to care. Out of boredom, Xiao Yan curiously asked about the young girl. "Hehe, she is very beautiful. Miss Feng is the daughter of a big family. In addition to transporting goods, our main purpose of crossing the desert this time is to protect Miss Feng's safety. The desert is full of magical beasts. You should have a deep understanding of it." Alai parted his mouth and smiled. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, was slightly startled when he heard these words. His mind immediately recalled the scene where he had seen Sun Er in that shattered jade token. The pair of hands under his sleeves also quietly clenched tightly at this moment. Sun Er, wait for me. Chapter 835. Miss Fong's family was located in Helan City, which was relatively close to Wuxia City. Her family was the second largest faction in Helan City, and had been on par with the Wang family for many years. However, the Wang family was growing stronger and stronger. Their strength had already surpassed the Fong family, and they were about to swallow them up. Of course, Xiaoyan was not concerned about this matter. As the saying goes, one should not worry about things that did not concern him. Xiaoyan was never a person who liked to meddle in other people's business. The night was long. After chatting with Ali for a while, Xiaoyan sat down. With a thought, the flame mantra chi method began to circulate. Threads of natural energy appeared to be attracted and gathered towards Xiaoyan. As for Ali, he was called over by Fengluan, and helplessly followed behind Fengluan. As these energies flowed into his body, Douqi gradually gathered within Xiaoyan's almost exhausted vortex. His cultivation was gradually recovering under this kind of slow training. Fortunately, the group did not meet with any danger after traveling for an entire night in the desolate desert. Xiaoyan was in a state of self-recovery. Few people in the group had a good impression of this stranger. However, no one wanted to provoke him either. This allowed Xiaoyan to be even more peaceful. After a night of training, Xiaoyan's strength had only recovered by 20%. Under normal circumstances, given the wonders of the flame mantra, Xiaoyan would be able to recover to his peak in one night. However, as he was currently in the group and did not want to alarm them, Xiaoyan's training speed was slowed to this extent. During the day, other than 2 short breaks, the group continued to travel towards the west. According to the leader Fengluan, the group would reach Wuxia City in around 3 days. At that time, Xiaoyan would be separated from them. 3 days, huh? Xiaoyan softly muttered in his mouth, and once again entered into a state of training. 3 days, including the daytime, was sufficient for Xiaoyan to fully recover. However, on the night of the second day, night fell and a bleak atmosphere once again filled the area. Just as the group finished their third break, between heaven and earth, a fierce gust of wind suddenly rushed towards the entire convoy. On the carriage, Xiaoyan's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. A pair of pitch-black deep eyes looked directly at the front of the group. At that spot, where no one could see, a huge beast was swiftly charging towards the group. Everyone be careful, there is danger. Fengluan, who was leading the group, immediately frowned when he sensed this unusual cold wind. After traveling in this desert for many years, he could not be more familiar with the environment. However, he had never encountered such a strange cold wind. Unless what he was facing was not this strange cold wind. A huge beast with frightening strength. At this moment, even young Lady Fong had a solemn expression on her pretty face as she walked out from her personal residence. Strands of milky white douqi lingered from her jade-like palm and agglomerated into a solid douqi armor on the surface of the young lady's body. In a short span of a couple of breaths, everyone in the group had taken out their weapons. Their eyes looked all around them. Their hearts were filled with anxiety as they prepared for a big battle. 10,000 feet, 5,000 feet, 100 feet. It's here. At the front of the group, Fengluan and young Lady Fong were already prepared for battle. The two of them each took out a pitch-black long spear and a snow-white long sword. Although the sky was dark, a huge silhouette had already appeared in their line of sight. The one who had come was actually a 9-star half-emperor. Facing them with such strength, it would undoubtedly be a one-sided battle. Even though this was the case, they had no choice but to brace themselves and rush forward in the face of such a battle. Just as the entire group was prepared for battle, Xiaoyan, who was in a carriage at the back, moved his heart. A vast and mighty spiritual strength swiftly surged out from between his brows at this moment. It passed by everyone below and arrived in front of the huge beast in the blink of an eye. Get lost! A soundless cry continued to resound within the huge beast's mind. Immediately, the huge beast's body, which was originally rushing forward, came to a sudden halt. Its entire body trembled as it stood still on the spot. The original thought of looting everything in its heart was also instantly shattered at this moment. being able to reach the level of a 9-star half-emperor. The intelligence of this huge beast was naturally not inferior to a human. Just from that stern cry from earlier, it was able to clearly understand that the other party was definitely an elite Dodi. How would a mere bandit dare to go against the will of an elite Dodi? Immediately, this huge beast emitted a low obedient roar. Under the solemn mood of everyone in front, it suddenly turned around and fled in the direction that it had come from. Only after a dozen breaths later, did the group led by Feng Luan gradually recover while their hearts were filled with shock. They sensed that the originally powerful pressure that was about to descend had actually swiftly retreated like a tide at this moment. The hearts of everyone present felt incomparably shocked. The sky was still pitch black. As a precaution, the group once again rested on the spot for a moment. Only after they confirmed that the beast would not return did everyone stand up and continue their journey to the west. During the subsequent journey, the same thing happened 3 times in succession. The thing that caused them to feel the most suspicious was that on the 3rd time, everyone in the convoy had clearly discovered traces of a group of magical beasts. However, the same scene as before appeared once again. Before everyone could see those magical beasts with their own eyes, the magical beasts would quickly scatter and flee in all directions. It was as though they had been frightened by something. This caused everyone in the convoy to feel puzzled. At the same time, Feng Luan's and young Lady Feng's gazes involuntarily landed on the carriage behind them and the black-robed young man who was lazily lying on the goods. All of this seemed to have started after this black-robed young man had joined their convoy. Could it really be him? Feng Luan and young Lady Feng involuntarily had this thought in their hearts. However, when they thought about it carefully, the latter was merely a young man. Moreover, he had an injured body. How could it be possible for him to force back so many magical beasts? It was likely that there was another reason behind this. Without the harassment of the magical beasts, the speed of the convoy's advance was undoubtedly much faster. Everyone did not pause even a little during the 3rd day's journey. It was only noon when the outline of a city appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Tall city walls stood on the ground. The human flow in front of them also gradually increased. At the very front of Xiao Yan's line of sight, he could clearly see 3 large words carved on the tall and mighty city gate in a dragon-like manner. Wuyu City. Chapter 836. Wuyu City was located at the border of the Western Wastelands region. It was located in the Gobi Desert. To the east was a desolate desert while to the west was desolate. The land was barren and not a single green leaf could be seen. This place could be said to be the most barren place in the Yuanwu continent. However, it was after all one of the top cities in the outer regions of the Western Wastelands region. The size and prosperity of Wuyu City could be seen at a glance. As far as the eye could see, the black-colored city walls were towering, and one could not even see the edge of the city walls. Large clusters of buildings emerged from the city, and each building was taller than the other. It was as if they were competing with each other. Human traffic flowed in and out of the city like a tide and the noise reached the sky. Based on this, one could tell that the prosperity of Wuyu City was not inferior to Yan City. It is indeed worthy of being a large city at the border of the Western Wastelands region. It can be considered grand. Xiao Yan's figure leaped down from the carriage. His footsteps were relaxed as he arrived at the front of the group. After 3 days of training, Xiao Yan's aura had completely recovered to its peak. Since the group had already arrived at this place, it was likely time for them to leave. However, when Xiao Yan's figure arrived at the front of the group, quite a number of people from the crowd behind threw surprised gazes at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's action just now appeared to be relaxed and casual. However, the relaxed manner in which he flashed past everyone, as well as the cool breeze that he carried when his body flashed past, had unknowingly revealed his shocking speed to everyone. When one's strength reached the Do-D class, all aspects of one's body would be greatly strengthened. In terms of speed alone, it was already not something that an ordinary bandit could compare with. Although one could not tell anything from Xiao Yan's actions earlier, everyone present was certain that there were not many people in the group who possessed such an agile agility. It seemed that this little fellow was not an ordinary person. The few people in the group looked at each other and saw a shocked expression in each other's eyes. At this moment, Feng Luan and young Lady Feng, who were at the front of the group, also since the arrival of the people behind them. The two of them turned their heads to look at the latter. However, Xiao Yan's figure had already appeared beside the two of them at the same time. Hiss! The hearts of the two of them were startled. They did not expect the speed of this black-robed young man to be faster than they had expected. Immediately, the expressions of the two of them changed a little. Fortunately, this person had been recovering from his injuries along the way. Otherwise, it was likely that they would be in quite a lot of trouble if they were to fight with him. Fortunately, they had already arrived at Wuyu City. They had already arrived at their destination, Xiaoyan and Xiaoyan's group. In this way, and Xiaoyan's group. Brother Fenglun. Brother. Suddenly, the bored Feng Lai by the side discovered Xiaoyan's existence. Immediately he bared his teeth and took a large stride forward, directly grabbing Xiaoyan's shoulders. The loud laughter in his mouth attracted the attention of quite a number of passers-by around them. Xiaoyan smiled. He had a good impression of Lai in his heart. This was probably due to the latter's cheerful character. He seemed to be able to get along well with anyone and laugh happily. It was indeed not easy for such a character to exist in this mainland. Haha. This is Wuyu City. It's huge, right? Lai smiled. It was as if he was showing off to Xiaoyan. Of course, this kind of showing off was very pure, and did not contain any other impurities, nor was it intentional. Yes. Xiaoyan smiled and nodded his head. He had originally intended to leave. However, because of this fellow, he decided to stay. Let's enter the city first. It won't be too late to leave after we enter the city. Xiaoyan secretly delayed in his heart. This is the second largest city I have visited. In the future, I will visit even bigger cities. I swear that I will travel the entire mainland. Lai continued to laugh heartily as he boasted about his ridiculous dream. Xiaoyan nodded his head in agreement. To travel the entire mainland, first of all, one must have courage. Secondly, one must have cultivation strength. Only with enough courage would he be able to persist in his original intentions and beliefs. Strength was a shortcut to speed up his progress. This dream might seem small, but if it could be realized, then Lai would definitely become a truly respected expert. Those who thought his dream was ridiculous were the real fools. Here, this is for you. Taking advantage of the fact that Feng Luan and Miss Feng were discussing something, Xiaoyan extended his hand in front of Lai, and a green scroll appeared in his hand. This was a would attribute middle-level qi method. Compared to Lai's own qi method, it was many times stronger. Through his perception, Xiaoyan could clearly sense Lai's own attributes. Perhaps it was because Lai had saved his life, or perhaps it was because Xiaoyan was overflowing with sympathy that he gave this cultivation technique to him. What is this? Lai frowned as a trace of suspicion appeared on his tanned face. This is something that can help you travel the entire mainland. However, you can only look at it after I leave. Furthermore, you must not let a second person see it. Otherwise, it will lose its effect. Xiaoyan smiled. While Lai was still in a daze, he stuffed the scroll into Lai's arms. At the same time, the convoy arrived in front of the city gate. The crowded crowd gradually dispersed. The passers-by in front also made way for them. The convoy of dozens of people swaggered and arrived in front of the city gate without any hindrance. There were over a dozen guards wearing scarlet yellow armor at the entrance of the city. One of them, who appeared to be the leader, walked forward with an expressionless face when he saw this group of people. The long spear in his hand blocked the entrance of the city, blocking everyone's path. Leader Feng, we are old acquaintances. I don't need to say any more nonsense. Here is the entrance fee. Feng Luan had brought dozens of brothers and mingled in the western wastelands for so many years, so he naturally recognized the guards of Wuyu City. It was just that the relationship between the two guards was not friendly. I, Feng Luan, have walked this path countless times. I naturally understand the rules. Brothers, take out your fees and let our captain go properly examine it. Feng Luan laughed loudly. Especially when he read the surname of the person in front of him, the people behind him all followed and laughed loudly. Even some passers-by couldn't help but blush, yet they didn't dare to laugh out loud. It was very obvious that in their hearts, they were especially afraid of this Captain Go. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately after, along with a series of rumbling sounds of heavy objects falling onto the ground, the corpses of wild wolves appeared in front of the city gate. Instantly, countless figures flew into the sky and each of them dodged and scattered. At the same time, a shock couldn't help but surge into their eyes when they looked at Feng Luan and the others. These are 20 wild wolves. TSK. That's a huge fortune. The passers-by were all shocked. They didn't think that Feng Luan's group would actually take out 20 wild wolves as the entrance fee. And after Feng Luan's group took out the 20 wild wolves, they also looked at the shock on Captain Go's face with a smile that was not a smile. They also didn't think that Feng Luan's group would actually be able to kill 20 wild wolves. However, just as Feng Luan looked at Captain Go with a cold smile on his face, the latter suddenly laughed coldly and said with a grin, 20 wild wolves. This can truly be said to be an astonishing achievement. However, Feng Luan frowned slightly. He felt a wave of uneasiness in his heart from the expression that this guy revealed on his face. According to what I know, including you, there are a total of 80 people in your mercenary group. And right now, you seem to have brought 2 more outsiders. I will pay for Miss Feng's fees. You only need to let her pass. What about him? Captain Go's gaze turned and looked at Xiaoyan again. His eyes narrowed as he asked, Brat, for us to be able to send you here is already the greatest kindness. If you don't want to cause trouble for us, you can either use your own money to enter the city right now, or please leave our group. Uncle Fenglin, you shut up. This matter is his own, so it should be settled by him. Fengluan spoke to Xiaoyan. The meaning of his words was clearly to have Xiaoyan take the initiative to leave his group. Just as Alei was about to open his mouth, he was stunned by the latter's berating. Fengluan's gaze, on the other hand, had been on Xiaoyan's body from the beginning to the end, as if he was waiting for his decision. Xiaoyan smiled slightly and shrugged his shoulders. His feet moved a little to the side and retreated into the crowd. Only after seeing this did Fengluan withdraw his gaze. He once again looked at Captain Go in front of him and said in a deep voice, Now we can go in, right? If it was any other time, Fengluan's group would have already entered long ago. However, today Fengluan had humiliated Captain Go's surname. This made Captain Go somewhat unwilling. The reason why he had said those words just now was only to give Fengluan a show of strength. However, he did not expect that it would actually end like this. Seeing that Fengluan's group was about to enter the city, Captain Go's thoughts quickly spun. Just as Fengluan was somewhat impatient and wanted to step forward to push away the spear in Captain Go's hand, Captain Go turned his spear and slanted it towards the ground. It's not difficult to enter. However, recently, the higher-ups have just issued a new order. I forgot to mention it before. The fee for everyone who enters Wuyu City will be increased by 40%. If it was in the past, your mercenary group would be able to enter with 20 wild wolves. But now, unless you take out another 5 wild wolves, don't even think about entering the city. Captain Go's face was ferocious. No matter what, he had to make Fengluan bleed a lot today. Otherwise, it would really be difficult to appease the resentment in his heart. Go Changlin, you're making something out of nothing. Fengluan was furious. The person in front of him was simply intentionally making things difficult for them. Who said that I'm making something out of nothing? And it was also at this moment that the voice of a middle-aged man suddenly came from the other side of the city gate. Chapter 837. Soon after the middle-aged man's voice was transmitted over, a middle-aged man wearing luxurious clothes swiftly flew over from the other side of the city gate. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared at the city gate. A pair of sharp eyes swept over everyone outside the city. Anyone who met his gaze lowered their heads in fear. Of course, Xiaoyan was an exception. Finally, the middle-aged man's eyes landed on Fengluan. His eyes carried traces of coldness. Fengluan, you seem to be a little dissatisfied with my decision? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and stared at Fengluan. An invisible pressure that belonged to a 4-star Dodi pressed toward the latter. The expression on Fengluan's face immediately changed drastically when he sensed this powerful pressure. His face swiftly turned red. He clenched his teeth tightly, and the Do Qi within the vortex within his body swiftly circulated in an attempt to resist this pressure. Jing. Jingge. Is Jingge something that you can call? The middle-aged man's voice was deep. At the same time, the pressure that descended on Feng Luan's body became even more frightening. His body, which was already having difficulty supporting itself, bent his waist at this moment. His legs also involuntarily trembled. It seemed that he would kneel on the ground at any moment because of this. City Chief Jin, Company Chief Feng did not intend to offend you. It is only because he was anxious earlier that he directly called you by your name. He only hopes to clarify the whole story of this matter. Young Miss Feng by the side also frowned slightly when she saw this scene. She took half a step forward. Although her strength was weak, she still relied on the pressure of a 7-star bandit in an attempt to help Feng Luan block some of the shocking strength. What I have said is the whole story. Why? Does this young miss also wish to stand up for him? May I know who you are? The middle-aged man coldly laughed when he saw this. His gaze swept up and down young Miss Feng's alluring lovely body. When his gaze saw the latter's exquisite pretty face and voluptuous lovely body, a lustful glint flashed across his eyes. He had already known that the young miss of the Feng clan would pass by after receiving a generous invitation from the Wang clan of Helan City. He was ordered to stop her at all costs and use her as a bargaining chip to threaten the Feng clan. Of course, the Wang clan would naturally not stop him after he captured her. In short, he could do whatever he wanted as long as he did not die. Although he was not completely certain, he had already guessed in his heart that this woman in front of him should be the young miss of the Feng clan. I am called Feng Ruyan. I am the young miss of the Feng clan of Helan City. I hope that City Chief Jin can overlook the matter today on account of the Feng clan. This can be considered as making a friend. Feng Ruyan cupped her hands at the middle-aged man in front of her. After all, the other party was a Dodi. She could only use her family's name to intimidate him. She only hoped that he would not go overboard. Nothing. However, the other party's reply caused Feng Ruyan to be extremely shocked. Although her Feng clan could not be considered a rich and powerful family, it could be considered to be well known in this area of Wuxia City. However, the person in front of her actually said that he did not care. How could Feng Ruyan's heart remain calm? I will pay for the entrance fee of the mercenary company, including my own. Now City Chief, please let her go. The expression on her pretty face changed rapidly. After a couple of breaths, Feng Ruyan finally calmed down and spoke to the person in front of her. Hearing these words, the middle-aged man involuntarily raised his eyebrows. He frowned slightly and appeared to have descended into deep thought. Soon after, a short couple of breaths later, "Ha ha ha, young Miss Feng is really extravagant. Unfortunately, since you have come here today, this city chief does not intend to let you pass." Buzz. The middle-aged man suddenly laughed coldly. The aura and pressure that belonged to a 4-star Dodi swept in all directions at this moment. At the same time, Feng Ruyan's lovely body was firmly locked in place under this powerful aura and pressure. She was unable to move. The middle-aged man's face was filled with a savage smile. He raised his hand and his palm turned into a claw. He aimed his palm at Feng Ruyan, and a suction force surged. The frightening suction force immediately pulled the latter's lovely body toward him. The expression on Feng Ruyan's pretty face suddenly changed drastically. She did not expect that the person in front of her would actually attack her. Even if he was a 4-star Dodi, would he be afraid of her Feng clan? However, no matter how much Feng Ruyan thought in her heart, she was unable to change the current reality. Her body was uncontrollably moving toward this lunatic. Just as her neck was about to be locked by Jingu, it was also at this moment, a human figure swiftly flashed in front of Jingu and rescued Feng Ruyan. Looking carefully, this person was Feng Luan, who had just been freed from the control of the pressure. "Feng Luan, you are really bold." Seeing that the person was Feng Luan, Jingu was immediately furious. It was unexpected that the other party would dare to openly oppose him. Was he not afraid of the wrath of a Dodi? The motto of the mercenary company is to be responsible to the end. Today, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will definitely not let Miss Feng get hurt. Feng Luan coldly smiled when he heard Jin Ji's furious cry. His attitude was unusually determined. It seemed that it was just as he had said. He would definitely be responsible to the end. Bang. Seeing Feng Luan act in this way, The members of the mercenary company behind him also released the aura within their bodies. They separated from Jin Ji's aura and fought against each other in front of the city gate. Of course, even if it was 80 people against one person, the result would still be a crushing defeat due to the absolute difference in strength. However, the cooperation of these 80 people was amazing. May I ask if there was a second faction in the entire continent that had such a cohesive force? It was clearly impossible. Unfortunately, they had met an opponent that they could not defeat today. Good. What a good be responsible to the end. Since you are all courting death, this city chief will fulfill your wish today. Jin Ji's face was cold. As his voice sounded, he threw a punch at Feng Luan. His majestic Do Chi immediately condensed into a solid fist and heavily collided with Feng Luan's solemn face. Even though Feng Luan resisted with all his strength, he was still instantly defeated by a punch from a 4-star Do Di. Even though he did not die, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Uncle Feng Luan. Seeing that Feng Luan was seriously injured, Feng Lai immediately turned pale with fright. He hurriedly flew toward Feng Luan with a pale face. Seeing that Feng Luan's body was weak, Feng Lai was both frightened and furious. He suddenly turned around and the 3-star half-emperor aura crazily surged out of his body. His Do Chi crazily surged as he recklessly charged toward Jinge. Jinge. Feng Lai's eyes were scarlet. He roared furiously in his heart as his body crazily charged forward. Seeing this, Jinge coldly laughed in disdain and said, Humph, you are truly courting death. A mere 3-star half-emperor actually dares to step forward. You are truly reckless. As he spoke, he once again threw a punch forward. That punch from earlier was able to nearly kill Feng Luan, who was an 8-star half-emperor. If this punch were to land on Feng Lai's body, it would likely be difficult for him to survive. In the next instant, that solid fist suddenly exploded. The cold smile on the corner of Jin Ji's mouth gradually widened, after which, it gradually disappeared and became gloomy. Soon after, everyone present raised their eyes and looked over. A black-robed young man was standing in front of Feng Lai. He blocked Feng Lai with one hand while his back faced Jinge. His other hand was extended behind him and appeared to casually block Jin Ji's punch. Brat, even if you want to be a hero, you should act within your capabilities. The black-robed young man shook his head and laughed. He slowly raised his head and raised his young face. Under the sunlight, he slowly turned around and looked at Jinge. Chapter 838. A faint laughter spread in front of the city gate. Xiaoyan had casually resolved Jin Ji's attack with one hand. At the same time, he slowly turned around and smiled as he looked at the other party. Only at this moment did everyone in front of the city gate recover. They followed the voice and looked over. A countless number of gazes landed on Xiaoyan's body like spotlights. Soon after, the expressions of everyone present instantly changed. A deep shock involuntarily surfaced on everyone's faces. This was especially so for the people from the mercenary company. The expressions on their faces were especially interesting. This included young Lady Fong. Everyone's face revealed an expression of disbelief. They really had difficulty imagining that Jinge, a 4-star Do Di, could not block an attack from him that even the strongest person in their mercenary company, Feng Luan, could not block. However, this black-robed, young man in front of them had so easily resolved it. This was a little too shocking. Feng Ruyan, who had just helped Feng Luan consume a medicinal pill in front of the crowd, was currently staring intently at Xiaoyan with her pretty eyes. To be able to so easily block an attack from a 4-star Do Di, the cultivation of the person in front of her was at least a Do Di. Do Di, such a young elite Do Di. Feng Ruyan involuntarily muttered in her heart. The shock in her eyes became denser. At the same time, a thought flew in her heart. At the same time, the passers-by outside of the city gate were also shocked by the strength that Xiaoyan had displayed. Countless number of gazes swept over Xiaoyan. Discussions swiftly spread in front of the city gate. Even the human flow within the city gate was attracted by the activity at this side. When those people saw Xiaoyan, who was currently facing off against Jinge, their faces immediately revealed gloating smiles. However, when they learned of Xiaoyan's frightening strength from the words of the passers-by around them, the surrounding people, who were wearing shocked expressions, swiftly spread outwards. Even more human flow also gathered in this direction. Jin Ji's expression was gloomy as he looked at Xiao Yan in front of him. From the latter's easy action earlier, it was not difficult to tell that this black-robed young man in front of him was actually an elite Dodi. "Who are you?" Jin Ge said in a low voice. If not for the sudden attack of the person in front of him, Ali would have already turned into a bloody mist. "Do you need to know?" Xiao Yan calmly looked at him, ignoring the gloomy expression on Jin Ji's face. With Xiao Yan's current strength, he could even kill the person from the ghost hall, who was an intermediate 7-star Dodi. The person in front of him was merely a 4-star Dodi. He could kill the latter by relying on his avatar, much less personally attack. The corner of Jin Ji's eyes twitched involuntarily when he heard Xiao Yan's scornful words. Beside him, squad leader Go's heart moved when he saw this. He smiled coldly and stepped forward, wanting to perform well in front of Jin Ge. "Humph, how audacious! Don't you know that this is Wuxia City? In this place, anyone who sees my city lord must greet him respectfully. You actually dare to speak so rudely, truly." Bang! However, before Captain Go's words sounded, Ali's body suddenly exploded into a cluster of bloody mist. If nothing went wrong, this should have been Ali's ending. However, the positions of both parties had been swapped. The sudden appearance of this scene caused the bodies of quite a number of people to tremble. This was especially the case for the few guards wearing crimson-yellow armor. Their feet involuntarily shifted back. It was as though they were afraid of being implicated. Killing his subordinate in front of him. This action of the person in front of him was undoubtedly slapping his face in front of everyone. How could such a provocation not cause Jin Ge to be furious? However, when he recalled that the other party was also an elite Dodi, the fury in his heart was forcefully suppressed. He was also a Dodi. He knew just what kind of great strength a person of this level possessed. Going to start a conflict with an elite Dodi for a Bandi-class lackey was definitely an unwise choice. Moreover, Captain Go was already dead. Even if he intervened, it would be too late. He would not be able to make up for any losses. "What do you mean by this? Even if you want to kill a dog, you should first look at its owner, right?" Jin Ji's face was gloomy as he spoke. The aura within his body slowly spread outwards, pressuring Xiao Yan in front of him. Under the premise that he did not know the other party's exact cultivation, this method could be said to be extremely safe. He would not really start a conflict, nor would his aura be weaker than the other party's. Even if he wanted to attack, it would not be too late to do so after he figured out the other party's cultivation. He speaks too much nonsense and is very noisy. As for calling him a dog, isn't this a little insulting to dogs? Xiao Yan coldly laughed. As his words sounded, a thought passed through his mind. The powerful aura within his body charged toward Jin Ge without holding back. Immediately, Jin Ji's expression changed drastically. His mouth involuntarily let out an exclamation. Comparing the two, Xiao Yan's aura was like a raging wave that pounced toward him like a tsunami. On the other hand, Jin Ji's aura was like a river that was about to be destroyed by this tsunami. The other party could be said to have an unstoppable force that easily suppressed the aura within Jin Ji's body. At the same time, the expressions on the faces of everyone who had gathered in this place changed drastically. Numerous gazes were filled with shock as they looked at Xiao Yan. It was unexpected that this black-robed, young man, who appeared young, actually possessed such a frightening strength. He was even able to suppress Jin Ge, who was a 4-star Dodi. Did this not mean that his cultivation had at least reached that of a 5-star Dodi? How is it? Do you still want them to pay the entrance fee now? Xiao Yan's expression was cold. He originally had no intention of getting involved in this matter. However, Ali had actually rushed forward at the critical moment. Xiao Yan also did not wish to see Ali die. This was why he had intervened. Fortunately, Xiao Yan was completely confident that he could suppress a 4-star Dodi. Even though both parties were Dodi, the gap between each star was extremely large at this level. Even though Jin Ge was a 4-star Dodi, he did not have any chance of victory against a 5-star Dodi like Xiao Yan. This also explained why Jin Ji's expression had undergone a 180-degree change after learning of Xiao Yan's cultivation. No need, no need, no need. Everyone, please enter the city. Having witnessed Xiao Yan's frightening strength, Jing Ge no longer dared to stop him. He hurriedly turned around and ordered the guards hiding behind him to withdraw, after which he made a pleased gesture to Xiao Yan. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Don't worry. Mister, please go first." Seeing this, Xiao Yan did not stand on ceremony. He gently patted Alai who was behind him and the latter followed in a daze. After which, the group of mercenaries behind them carefully followed, feeling that it was unrealistic in their hearts. As for Feng Ruyan, the latter's pretty eyes had been firmly locked onto Xiao Yan from the beginning. Only when Xiao Yan's figure was blocked by the group behind did the young lady's eyes flash. She recovered and turned her head to take a look. Feng Luan had already been carried away by the people in the group. Only then did she hurriedly move her feet and swiftly follow. After this group of people disappeared from the city gate, Jing Ge, who was standing at the side of the city gate, finally slowly raised his head. His expression was extremely gloomy. At the same time, his forehead was already covered with perspiration. Chapter 839. Within Wuyu City, the mercenary company had already entered the city. Everyone followed Xiao Yan and continued to walk into the city for a long time. They only stopped when they reached an area where there were fewer people. The people behind them also paused. Numerous gazes looked at Xiao Yan in unison. In front of everyone, Xiao Yan slowly turned around and looked at Alai. At this moment, the expression on Alai's face was still a little absent-minded. He had never expected that he would be lucky enough to save the life of an elite Dodi. Moreover, this elite Dodi was actually this strong. Everything that had happened earlier had caused Alai's mind to be in an extremely absent-minded state. It was as though everything was a dream. "Alai?" Xiao Yan smiled and softly asked in a probing tone. "Ah." Alai was like a person who had suddenly been woken up from a dream when he heard this. After which he hurriedly recovered. His heart immediately became clear-headed when he saw the person in front of him. He hurriedly bowed to Xiao Yan and spoke in a respectful tone. "Sir, this little one did not know your identity earlier and has offended you. I hope that you can forgive me." "Brother Alai, there is no need to be so courteous. It is fine if we address each other as we did earlier." Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head when he saw Alai reveal this manner. A soft laugh sounded from his mouth. However, the latter still did not dare to be careless. After Xiao Yan's repeated persuasion, the latter gradually relaxed his heart. It is unexpected that Brother Xiao Yan is actually a 5-star Dodi. Honestly speaking, the strongest person I have seen is only a 4-star Dodi Jing Ge. It is unexpected that I am actually lucky enough to save a 5-star Dodi. I want to see who else dares to say that I am meddling in other people's business in the future. Although Alai was surprised and shocked by Xiao Yan's strength in his heart, he quickly chatted and laughed with Xiao Yan given his open character. Just as the two of them were laughing, two of the brothers behind them hurriedly walked over. The two of them were carrying the injured and unconscious Feng Luan. When Alai saw this, the smile that had just appeared on his face quickly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a deep worry. Alai rushed forward and grabbed Feng Luan's hand. First, he sent his fighting aura into Feng Luan's body to check his injuries. At this moment, Feng Luan's expression was extremely pale. Although he had already swallowed 2 Tier 2 medicinal pills earlier, the result was not ideal. After all, he had received a serious injury from a 4-star Dodi. This was not something that could be easily recovered by relying on Tier 2 medicinal pills. If he was not careful, Feng Luan might lose his life at any moment. "Uncle Feng Luan." As he probed deeper, the expression on Alai's face became more and more anxious. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together, as if water was about to drip out. The anxiety in his heart caused Alai's breathing to become hurried. "It's useless. Company Leader Feng's injuries are really too serious. My medicinal pills are unable to have any effect. He might." Feng Ruyan's pretty face carried an apologetic expression as she walked over from the side. Although she wanted to open her mouth and say some comforting words, she was unable to say anything in the end. The injuries that Feng Luan had received were really too serious. With his hefty body, he had received a heavy blow from a 4-star Dodi. In this kind of condition, the chances of him surviving was almost negligible. Even with the help of a Tier 2 medicinal pill, he was ultimately unable to save the situation. When the group of mercenaries behind her heard Feng Ruiyan's words, the atmosphere that had just become relaxed once again became gloomy. Everyone's faces revealed a deep hatred. Jinge. A fury immediately rose in Alai's heart when he thought that Feng Luan was about to leave him forever. The aura in his body, which had just calmed down, once again rose. His standing body involuntarily trembled. Let me take a look. He is not dead yet. Why is there a need to be so sad? Xiao Yan, who had sensed this, softly opened his mouth and spoke. At the same time, a hand was placed on Alai's shoulder. An enormous amount of spiritual strength poured into the latter's body, and swiftly suppressed the violent Do Qi. Once these words were spoken, regardless of whether it was Alai, Feng Ruiyan by his side, or the group of people from the mercenary company behind them, all of their gazes instantly landed on Xiao Yan. If one were to ask who the only person present who had the ability to save Feng Luan was, there was no need to say anything. It was naturally Xiao Yan without a doubt. At this moment, Alai had also turned his hopeful gaze to Xiao Yan. Regardless of whether Xiao Yan was able to save Feng Luan, this was the only way now. It was also the most hopeful possibility. Feeling everyone's gazes, Xiao Yan smiled confidently. He walked in front of the seriously injured and unconscious Feng Luan. With a flip of his hand, a Longan-sized emerald green medicinal pill appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. This was a rank 3 healing medicinal pill. It had a unique effect on people who were seriously injured. With it, injuries like the one in Feng Luan's body would not be a problem. Earlier, when Alai was still carefully examining Feng Luan, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength had already withdrawn from Feng Luan's body. He also had a comprehensive understanding of the latter's injuries. Honestly speaking, Xiao Yan did not really care about this kind of injury. With the rank 3 medicinal pills on him, Xiao Yan could take any one of them to heal his injuries. After taking out the medicinal pill, Xiao Yan did not hesitate to let Feng Luan consume it. In a short period of time, under the effect of the rank 3 medicinal pill, the medicinal effects that were filled with vitality rapidly spread throughout Feng Luan's body. The latter's injuries also recovered at an extremely shocking speed. Unknowingly, even his deathly pale complexion gradually returned to normal. Even though his injuries had not been completely healed, just this point alone was enough to make everyone present feel astonished. Seeing this situation, Alai's face, which was filled with surprise, immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised smile. Beside him, Feng Ruiyan's pair of pretty eyes had been looking at Xiao Yan since the beginning. Ever since Xiao Yan took out that medicinal pill, Feng Ruiyan's heart was certain that Feng Luan would definitely be able to escape this calamity this time around. Rank 3 medicinal pills. Even within their clan, they would not be able to take out many of them. Yet this Xiao Yan in front of them was able to calmly take out one without changing his expression, just to save an outsider. One could not imagine just how rich his foundation was. However, the thing that moved Feng Ruiyan the most at this moment was not Xiao Yan's medicinal pill. Instead, it was his 5-star Do cultivation. Currently, their Feng clan's position in Helan City was about to be lost. Her motive for returning to the clan this time around was to be able to contribute some of her meager strength to the clan to help the clan survive this crisis. Even though she also knew that her mere 7-star band decultivation would not be able to change anything. As the eldest young lady of the clan, Feng Ruiyan needed to return to the clan regardless of what happened. Originally, Feng Ruiyan's heart had been extremely heavy along the way. However, when she saw the strength that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier, a thread of hope finally rose within her despairing heart. Mr. Xiao Yan, may I know if I can? There's no need. I am not interested in the matters between your two clans. Young lady, please do as you wish. However, before Feng Ruiyan's words sounded, Xiao Yan softly rejected her without even turning his head. The certainty within his words caused Feng Ruiyan's pretty face to swiftly turn pale. She had never expected that the other party would actually open his mouth to reject her before she had even uttered her invitation. Mr. Xiao Yan, I sincerely hope that I can invite you to help our clan survive this crisis. As long as you are able to help our Feng clan survive this crisis, I will agree to whatever you want. If you are willing, I can even. Feng Ruiyan's pale pretty face involuntarily revealed a bright red color when she reached the end of her words. Her pretty eyes were filled with hesitation. However, in the end, she violently clenched her teeth and swiftly opened her mouth. "If you are willing, I can even marry you." Once those words were said, Xiaoyan could not help but be slightly stunned. Even Alai, who was standing nearby, was shocked by Feng Ruiyan's words when his expression had just relaxed. However, immediately after, the expression on Xiaoyan's face rapidly returned to normal. With a resolute attitude, he shook his head and slowly said, "My apologies. I am used to traveling all over the world by myself. I am not used to traveling with another person. Young Lady Feng, please find someone else." After he finished saying those words, Xiaoyan turned around and walked toward an empty alley. Feng Ruiyan's pretty eyes were firmly fixed on Xiaoyan's departing figure. Her teeth lightly bit her red lips as her beautiful eyes rapidly reddened. Chapter 840. Xiaoyan left after helping Feng Luan's mercenary company enter Wuyu City. He did not stay any longer. From his point of view, this place was merely his first stop in the Western Wasteland region. The place he wanted to go was an even more bustling area. Only at that place would Xiaoyan be able to meet true experts. After Xiaoyan left, the mercenary group also followed closely behind. Feng Ruiyan's pretty face was filled with disappointment as she followed the group. Her heart was filled with uncertainty. From the looks of Jin Ji's actions, it was clear that he intended to control her. It was likely that he wanted to use her to threaten the Feng clan. If Xiaoyan had not intervened today, the consequences would have been extremely frightening. Unfortunately, now that Xiaoyan had left, there was no one else who could help her. At the same time, on the other side, Feng Luan was still unconscious in a carriage. However, his complexion had clearly improved. It seemed that he was not too far away from waking up. Beside Feng Luan, Alai was finally relieved about Feng Luan's injuries. However, he was constantly thinking about Xiaoyan. He was not a fool. From Xiaoyan's attack earlier, Alai could roughly guess that the person who forced back those magical beasts in the desert a few days ago was likely Xiaoyan. He could not be wrong. Thinking of this, the corner of Alai's mouth could not help but laugh at himself. He had originally thought that their convoy was so lucky this time to be able to repeatedly avoid the attacks of the magical beasts. However, he did not expect that their luck time and time again was actually thanks to Xiaoyan. If not for the latter's existence, even if their mercenary group was able to make it here, there would not be more than a handful of people left alive. Suddenly, Alai seemed to have thought of something. He remembered that before Xiaoyan left, he had stuffed a scroll into his hands. He had never opened it. Now that there was no one around and Feng Luan had not woken up, he could take a look at it. However, when Alai discovered that Xiaoyan had actually given him a middle spiritual level wood attribute cultivation method, the shock and excitement in his heart instantly erupted like a volcano. A spirit-level cultivation method was enough to change the course of his life, and Xiaoyan was the one who changed him. Alai hugged the emerald green scroll in his hands tightly. Xiaoyan's figure appeared in his mind, and he firmly engraved it in his heart. Shilin region on a mountain peak not too far away from Shahipu. A kind-looking old man in a hemp robe was sitting cross-legged. The old man formed a cultivation seal with his hands. As his aura fluctuated, the energy of the world seemed to have received an order, and gathered towards the old man. With this slow cultivation, the old man's aura also rose at an extremely slow speed. Until a certain moment, the body of the old man, whose eyes were tightly shut, trembled slightly, and he stopped cultivating. His eyelids trembled slightly, and his tightly shut eyes opened, revealing a pair of sinister eyes. This person was the sect leader of the Withered Leaf sect, Yiluo Tian. Sensing that something was wrong, Yiluo Tian frowned and looked towards the west. He could vaguely sense that a person, or rather, a soul, was rushing towards him. Who is it? Doubt arose in Yiluo Tian's heart. From the other party's actions, it was extremely likely that he was coming for him. However, what could a mere soul fragment do? Looking for him to save his life? This strange thought appeared in Yiluo Tian's heart. In the entire western region, if a person with a soul fragment were to take the initiative to find him, it was likely that the person would only be begging him to save his life. After all, Yiluo Tian's reputation was extremely kind. However, As that person gradually approached, Yi Luotian's gently knit eyebrows involuntarily. He could sense a trace of familiar aura from that soul fragment. Could it be that he knew him? Yi Luotian frowned and gently shook his head. Logically speaking, this should not be the case. Most of the people he knew were powerful individuals, and they were all elite Dodi. How could they end up in such a miserable state? However, this was the truth. As that soul fragment approached, Yi Luotian suddenly realized that this soul fragment was actually that person from the ghost hall. What had happened to this fellow's body? Why had he become like this? Yi Luotian's heart was greatly shocked when he sensed this. He still had some understanding of this fellow's strength in his heart. A middle-level 7-star Dodi. With such strength, there were hardly anyone in the western region who could be a match for him. Yet he had actually ended up in such a state. This was really difficult to imagine. A short while later, that person appeared in front of Yi Luotian's eyes. The shock in Yi Luotian's heart grew even denser when he saw that there was only a soul fragment left in front of him. His body was nearly transparent, and it was difficult to capture his figure. Didn't this fellow go to capture Xiaoyan? How did he end up in such a state? Could it be Xiaoyan? Yi Luotian thought in shock in his heart. At the same time, he pretended to be concerned and asked the person in front of him, "How did you end up in such a state?" "It's Xiaoyan. That lunatic. His strength is far above mine. I have underestimated him." Buzz. Yi Luotian's heart was like a large rock had been thrown into a calm lake when he heard the words of the person in front of him. Immediately, a storm rose. He said that all of this was done by Xiaoyan. How was this possible? How could a 5-star Dodi beat a 7-star Dodi into such a state? However, Yi Luotian's agitated heart gradually calmed down when he recalled everything that had happened in the Shilin mountain range that day. That's right. Even the 5-star Dodi from the 4 great clans were no match for Xiaoyan. His strength had already far surpassed any opponent of the same level. If anyone dared to treat him as the same as a 5-star Dodi, that person would be seeking death. Quick! Give me the spiritual essence in your storage ring. My physical body has been destroyed and my spiritual essence has been seriously injured. Now I need the spiritual essence in your hands to repair it. Quick! The figure could not be bothered with anything else as he hurriedly ordered Yi Luotian. Yi Luotian was expressionless when he heard this. His gaze swept up and down the nearly transparent fellow in front of him. A trace of ridicule surged into his shady old eyes. As the saying goes, beat a drowning dog. Yi Luotian was not the least bit courteous. Yi Luotian recalled how imposing this fellow had been in front of him in the past. That arrogant and domineering demeanor of his was still fresh in Yi Luotian's mind. However, since the other party had ended up in such a state, Yi Luotian naturally did not want to save him. Bastard, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and give me the spiritual essence. Otherwise, once I report this to the higher-ups, your withered leaf sect can forget about dominating the western region. That figure roared in rage. Yi Luotian's expression changed slightly when he heard this. With a flip of his hand, a milky white ball of light about the size of a basketball appeared in his hand. He extended his hand forward and sent the ball of light to that figure. This was a ball of spiritual origin. Humph, that's more like it. The figure chuckled coldly. He extended his illusory hand and was about to receive the milky white light cluster. However, in the next instant, the spiritual essence in Yi Luotian's hand was suddenly sucked into his storage ring. At the same time, a terrifying suction force erupted from Yi Luotian's palm. In an instant, the figure's illusory body was sucked into his palm. You're about to die and you still dare to order me around. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, I'll borrow your strength to break through in one go. Yi Luotian coldly shouted. His hand suddenly clenched tightly as the illusory soul in his palm was sucked into his body and frantically refined. Chapter 841. One day later. After leaving Wuyu City, Xiaoyan continued to head west. He slowly flew forward aimlessly. Since he had already made an agreement with the people from the 4 large sects to meet outside of the Tianzhu ancient tomb 1 year later, Xiaoyan was no longer in a hurry. Just like what Dong Chuan and the others had said, Xiaoyan was unable to open the Tianju ancient tomb with just the Tianju steps. Instead of wasting his energy, Xiaoyan felt that it was better to explore the vast Western Wastelands region. Although the Western Wastelands region was located in a desolate area, its prosperity was not inferior to the Shilin region. Due to the environment, the people here seemed to be even stronger than the people in the Shilin region. This point could be seen just by looking at Wuyu City, which was located on the outskirts of the Western Wastelands region. Wuyu City was merely an outer city, yet there was a 4-star Dodi in the city. The Western Wastelands region was vast and boundless. It was difficult to imagine just how strong the strong people in the central region of the Western Wastelands region would be. According to Han Dong, the Alchemist Alliance existed within the Western Wastelands region. For such a large faction to choose a stronghold within the Western Wastelands region, one could imagine just how important the Western Wastelands region was to them. After traveling for an entire day, the vast desert in front of him caused Xiaoyan to feel somewhat helpless. At a glance, all he could see was a desolate land. There was not a single person within a 100-mile radius. Even the few tall mountains that he could see were barren. Sand and rocks rolled down, emitting clear colliding sounds that reverberated across the horizon. This region could be described as a place where birds could not fly in 1,000 mountains and no traces of humans could be found. The barrenness of the Western Wastelands region was likely much more serious than Xiaoyan had imagined. Although this was the case, Xiaoyan's heart was calm. Having spent most of his time outside, he had already gotten used to this kind of environment. Xiaoyan continued to head west until noon when a city appeared in the distance of his sight. However, Xiaoyan had no intention of stopping. He wanted to go to the place where the true powerhouses gathered. Only there would Xiaoyan be able to find a way to increase his strength. Xiaoyan did not stop. His body continued to fly high in the sky. His gaze looked down at the city below. Both of his eyes revealed an admiring expression. Although this city could not be compared with Wuyu City, it was still bustling in a manner that left one speechless. Moreover, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength probed, and found that almost everyone in this city was a bandit. There were even 4 elite Dodi. Just as Xiaoyan was about to withdraw his spiritual power, he detected a strange aura. Xiaoyan frowned. His body, which was originally swiftly leaping forward, came to a halt. His body paused in the sky as his eyes looked down. There were 3 elite Dodi confronting each other at a certain spot within an enormous mansion in the city below. 2 groups of people stood opposite each other in the courtyard. Both parties were in a hostile position. They emitted quite a strong aura and pressure from each other, as they stood in the sky above the courtyard. Their gazes were filled with ill intent as they looked at each other. Wangxiang, it is best that you do not go overboard. Even if you have stepped into the 5-star Dodi class, we will still have to see if you have such a big appetite if you want to swallow the Fong clan. A middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe stood in front of a group of people with their backs facing the house in the courtyard. At this moment, his eyes were cold as he stared at a golden-robed old man who was the leader of the group. His tone was extremely low as he spoke. Kuku nephew Fangcheng, both our clans have existed together in this Helan city for many years. We can be considered family friends. Therefore, on account of this, the old me does not wish to attack you. The golden-robed old man smiled faintly when he heard Fangcheng's words. After which, he changed his tone and continued speaking. However, you should also know that a mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. After all, 2 clans cannot exist in Helan City at the same time. Currently, my Wang clan has already shown signs of rising. Sooner or later, your Fang clan will no longer have a position in Helan City. On account of your father's face, the old me will give you 3 days. After 3 days, either your Fang clan moves or submit to my Wang clan, and become a branch of my Wang clan. At that time, all of you can also remain in Helan City. Otherwise, do not blame my Wang clan for not considering our old relationship. The expression on the face of the brocade-robed old man gradually became denser. At the same time, following the change in his expression, a powerful aura spread out from his body and pressed toward the people from the Fang clan. Even with Fang Cheng's character, his expression could not help but change when he sensed the powerful aura and pressure of this brocade-robed old man. With the strength of a 3-star Dodi, There was really no comparison when faced with the aura and pressure of a 5-star Dodi. Just as the expressions of the people from the Fong clan changed, a green-clothed old man beside Fong Cheng suddenly let out a cold snort. At the same time, a thought passed through his mind, and a powerful aura and pressure that belonged to a 4-star Dodi surged out from his body. It headed toward Wang Xiang's aura and pressure. Only by combining the aura and pressure of the people from the Fong clan behind him did he manage to block it. Where it is possible to make mistakes, one should be lenient. Wang Xiang, your Wang clan is currently the largest clan in Holland City. The Fong clan is far from being comparable to the Wang clan. Since this is the case, why do you need to be so overbearing? The green-clothed old man slowly took 2 steps forward. Due to the pressure of the other party's aura above his head, each step he took appeared extremely heavy. 2 shallow footprints were left on the flat ground under his feet. One could imagine just what kind of frightening aura and pressure this green-clothed old man was currently resisting. Even though this was the case, the expression on the face of the green-clothed old man appeared quite determined. No matter what, he would definitely not allow anything to happen to the people from the Fong clan, much less allow the Fong clan to be removed from Helan City. Yuan Qing, on account that you are a 4-star Dodi, I have already given you face a couple of times. You better not be ungrateful. This matter is between my Wang clan and the Fong clan. As an outsider, it is best that you do not meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, the old me will not care what faction you belong to. If you do not wish to invite trouble for yourself, it is best that you leave Helan City. The powerful aura and pressure once again soared after the words from the golden-robed old man's mouth sounded. In an instant, it forced the group of people on the other side to take a couple of steps back. Even Yuan Qing's old face involuntarily revealed a paleness at this moment. This Yuan Qing was the deacon of the Cloud Immortal sect, Yuan Qing, who had helped Xiao Yan when he had just arrived in the Yuanwu continent, and had given the 9 transformation body art to Xiao Yan. Chapter 842. Brother Fong Cheng and I hit it off the moment we met. It is impossible for me to betray him for myself. Wang Xiang, if your Wang clan really wants to swallow the Fong clan, just come at me. With the 2 of us around, even if you can swallow us, we will definitely make you pay a bloody price. Yuan Qing let out a cold cry. His body, which had just been forced back, suddenly took a step forward. The do-chi in his body churned and swiftly surged out of his body. Relying on his own strength and the people behind him, he forcefully forced back Wang Xiang's aura. Wang Xiang involuntarily frowned when he heard Yuan Qing's words. The Fong clan had existed in Helan City for many years, and had a deep foundation. How could his Wang clan not know about it? However, the relationship between the 2 clans had become increasingly bad during these years. Now it had reached the stage where they could not tolerate each other. One of the Fong and Wang clans in Helan City was bound to decline. If it was not because of the person in front of him, it was likely that the Fong clan would have become a part of his Wang clan a couple of years ago. Although Yuan Qing had once again stepped forward to stop him, Wang Xiang was confident that he would be able to win since he had personally come to the Fong clan. 3 days. The old me will give you 3 more days. If you are still unwilling to leave Helan City after 3 days, don't blame the old me for not showing mercy. Wang Xiang let out a cold cry, after which, he turned around and led everyone from his clan as they swaggered toward the path they had come from. After the person in front of him left, Yuan Qing, who was in the courtyard, took a couple of steps back with a pale face. Only with the support of Fong Cheng did he stand up straight. Brother Yuan Qing, are you all right? Fong Cheng's face carried worry as he looked at Yuan Qing in front of him. His face revealed a deep apology. If it was not because of his Fong clan, Yuan Qing would not have ended up in such a state. I am fine. I was just intimidated by that fellow's aura. I will be fine after some rest. Yuan Qing bitterly smiled and shook his head when he heard this. His heart was incomparably anxious. His chances of victory against a 5-star Dodi were still too low. Although Fong Cheng by his side was also a 3-star Dodi, the current head of the Wang clan, Wang Zhenyu, was also a 3-star Dodi. If the 2 clans were to be compared, the Wang clan was clearly stronger than the Fong clan. Once the 2 sides fought, the entire battle would tilt in favor of the Wang clan. As for the Fong clan, They would probably die in battle in Helan City. Sigh 3 days 3 days. Is the Wang clan so intolerant of our Fang clan? In the courtyard, the scorching sun was above Fang Cheng's head. The ardent sunlight sprinkled upon his face, yet it didn't allow him to feel the slightest bit of scorching heat. On the contrary, there was a stretch of gloomy coldness in his heart. Will Brother Fang Cheng leave Helan City? Yuan Qing panted slightly as he stared at Fang Cheng. There was a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Fang Cheng slowly shook his head. His tone was firm as he said in a deep voice. In a firm voice he said, Helan City is the foundation of the Fang clan. My ancestors worked hard here for hundreds of years. No matter what, the Fang clan's roots won't be broken here. Hearing this, Yuan Qing firmly nodded his head. His tone carried a hint of decisiveness as he said, That's right. Since that's the case, then let me accompany Brother Fang Cheng to guard this place. Even if we die, we must make the Wang clan regret their actions that day. At this point, Fang Cheng nodded his head heavily. His eyes stared at Yuan Qing in front of him. And just as he was about to speak, the expressions on their faces suddenly changed. Immediately after, the two of them suddenly raised their heads, and their gazes simultaneously looked towards the sky above. There, a figure was rapidly approaching them at an extremely fast speed. Enemy attack. In an instant, the two thought of this word at the same time. Immediately after, the two people's gazes rapidly met for an instant. Then their figures suddenly flashed and swept into the sky. They circled and attacked the figure in a pincer attack. Palm of distraction. Wutong seal. The two of them, one palm and one seal, violently attacked the black-robed human figure whose face could not be clearly seen. The current situation of the Fang clan cannot withstand any blow. Today, regardless of who the other party is, they must not be allowed to behave atrociously in the Fang clan. Faced with the sudden attack of these two people, the face of the human figure under the black robe involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. Immediately, without any explanation, he rotated his wrists. Surging do-chi spluttered out from his palms. With a palm on his left and right, he forcefully received the attacks of the two people in front of him. Bang! Following a low and deep thump sound, the do-chi that Yuan Qing and Fang Cheng had displayed appeared to have struck soft cotton. It deeply sunk in, but did not bring about the slightest unusual ripple. What? Sensing that their do-chi had been so easily resolved by the person in front of them, a storm was lifted in their hearts. To be able to so easily resolve the do-chi of two elite do-di, the strength of this person was likely at least that of a 5-star do-di. This person was actually another elite 5-star do-di. Fang Cheng's heart suddenly sunk when he thought of this. Could it be that the heavens wanted their Fang clan to be destroyed? The one who had the same feeling as Fang Cheng was naturally Yuan Qing. He did not expect that the person who had come would actually be a 5-star do-di. Once this person joined hands with the Wang clan, they would not even have the opportunity to resist. However, just as the hearts of the two of them were feeling shocked, a young face under the black robe revealed a helpless bitter smile. Xiaoyan also did not expect that he would actually meet Yuan Qing in this place. The thing that had just caused him to be shocked was that the latter's strength had actually reached the level of a 4-star do-di. It was even similar to him, who had relied on the heavenly flame to raise his current cultivation. It should be known that Yuan Qing back then was merely a 3-star bandi. Of course, now was not the time to reminisce about the past. He needed to first resolve these two people who had misunderstood him. Soon after, Xiaoyan's hand relaxed when the two people around him recovered. After which, he suddenly grabbed the wrists of the two people. Immediately, a frightening force poured out. Both of his hands were waved in unison, sending the two of them back to the courtyard below. Taking advantage of the shock in the hearts of the two of them, Xiaoyan instantly used the sky extinction steps and arrived in front of Yuan Qing. At the same time, a somewhat mocking laughter was emitted. Cuckoo, old brother Yuan Qing. It has been many years since we last met. You can't possibly go so far as to welcome me the moment we meet, right? The two people in front of him swiftly recovered after Xiaoyan's faint laughter sounded. Fang Cheng's heart was greatly shocked. The do-chi within his body wildly surged out. His gaze was grave as he stared at Xiaoyan. On the other hand, Yuan Qing by the side was startled the moment Xiaoyan's words sounded. He raised his gaze and a pair of wise eyes instantly paused on Xiao Yan's body. When he saw the handsome and familiar face of the latter, his entire person instantly became like a statue and stood still on the spot. The expression on his old face also stiffened. It was a long while later when Fang Cheng by the side was preparing to join forces with the members of the clan to launch an attack on Xiao Yan. Only then did the expression on Yuan Qing's old face transform into an excited one. His body involuntarily trembled, and his face revealed a wild joy. He took a large step forward in front of the stunned gazes of everyone behind him. He cupped his hands together and bowed to Xiao Yan. "Mr. Xiao Yan, it has been a long time since we last met." Chapter 843. After forcing back the 5-star Dodi with one palm, Xiao Yan was expressionless. His eyes were cold and indifferent as he once again looked at Su Songming. The Do Qi within his body was swiftly circulated. Sensing this, the muscles on the old face of the 5-star Dodi, who was called Yuan Shi, involuntarily twitched intensely. His body moved and he hurriedly blocked in front of Su Songming. At the same time that his face revealed a grave expression, he hurriedly asked Su Songming, "Grandmaster Su, who exactly is this brat? Why are you so afraid of him?" He is a demon. This fellow is a demon." Hearing Yuan Shi's words, the fear in Su Songming's heart grew even greater. His hands held his distorted face as his body trembled, and he let out a low roar. His feet involuntarily stepped back. Hearing this, Yuan Shi involuntarily frowned. Although the cultivation of the person in front of him was a little stronger than his, it was not to the extent of scaring Su Songming to this extent. With his own strength, he might not be a match for him. However, if Wang Xiang were to join forces, Xiao Yan might not be a match for the two 5-star Dodi. Relying on his own strength to contend against two opponents of the same level. This kind of battle result was something that they had never seen before since they had started out. "Grandmaster Su, there is no need to be nervous. With the old me around, I will definitely not let you get hurt. As for this brat, you can rest assured that I will deal with him." Yuan Shi comforted. After which he turned his gaze to Wang Xiang. At this moment, the latter was also looking at him. In their hearts, they both understood the strength of this black-robed young man in front of them. They also clearly understood that the best way to deal with Xiao Yan was for the two of them to join forces and attack together to suppress the latter. As for the Fang clan, even if Wang Xiang did not personally intervene, it would be extremely easy to deal with them. Currently, the only trouble in front of them was Xiao Yan. "Wang Xiang, the two of us will join forces and break his spirit." "I have the same intention." Wang Xiang nodded heavily. His body flashed and he arrived beside Yuan Shi. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Xiao Yan opposite him. "Although I do not know who you are, since you insist on interfering in this matter, don't blame the two of us for being merciless today." Wang Xiang let out a cold cry. With the addition of a 5-star Dodi beside him, the pressure in his heart was greatly reduced. Even if the fighting strength of the person in front of him was extraordinary, he was only a 5-star Dodi. It was impossible for him to fight against two 5-star Dodi of the same level. You two idiots. You know nothing about his strength." Su Songming's face was filled with fear. Unable to contain himself, he anxiously cursed in his heart. He naturally knew that Yuan Shi was only doing this because he wanted to show off before him. His goal was merely to obtain the medicinal pellets in his hands. Likely, if not for this, it would be impossible for Yuan Shi to willingly protect him, an 8-star half-martial emperor. From the moment he saw Xiao Yan for the first time, Su Songming clearly knew that the Wang clan's dream of swallowing up the Fang clan had come to an end. Xiao Yan was just like a nightmare. He mercilessly shattered the dreams of those who stood opposite him, which appeared to be easily realized. After meeting Xiao Yan twice, Su Songming's heart could be said to be trying to avoid the latter. Originally, he thought that Xiao Yan had already been surrounded by the two large clans. Who could have imagined that the result would not only be contrary to his expectations, but it would also shock him. At this moment, the only thought in Su Songming's heart was escape. Escape from this place. Escape from everything that had anything to do with Xiao Yan. As long as the latter existed, this so-called rank 3 alchemist was destined to be unable to lift his head. At this moment, The actions of these two people had created quite a good opportunity for Su Songming. He could take advantage of the time when these two people were entangled with Xiao Yan to leave this place. Su Songming was not concerned about the life and death of these two people. Every man for himself, and the heavens take the hindmost. On the other side, Xiao Yan was expressionless in the face of Wang Xiang's shout. If this Fang clan had nothing to do with him, Xiao Yan naturally would not have bothered to involve himself in this matter. However, as luck would have it, with Yuan Qing's appearance, Xiao Yan was destined to act on behalf of the Fang clan. Even though Xiao Yan and Yuan Qing could not be considered to be close, the 9 transformation body mantra that Yuan Qing had given him had helped Xiao Yan more than once. Many times, Xiao Yan could not help but think of its original owner, and feel grateful from the bottom of his heart. Now, Yuan Qing was willing to give up everything he had for the Fang clan. He was even willing to put his life on the line. This kind of heroic spirit moved Xiao Yan. Of course, other than this, Yuan Qing was also a deacon of the Cloud Immortal sect. This relationship was also one of the reasons why Xiao Yan acted. No matter what, it was impossible for everyone present to return alive today. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the two people in front of him. Soon after, his gaze landed on the few elite Dodi in the Wang clan's group behind him. Jingge Wang Zhenyu, the Su brothers. Adding the two people in front of him, the Wang clan's side had a total of 6 elite Dodi. This lineup was actually 2 more than what Fang Qing had expected. If Xiao Yan was not present today, it was likely that these people from the Fang clan would have been killed by the Wang clan in an instant. All of you attack together. I don't have so much time to waste with all of you. A pair of dark black eyes once again returned to the two people in front of him. Xiao Yan's tone was especially calm as he spoke. Since you don't know what's good for you, let's attack together. Wang Xiang's expression turned cold. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually say such shameless words. Immediately, he exchanged glances with Yuan Shi beside him. The two of them nodded heavily. Their bodies leaned forward as they prepared to attack. Wait! It was also at this moment that Xiao Yan frowned. His face revealed an impatient expression as he cried out in a deep voice to stop the actions of the two people in front of him. Hearing this, Wang Xiang and Yuan Shi involuntarily frowned. What was Xiao Yan planning this time? You may have misunderstood. When I say attack together, I mean that the both of you, including the few Dodi behind you, will attack together. Let's end this quickly. I don't have the time to fight one by one. What? When these words of Xiao Yan were spoken, everyone from the Wang clan was immediately startled. Their expressions changed one after another, especially the few elite Dodi in front. Their hearts were incomparably shocked. They nearly thought that they had heard wrongly. Xiao Yan actually wanted to deal with 6 elite Dodi from the Wang clan alone? How was that possible? However, just as everyone from the Wang clan was feeling shocked, the expression of Xiao Yan, who was standing in the empty air, suddenly changed. Almost at the same time, the footwork of his feet suddenly changed. He instantly used the sky extinction steps. Soon after, Xiao Yan's body had already appeared in front of Wang Xiang. Xiao Yan clenched his hand into a fist. A powerful force swiftly agglomerated in his palm. Wherever the wind from the fist passed, it emitted a hoo-hoo sound of rushing wind as it heavily smashed toward Wang Xiang's chest. Damn it! What a frightening speed! Wang Xiang's heart was greatly alarmed. At the same time that his expression changed, he also hurriedly attacked. His fist violently collided with Xiao Yan's incoming fist. Just as Xiao Yan and Wang Xiang were about to collide, everyone's gazes were focused on the two of them. At this moment, Su Songming was trying his best to hide his aura as he withdrew to the back of the group. Chapter 844. In the hall, Fang Cheng and Yuan Qing looked at Xiao Yan with astonished expressions. Their gazes swept back and forth between Xiao Yan and Fang Ruyan. The two immediately understood in their hearts that the expert Fang Ruyan spoke of was the Xiao Yan in front of them. It had to be said that the word fate was truly hard to understand. A day ago, Xiao Yan had inadvertently saved Fang Ruyan. Who would have thought that he would meet Yuan Qing the next day? Most importantly, there was actually a subtle connection between the two of them. Why are you in my house? Fang Ruyan's pretty face also revealed an astonished expression. She also did not expect that Xiao Yan, who had directly rejected her invitation the day before, would actually take the initiative to appear in her house the next day. This was simply too comical. Cough cough, that's a long story. Coughing dryly, Xiaoyan helplessly shrugged his shoulders and said. On the side, Feng Cheng and Yuan Qing looked at each other. The two of them could not help but burst into laughter. Soon after, Feng Cheng hurriedly bowed to Xiaoyan and said with a sincere tone, I'm Feng Cheng. Thank you, Mr. Xiaoyan, for saving my daughter Ruyan. Even Yuan Qing, who was on the side, also cupped his hands to Xiaoyan once again. He and Feng Cheng were bosom buddies. He also treated Feng Ruyan as his own. The matters of the Feng family had long been regarded as his own matters. Since Xiaoyan had saved Feng Ruyan, it was equivalent to giving him a great favor once again. You two are too polite. My actions yesterday were only in passing. Moreover, brother Yuan Qing and I are old acquaintances and friends. You two keep doing this to me, which makes me feel somewhat distant. Haha, since Mr. Xiaoyan has said so, then we won't be polite. Ha! Ha ha ha. Feng Cheng laughed out loud. Xiaoyan also laughed out loud with the other two. Immediately, the three of them gradually withdrew their smiles. The expressions on their faces once again recovered a solemn expression. Feng Cheng's gaze looked toward Xiaoyan and said, Brother Xiaoyan, 3 days later, our Feng family and the Wang family will completely break off relations. At that time, there will definitely be a bloody battle. The previous head of the Wang family, Wang Xiang, has already stepped into the realm of a 5-star Dodi. His strength is no small matter. Therefore, I hope that we can invite you to help our Feng family get through this difficult time. When these words were spoken, Yuan Qing by the side also nodded his head. He faced Xiaoyan and said, Brother Xiaoyan, we know that you are also a 5-star Dodi. However, the battle 3 days later will not be ordinary. I also hope that we can invite you to help us. Of course, we don't necessarily need you to kill Wang Xiang. As long as you can help us delay him, we will come and help you once we have finished off the other members of the Wang family. That's right. Although that Jin Ji's strength is not weak, he is extremely cowardly. He is a classic example of someone who eats the soft but fears the strong. As long as Mr. Xiaoyan helps us at that time and pushes him back, the Wang family will be easy for us to capture. The two of them echoed each other as they spoke. The way they addressed Xiaoyan immediately pulled the distance between them and him closer. After these words fell, Xiaoyan did not have any reason to reject them. However, they did not seem to have much confidence in Xiaoyan's strength. They only wanted Xiaoyan to do his best to delay Wang Xiang. However, they did not think that Xiaoyan had the ability to defeat Wang Xiang. Of course, if two strong people of the same level were placed together, there might not be any difference between them if they were of the same age. However, if there was a difference in age, there would be a difference in their fighting strength. Perhaps it was because Wang Xiang was older. As the saying goes, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Therefore, the two people in front of him believed that in a real battle, Wang Xiang might be stronger than Xiaoyan. This was why they wanted the latter to do his best to delay him and not defeat him. However, this person had clearly underestimated Xiaoyan's strength. Even a 7-star Dodi had nearly died in his hands. How big of a wave could a 5-star Dodi cause? Xiaoyan smiled in a non-committal manner in response to this. When Feng Ruyan saw the smile on the latter's face, a feeling of doubt suddenly surged into the young lady's heart. For some reason, she felt that Xiaoyan's chances of victory might be higher when faced with Wang Xiang. The young lady's heart was also stunned by the thought that suddenly rose from the bottom of her heart. As she thought about it, a bright red color involuntarily surfaced on her pretty face. Taking advantage of the fact that the three people in front of her were still happily chatting, she hurriedly left the hall. Night. The stars in the sky were bright. The bright silver moon was like a silver plate that emitted a bright light in the night sky. The moonlight was like snowflakes that spread over the land, illuminating the city below as if it was daytime. Helan City, within the Wang clan. The clan head, Wang Zhenyu, and his father, who was the previous clan head, Wang Xiang, were standing in the meeting hall. A cold smile appeared on the gloomy old face of the golden-robed elder. He was looking forward to the final battle with the Feng clan in 3 days. Based on his understanding of the Feng clan would rather die than leave Helan City. Therefore, he had already prepared for the final battle with them in 3 days' time. This battle would determine who would be the overlord of Healan City in the future, who would rule this city, and his Wang clan would definitely become the overlord of this city. The Fang clan would also definitely become history. Father, according to the time, that lord should arrive on the morning of the 3rd day. Behind Wang Xiang, Wang Zhenyu's tone was respectful as he spoke. Although Wang Zhenyu was now the clan head of the clan, the actual power was in the hands of his father in front of him. Every action of the clan was decided by him. Right. That lord's time is limited. It's best to settle this matter as soon as possible. Just in case, call Jin Go over as well. Wang Xiang appeared to have a card up his sleeve. It was as though he had already seen the end of the Fang clan. Hearing this, Wang Zhenyu involuntarily frowned. After hesitating for a moment, he said with some hesitation, "Father, didn't that lord say that he would bring a 5-star Dodi? If he were to act, why would we need Jingge to come over? He would only come to pick up money. What do you know?" Wang Xiang reprimanded and coldly snorted. Although Jingge is greedy for money, he is not a fool. As long as he sees that we can invite that lord in a 5-star Dodi, he will know the foundation of our Wang clan. With this matter as a deterrent, let's see if he dares to play any tricks with us in the future. Hearing these words, Wang Zhenyu panicked. Only then did he repeatedly flatter and agree. Immediately, Wang Xiang gave a few more instructions. Only after he confirmed that everything was correct did he leave the hall with a smile on his face. After that, Wang Zhenyu's face became gloomy. He cursed in his heart and quickly left the hall. Chapter 845. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 3rd day of the Wang clan's expectations finally arrived amidst the tense atmosphere in Healan City. Early in the morning, the gauze-like morning light spread over the land. However, Healan City was already extremely lively. Within a short 3 days, quite a number of experts had gathered here. Other than the original population of the city, there were even quite a number of elite Dodi who had gathered. This group of people came for the decisive battle between the Fang clan and the Wang clan today. As for this news, it was naturally spread by the Wang clan themselves. Their goal was to let more people see how powerful the Wang clan was. This way, they could intimidate everyone and stabilize the clan. From a certain perspective, it could also bring certain benefits to the Wang clan. The Wang clan's plan was not only aimed at the Fang clan. It also included Wuxia City and many of the surrounding cities. On the surface, it appeared to be a declaration of war against the Fang clan. However, it was actually a warning to these factions. Old Master Wang Xiang and clan head Wang Zhenyu stood in front of the main door of the Wang clan mansion. Behind them was a group of strong people from the Wang clan. Just the number of high-class half-emperors numbered over 10. There were even 2 1-star Dodi. Looking at their clothes, they did not appear to be members of the Wang clan. It seemed that they were invited by the Wang clan. Other than clan head Wang Zhenyu and Old Master Wang Xiang, there was also a middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe. This person was Jin Ge, whom Xiaoyan had met in Wuxia City a few days ago. 5 elite Dodi and over 10 high-class half-emperors. This kind of lineup was sufficient to suppress the Fang clan a few days ago. Of course, this was only a few days ago. Haha, it is unexpected that Old Master Wang has actually invited the Su brothers. Looks like Old Master Wang is determined to win the battle with the Fang clan today. Jin Ge narrowed his eyes. His gaze glanced at the 2 1-star Dodi standing behind him. His face was all smiles as he looked at Wang Xiang in front of him, and spoke with a fake smile. Haha, 3 days ago the old me told them to get lost from Healan City. However, that was merely the old me trying to stall for time. The old me knows that the Fang clan will definitely not leave Healan City even if they die. Therefore, during these 3 days, the old me has also invited a great person other than the Su brothers. A smile was lifted on Wang Xiang's face. His gaze focused on the western sky. If he was right, that person should have arrived. Oh. Hearing Wang Xiang's words, Jin Ge couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. For Wang Xiang to call this person Lord. This person's background was probably not ordinary. Just as Jin Ge was feeling puzzled, 2 auras came faintly from the sky to the west of Healan City. This is, sensing the 2 auras, Jin Ge immediately frowned. and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. The owner of one of the two auras was merely an 8-star bandit. The other person's aura was so strong that it was not inferior to even Wuxia by his side. It was not difficult to guess that the second person was surprisingly another 5-star Dodi. Hiss! Jingu involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when he sensed this. Another 5-star Dodi. In this way, just the Wang clan side alone had 2 5-star Dodi. This kind of lineup was quite strong even when placed in the western region. It was difficult to imagine that Wuxia had actually set up such a lineup for the Fang clan. Of course, in comparison, Wuxia was naturally aware in his heart that although that 5-star Dodi would follow them, the chances of him intervening were almost negligible. The other party's aim was only to protect that 8-star bandit. It could be said that it had nothing to do with their Wang clan. Old man, this is the first time this junior has seen something like this. Jingu involuntarily exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. This caused the smile on Wuxia's old face to become even denser. This was the result he wanted. He wanted to let everyone in the city understand that their Wang clan was able to invite a 5-star Dodi. This was enough to awe everyone. As expected, the large city swiftly became noisy the moment the two auras appeared within the territory of Helan City. Numerous discussions that were filled with surprise reverberated in the sky above the city. Everyone's hearts were filled with surprise. Finally, the two human figures rushed over the sky above Helan City in front of a countless number of gazes. After which, they landed at the location of the Wang clan. At the same time, within the meeting hall of the Fang clan's mansion, the faces of the current clan head, Fang Cheng, Yuan Qing, and the elders of the clan revealed an extremely shocked expression. At the same time, a deep horror wildly surged out from the bottom of their hearts. What happened? 2 more people have come. Moreover, one of them is actually a 5-star Dodi. Doesn't this mean that the Wang clan now has 2 5-star Dodi? In that case, won't today's big battle? Everyone in the hall widened their eyes. Their hearts were filled with shock and fear. No matter what, they did not expect that the Wang clan would be able to invite such a person. A 5-star Dodi had already caused them to feel great pressure. Now that another one had come, it was enough for the Wang clan to completely crush them. Clan head, what should we do now? There is no way out. All we need to do is wait for the people from the Wang clan to come and kill us. Then, our Fang clan will be finished. If there is really no other choice, let's move the entire clan. Helan City is indeed our foundation, but we cannot destroy our entire clan because of this. Clan head, if there is really no other choice, we should let the younger generation of the clan think of a way to leave Helan City. It is fine if us old fellows die, but they are after all the hope of our Fang clan. We must not let anything happen to them. The addition of another 5-star Dodi to the Wang clan could be said to be a destructive blow to the Fang clan. In an instant, the thread of hope that had just risen in the Fang clan because of Xiao Yan's appearance was shattered just like that. They did not think that just relying on Xiao Yan, a 5-star Dodi, would be able to help their Fang clan escape this calamity. Therefore, no matter what happened to them, the most important thing now was to think of a way to allow the younger generation of the clan to continue living. Hearing the heavy words of the few clan elders, Fang Cheng, who was the clan head, also had a gloomy expression. His heart was close to despair. Could it be that they could only flee Helan City like a stray dog? But what could they do? If they continued to delay like this, it was likely that they would not even have their last chance. Fang Cheng sighed deeply. Even though he was unwilling in his heart, the clan was the most important thing. He could not just hand over the entire clan because of some emotions. Don't tell me that the Fang clan will be destroyed by my hands just like this. Fang Cheng involuntarily felt sorrow from within his heart when he thought of this. However, just as he was about to stand up and announce something, Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe, slowly stepped into the hall with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Clan head Fang, you can be rest assured. I will personally take care of those few elite Dodi from the Wang clan. You all only need to finish off those elite Dodi. The calm voice did not contain the slightest ripple. However, when these words entered the ears of everyone present, it immediately stirred up a storm in their hearts. Numerous gazes landed on Xiao Yan's body in unison. Their eyes were filled with shock and doubt. Chapter 846. Mr. Xiaoyan, we also know that you are a 5-star Dodi. However, this matter concerns the life and death of our Fang clan. We cannot allow Mr. Xiaoyan to joke about it. Hearing Xiaoyan's extremely arrogant words, the few clan elders in the hall involuntarily frowned. They exchanged glances with each other, and immediately looked at Xiaoyan with somewhat gloomy expressions as they spoke in a deep voice. Although the person in front of them was indeed a 5-star Dodi, he was still young. How strong could he be? It was likely that he would find it extremely strenuous to face Wuxia alone. Now he actually dared to say such arrogant words. Wasn't he overestimating himself? First Elder, Mr. Xiaoyan is the current sinecure of our Fang clan. As the First Elder, don't tell me that you can't even distinguish his status? Although Fang Cheng did not dare to easily believe Xiaoyan's words, Xiaoyan had already agreed to become the sinecure of their Fang clan a day ago. Moreover, he had promised that he would fight for the Fang clan. Whether it was due to emotion or reason, the words of their First Elder were a little overboard. Fang Cheng's words caused the First Elder's expression to immediately change. Only then did he hurriedly stand up and cup his hands together in apology to Xiaoyan, who had already walked to the middle of the hall. Seeing this, the latter waved his hand in an unconcerned manner. This could not be blamed on them. After all, the rules of the Yuanwu continent were like this. Normally speaking, a 5-star Dodi would definitely not be able to fight two 5-star Dodi at the same time without being defeated. These elders of the Fang clan were merely using common sense to make inferences. However, how could Xiaoyan's strength be deduced using common sense? May I know what Mr. Xiaoyan said earlier? After hesitating for a moment, Fang Cheng probed and asked. Fang clan head, you can be rest assured. When the time comes, you can leave those few Dodi experts of the Wang clan to me. You only need to worry about dealing with the other people of the Fang clan. Xiaoyan smiled. A confident smile was lifted on his face. This scene was seen by Fang Cheng and Yuanqing, causing the two of them to involuntarily raise their eyebrows. They felt even more suspicious in their hearts. Could it be that Xiaoyan really had that kind of strength? May I know how confident Mr. Xiaoyan is? 100%. This time around, the last word had just been spat out from Fang Cheng's mouth when Xiaoyan calmly replied with a smile. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Their faces also revealed an expression of disbelief. From what they currently knew of the Wang clan, the other party had 4 elite Dodi. 2 of them were 5-star Dodi, 1 was a 4-star Dodi, and 1 was a 3-star Dodi. This kind of lineup already possessed an advantage just in terms of the number of elite Dodi. Logically speaking, the Fang clan had no chance of victory. In that case, Fang Cheng will completely depend on Mr. Xiaoyan. After musing for a moment, Fang Cheng finally clenched his teeth and solemnly opened his mouth. Currently, the Fang clan's situation was on the brink of crisis. It was already too late for them to make more plans in many aspects. Right now they could only stake everything on a single throw. Perhaps they still had a sliver of hope. This could be said to be a huge gamble. And the wager was their entire clan. Success or failure concerned the fate of their Fang clan. Xiaoyan smiled and nodded when he heard this. His gaze swept over everyone present. Immediately, he turned around and walked out of the hall. The corner of his mouth was lifted, revealing a playful smile. He lifted his gaze and looked in the direction of the Wang clan. He did not expect that he would actually meet that fellow once again in Helan City. He had let him off the last 2 times. This time around, however, Xiaoyan would no longer have such a magnanimous heart. Seeing Xiaoyan leave, the few elders of the Fang clan in the hall finally turned their gazes toward Fang Cheng, who was seated in the leader's seat. Clan leader, are you really going to place all your hopes on him? Mr. Xiaoyan is indeed a 5-star Dodi. However, this matter concerns the survival of our Fang clan. We cannot easily believe the words of an outsider, right? Fang Shang, who are you calling an outsider? Yuanqing beside Fang Cheng frowned and cried out in a deep voice when the first elder's words were uttered. Sir Yuanqing, please don't misunderstand. It is not that we don't believe you. However, this Xiaoyan... Enough. Before the first elder could finish speaking, Fang Cheng's face was filled with anger as he heavily slapped the armrest. His body stood up and he cried out in a low voice. Fengshang, you better remember that Mr. Xiaoyan is currently a consecrator of our Feng clan. His strength is sufficient for us to believe every word he says. If you really think that Mr. Xiaoyan is unable to defeat 2 5-star Dodi, why don't you go? Fengshang was greatly shocked. How could he be a match for a 5-star Dodi with his cultivation of a 9-star half-emperor? You don't even have that ability, yet you are vainly trying to doubt others. Fengshang, you need to understand that it is not Mr. Xiaoyan who is begging to help us. Instead, we are the ones begging him. If he is unwilling, he can turn around and leave. If you still dare to be disrespectful to Mr. Xiaoyan, don't blame me for removing your position as the first elder. Fengshang knows his mistake. Fengshang was after all the head of a clan. His words were awe-inspiring, causing everyone in the hall to tremble in fear. After Fengshang heard Fengshang's words, he immediately understood and hurriedly apologized to Fengcheng. The one you should apologize to is not me but Mr. Xiaoyan. With this admonishment, Fengshang's standing body was unable to sit down again. Dozens of powerful auras immediately appeared in the sky above the Feng clan's mansion. The powerful auras and pressure were like meteorites descending from Mount Tai, pressuring everyone in the Feng clan. The entire Feng clan was on full alert at this moment. Everyone tensed their bodies. The Dou-Qi in their bodies crazily surged out of their bodies. They used the strength of the entire clan to resist the aura and pressure in the sky. Fengcheng, the 3-day deadline is up. Since your Feng clan is still unwilling to leave Helan City, do you plan to merge with my Wang clan and become a branch of my Wang clan? Wang Xiang's loud laughter that was filled with ridicule spread across the sky like thunder. The upper echelon of the Feng clan hurriedly walked out of the meeting hall. They raised their heads and looked at the group of people in the sky. This was especially the case when Fengshang's gaze once again saw the few people around Wang Xiang. The expression on his face immediately became incomparably solemn. It seemed that the situation was much more troublesome than he had imagined. Other than these 4 elite Dodi, there were 2 other 1-star Dodi behind Wang Xiang. The thing that caused Fengshang and Yuanqing to feel the most astonished was that the person standing beside Wang Xiang was not the 5-star Dodi. Instead, it was the 8-star Dodi who had come with him. As for that person, he was standing beside Wang Xiang. The 2 of them stood on the left and right. Clearly, they treated this 8-star Dodi as the center. The identity of this 8-star Dodi was likely not ordinary. He is merely a small 4-star Dodi. Wang Xiang, you actually invited me over. Don't tell me that you are afraid of them with your strength. At this moment, the 8-star Dodi beside Wang Xiang had also probed the cultivation of everyone in the courtyard below. After discovering that the strongest person was merely a 4-star Dodi, Yuanqing, his shady old face involuntarily revealed a mocking smile. Cuckoo, Sir Su, I am only doing this as a precaution. The Feng clan has been in Helan City for so many years, and has always been a thorn in our Wang clan's heart. Now that we can finally resolve it, how would I dare to be careless? The reason why I have troubled you is because I hope that I can borrow your reputation to intimidate them, and get them to take the initiative to give up resisting and join our Wang clan. This is naturally the best. You have invited me just to intimidate the Feng clan? I'm afraid that it is far from just this. Hearing this, the embroidered-robed old man, who was addressed as Sir Su, laughed mockingly. His gaze swept over Jingu behind him, after which, it swept over those elite Dodi in the empty space within the city. His heart had roughly guessed Wang Xiang's plan. Cuckoo, we have a tacit understanding. Good, what a good tacit understanding. However, seeing that you have taken out something, I will help you this once. Sir Su coldly laughed. Wang Xiang curled his lips repeatedly in his heart. If the person in front of him was not seeking benefits, why would he help them? This kind of person relied on his little ability to gather wealth from all over the place. Blinded by greed, he would sooner or later die from his greed. While these few people in the sky were conversing with each other, the black-robed Xiaoyan in the Feng clan's mansion below was coldly smiling as he looked at the 2 5-star Dodi in the sky and Sir Su, who were hugging each other. This Sir Su, that Wang Xiang had mentioned, was actually the new rank 3 alchemist from the Alchemist Alliance who had been defeated by Xiaoyan twice, Su Songming. Chapter 847. High in the sky above Helan City, the two groups of people stood opposite each other. The atmosphere between the sky and the ground appeared especially heavy, especially for the members of the Fang clan. They saw that the other side was approaching in a ferocious manner. The number of experts they had was over 10 times more than their Fang clan. Their number of elite Do-di could be said to be overwhelming. From the looks of it, the Fang clan would undoubtedly be defeated in today's battle. Ugh, how unfortunate. The Fang clan has stood in Helan City for so many years. It is unexpected that they are unable to escape the fate of being swallowed up by the Wang clan. Isn't that so? Ever since the ancestor of the Wang clan broke through to the 5-star Do-di class, the Wang clan has been recruiting experts from all over the place. Their goal is for today. This time around, the Fang clan can only lower their heads. Seeing this scene in the sky, the people in the city below could not help but sigh. Their words were filled with desolation. After all, the Wang clan had come in a ferocious manner, and was not something that the Fang clan could compare with. No matter how one looked at it, the Fang clan today would have difficulty escaping this calamity. High in the sky, Fang Cheng's face was solemn as he faced Wang Xiang's group. Perspiration repeatedly dripped from his forehead. Even his hand under his sleeves could not help but tremble slightly. This indicated the seriousness in his heart at this moment. However, at this moment, the thing that caused Fang Cheng to feel even more worried in his heart was that the Fang clan's final support, Xiao Yan, had yet to show himself even until now. Could it be that he had fled before the battle? The few elders who were on holiday could not help but think of this in their hearts. At the same time, the fear in their hearts grew. If this was the case, would it not mean that Xiao Yan had openly sold them out? In this way, not only would the Fang clan not be rescued, it was likely that not a single person would be able to survive. This Xiao Yan. Immediately, everyone from the Fang clan involuntarily cursed in their hearts. Only Fang Cheng and Yuan Qing, who were at the front of the group, were anxiously waiting for Xiao Yan to appear. They believed that Xiao Yan was definitely not the kind of person who would flee in the face of a battle. Since he dared to say those words, he would definitely be responsible for their Fang clan until the end. As expected, just as the members of the Fang clan were furiously cursing Xiao Yan in their hearts, the space in front of Fang Cheng suddenly distorted. Immediately after, the black-robed Xiao Yan slowly appeared. Facing the members of the Fang clan, the corners of his mouth curled into a soft smile. His gaze slowly swept over everyone in front of him. Those who made contact with his gaze could not help but shrink their necks as an embarrassed expression appeared on their faces. At this moment, the faces of everyone from the Wang clan behind Xiao Yan involuntarily revealed a doubtful expression when they saw this black-robed person who had suddenly appeared. This was especially the case for the few elite Do-di in front and Su Songming, who was a rank 3 alchemist. When they looked at this black-robed person in front of them, their eyes involuntarily revealed a grave expression. By being able to use such a strange agility to appear in front of them, this already proved that this black-robed person in front of them was clearly also an elite Do-di. Moreover, from the looks of it, this person was clearly not here to help them. Since this was the case, this black-robed person should be a member of the Fang clan. May I know who you are? The matter today is a matter between the Wang clan and the Fang clan of our Helan city. I hope that you will not intervene. Wang Xiang revealed a solemn expression as he looked at the black-robed person in front of him. He politely cupped his hands together and spoke in a deep voice. Although he was a 5-star Do-di, the body of the person in front of him seemed to be covered by a layer of something. His perception was unable to approach this black-robed person even a little, much less probe his strength. Faced with such a person, even Wang Xiang was unwilling to easily offend him. It would undoubtedly be best if he could persuade him to withdraw. However, this black-robed person acted as though he did not hear Wang Xiang's words. He did not even turn his body, which had his back facing them, even a little. This involuntarily caused Wang Xiang's heart to be quietly furious. He was a 5-star Do-di. When had he ever been ignored in this manner? Beside him, Su Songming knit his brows tightly. A pair of dark old eyes stared intently at the back of the black-robed person in front of him. This person's back gave him a feeling of déjà vu. At the same time, there was a faint uneasiness rising from the bottom of his heart. Just who was this person? Su Songming's heart was filled with doubt. As the doubts in his heart churned, his emotions also became anxious. Even the breathing from his nose had become a little hurried. Finally, just as Su Songming's eyes were staring intently at Xiaoyan, the latter appeared to have sensed something. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. Immediately, he slowly turned around in front of the solemn gazes of the members of the Wang clan behind him, revealing a handsome face under the black robe. Under the sunlight, Xiaoyan pulled down the black robe that covered his head and welcomed the baptism of the sunlight. At the same time, a pair of deep black eyes, which were like a serene pool, looked at Su Songming. The smile on his face gradually became mocking. Grandmaster Su, we have not seen each other for many years since we parted at Xian City. I trust that you have been well since we last met. Buzz. The instant Xiaoyan's words left his mouth, Su Songming's body suddenly shook. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. The shock and fear in his heart erupted like a volcano from the bottom of his heart. His face was dumbfounded. His pair of eyeballs were about to burst out of his eye sockets. This perfectly displayed the disbelief in his heart. No matter what, he did not expect that the person in front of him was still alive. How could he still be alive when he was surrounded by two great clans? You. Why are you? Why are you still alive, is that so? Xiaoyan laughed coldly. His eyes were filled with mockery. Grandmaster Su, who is he? Seeing Su Songming's expression, the two people at the side could not help but frown. With the latter's status, it was too comical for him to show such an expression to a young man. Go. Quickly leave this place. Su Songming, on the other hand, could not be bothered about anything else. Having witnessed Xiaoyan's terror twice, he had long since left behind an impression of fear that could not be erased in his heart. Originally, he had thought that Xiaoyan had already been bound by the encirclement of the two large clans. However, from the looks of it, not only was Xiaoyan safe and sound, it appeared that even his cultivation had risen to another level. Cuckoo, Grandmaster Su, why are you so nervous? We have 6 elite Dodi here. Even if this brat's strength is extraordinary, how can he be a match for a Dodi? At the very most, I can ask the Su brothers to finish him off. This can be considered to have removed a great worry for Grandmaster. Wang Xiang was unconcerned about the fear in Su Songming's heart. He smiled righteously and ordered the Su brothers behind him to step forward. However, Su Songming's face was distorted as he coldly snorted. He turned his head to face Wang Xiang and cried out in a deep voice. Shut up, Wang Xiang. You idiot. With him around, why didn't you say so earlier? Today. No. In the future, the matters between your Wang clan and the Fang clan should be settled by yourselves. Just treat it as though I have never been here today. Su Songming cried out in a deep voice. His gaze dodged and swiftly swept over Xiaoyan's body, after which, he turned around and left with the 5-star Dodi beside him. At the same time, the faces of the people from the Wang clan involuntarily revealed a stunned expression. They had never expected that this so-called grandmaster would actually be such a cowardly person. He was merely a young man. What was there to be afraid of? Swoosh. Just as Su Songming had just turned around, Xiaoyan's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Cuckoo, since you have already come, don't leave. Xiaoyan's heart moved as he smiled. Immediately, the powerful aura that belonged to a 5-star Dodi swept out with a bang. It was like an invisible storm that violently pressured the two people in front of him. Chapter 848. Xiaoyan's figure stood proudly in the sky above Helan City. A frightening aura and pressure surged out without any restraint. It was just like a flash flood as it violently pressed toward the two people in front of him. The 5-star Dodi's aura and pressure that was suddenly emitted from Xiaoyan's body caused all the elite Dodi present to be greatly shocked. Who would have thought that this ordinary-looking black-robed young man in front of them was actually an elite Dodi? Moreover, the most shocking thing was that he was actually a 5-star Dodi. He is actually a 5-star Dodi. At this moment, even Wang Xiang's old eyes could not help but be filled with shock and despair. He had spent his entire life, and was already half a foot into the ground. Only then was he lucky enough to break through to a 5-star Dodi. However, looking at this black-robed young man's young appearance, Who would think that he was an elite Do-D under the precondition that he did not reveal any aura? Who would have thought that he was actually a 5-star Do-D? This was really unbelievable. However, with the great change in the current situation, he could not afford to hesitate any longer. The most important thing now was to finish off Xiaoyan. As for the members of the Fang clan, even if he did not intervene, there was Wang Zhenyu, Jin Ge, and the Su brothers. With these people, he believed that it was sufficient to finish off the members of the Fang clan. Bang! A powerful aura carried an incomparable force as it violently pressed toward the two of them. The 5-star Do-D beside Su Songming also suddenly stepped forward while his expression changed. Immediately, a powerful aura that belonged to an initial 5-star Do-D suddenly swept out. In an instant, it actually blocked Xiaoyan's aura and pressure. Unfortunately, within a short instant, Xiaoyan's aura and pressure easily forced back the 5-star Do-D in a destructive manner. Soon after, it forced back Wang Xiang and the group of people from the Wang clan, who had charged forward, as well as the people from the Wang clan behind him. Hua! The appearance of this scene immediately stirred a great commotion in the city below. Countless number of experts revealed shocked expressions as they looked at the black-robed human figure in the sky. Discussions quickly spread across the sky. The expressions of the members of the Wang clan in the sky suddenly changed drastically. They had never imagined that this mysterious black-robed man would actually be able to rely on his own strength to force back the entire clan. Even Wang Xiang, a 5-star Do-D, had been forced back by him. Just who was this person? Only at this moment did the members of the Fang clan believe what Xiaoyan had said earlier. They were reassured to hand the few elite Do-D to him. All they needed to do was to deal with the group of Ban-D from the Wang clan. When they heard Xiaoyan say these words back then, the hearts of the elders of the Fang clan were still filled with doubt. No one dared to believe it. Only at this moment did the elders of the Fang clan understand that Xiaoyan's strength had far exceeded their imagination. From the aura and pressure that Xiaoyan had displayed, it was really difficult for them to imagine that he was only a 5-star Do-D. Xiaoyan, I will take the initiative to withdraw from today's matter. I will leave. I will leave immediately. Can you just treat it as though you have never seen me? Actually, nothing has happened between us. What happened earlier was all a misunderstanding. Those fellows have already been punished. You are a magnanimous person. Just write it all off. Write it all off. I beg you. Just treat me as a fart and let me go, alright? Facing Xiaoyan, Su Songming was unable to summon any courage. The person in front of him was like the bright moon in the night sky, emitting an incomparable brilliance. On the other hand, he was merely the farthest star. How could the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the bright moon? This was Su Songming's current evaluation of himself. Compared to the person in front of him, he was nothing. Many years ago, Xiaoyan was merely a 6-star Ban-D. At that time, he was already able to kill a 3-star Do-D. Now his cultivation was even greater than before. Who in the same class could be a match for him? Although there was a 5-star Do-D beside him, Su Songming did not believe that this fellow would be able to block Xiaoyan with his strength. It was likely that only by adding him and Wang Xiang together would they be able to block Xiaoyan for a moment. Swoosh! In an instant, Xiaoyan's figure had already appeared in front of Su Songming. Even though he was a rank 3 alchemist, Su Songming did not detect the latter's agility at all. At that moment, Su Songming felt a great fear in his heart. His entire body uncontrollably froze on the spot as it trembled intensely. His eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan in front of him. His eyes were scarlet red and a terrified expression surfaced on his face. The person in front of him had long become a nightmare in his heart. The misunderstanding that you spoke of is only because you don't have the ability to kill me. If the situation was reversed, do you think that you would let me off? Xiaoyan coldly laughed. With a flip of his palm ruthlessly landed on Su Songming's head. At the critical moment of life and death, the desire to live in the depths of Su Songming's heart far surpassed the fear in his heart. While he hurriedly responded, his mouth also let out a terrified cry. Teacher Yuan, save me. With a loud cry, the 5-star Do-D who had been forced back by Xiaoyan's imposing aura also fiercely clenched his teeth. His body moved and his expression was serious as he charged explosively toward Xiaoyan. In a few flashes, this 5-star Do-Di had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. One of his hands faced Xiao Yan's palm head-on while the other hand grabbed Su Songming, intending to pull him away. Humph. However, in the face of this 5-star Do-Di's attack, Xiao Yan let out an indifferent cold snort. With a thought, the strength in his palm immediately became a little more tyrannical. Soon after, it heavily collided with the palm of the 5-star Do-Di. With a jerk of his arm, a powerful force immediately gushed out from Xiao Yan's palm. A huge force poured out. The powerful force had an unstoppable momentum and instantly broke the Do skill that the 5-star Do-Di had used. After that, the remaining force was still incomparably powerful. His palm was pushed forward heavily. Together with the back of the 5-star Do-Di's palm, it heavily landed on half of Su Songming's face. Bang! With just one palm, Xiao Yan once again forced the 5-star Do-Di in front of him back. Even Su Songming's body flew back uncontrollably. Although the injury was not fatal, half of his face rapidly swelled up. Fresh blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The fear in his heart grew even stronger. At this moment, Wang Xiang's heart was also filled with shock and anger. How could he have expected that Su Songming, who usually acted high and mighty, would actually be so afraid when he saw this black-robed man? It was really shameless. Moreover, this black-robed man's strength was actually far above his. If it was a one-on-one fight, Wang Xiang admitted that he would definitely not be a match for this black-robed man. This point could be seen just by looking at Yuan Shi. He had originally thought that it would be a show of torture. Who would have thought that it would actually turn out like this? All of this was caused by the sudden appearance of Xiao Yan in front of him. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 849. After forcing back the 5-star Do-Di with one palm, Xiao Yan was expressionless. His eyes were cold and indifferent as he once again looked at Su Songming. The Do-Chi within his body was swiftly circulated. Sensing this, the old face of the 5-star Do-Di, who was called Yuan Shi, involuntarily twitched intensely. His body moved and he hurriedly blocked in front of Su Songming. At the same time that his face revealed a grave expression, he hurriedly asked Su Songming, "Grandmaster Su, who exactly is this brat? Why are you so afraid of him?" He is a demon. This fellow is a demon." Hearing Yuan Shi's words, the fear in Su Songming's heart became even greater. His hands held his distorted face as his body trembled, and he let out a low roar. His feet involuntarily stepped back. Hearing this, Yuan Shi involuntarily frowned. Although the cultivation of the person in front of him was a little stronger than his, it was not to the extent of scaring Su Songming to such an extent. With his own strength he might not be a match for him. However, if Wang Xiang were to join forces, Xiao Yan might not be a match for the two 5-star Do-Di. Using his own strength to contend against two opponents of the same level. This kind of battle result was something that they had never seen before since they had started out. "Grandmaster Su, there is no need to be nervous. With the old me around, I will definitely not let you get hurt. As for this brat, you can rest assured that I will deal with him." Yuan Shi comforted. After which he turned his gaze to Wang Xiang. At this moment, the latter was also looking at him. In their hearts, they both understood the strength of this black-robed young man in front of them. They also clearly understood that the best way to deal with Xiao Yan was for the two of them to join forces and attack together to suppress the latter. As for the Fang clan, even if Wang Xiang did not personally intervene, it would be extremely easy to deal with them. Currently, the only trouble in front of them was Xiao Yan. "Wang Xiang, the two of us will join forces and break his spirit." "I have the same intention." Wang Xiang nodded his head heavily. His body flashed and he arrived beside Yuan Shi. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Xiao Yan. "Although I do not know who you are, since you insist on interfering in this matter, don't blame the two of us for being merciless today." Wang Xiang let out a cold cry. With the addition of a 5-star Do-Di beside him, the pressure in his heart was greatly reduced. Even if the fighting strength of the person in front of him was extraordinary, he was only a 5-star Do-Di. It was impossible for him to fight against two 5-star Do-Di of the same level. You two idiots. You know nothing about his strength." Su Songming's face was filled with fear. Unable to contain himself, he anxiously cursed in his heart. He naturally knew that Yuanshi's actions were merely for the sake of showing off before him. His purpose was merely for the sake of obtaining the medicinal pellets in his possession. Likely, if not for this, it would be impossible for Yuanshi to willingly protect him, an 8-star half-martial emperor. From the moment he saw Xiaoyan for the first time, Su Songming clearly knew that the Wang clan's dream of swallowing up the Fang clan had come to an end. Xiaoyan was just like a nightmare. He mercilessly shattered the seemingly easy-to-realize beautiful dreams of those who stood opposite him. After meeting Xiaoyan twice, Su Songming's heart could be said to be avoiding the latter. Originally, he thought that Xiaoyan had already been surrounded by the two large clans. Who would have expected that the result would not only be contrary to his expectations, but it would also be shocking. At this moment, the only thought in Su Songming's heart was flee. Flee this place. Flee from everything that had anything to do with Xiaoyan. As long as the latter existed, this so-called rank 3 alchemist was destined to be unable to lift his head. At this moment, the actions of these two people had created quite a good opportunity for Su Songming. He could take advantage of the time when these two people were entangled with Xiaoyan to take the opportunity to leave this place. Su Songming was not concerned about the life and death of these two people. Every man for himself, and the heavens take the hindmost. On the other side, Xiaoyan was expressionless in the face of Wang Xiang's shout. If this Fang clan had nothing to do with him, Xiaoyan naturally would not have bothered to involve himself in this matter. However, as luck would have it, the appearance of Yuanqing meant that Xiaoyan was destined to act on behalf of the Fang clan. Even though Xiaoyan and Yuanqing were not close, the 9 transformation body mantra that Yuanqing had given him had helped Xiaoyan more than once. Many times, Xiaoyan could not help but think of its original owner, and feel grateful from the bottom of his heart. Today, Yuanqing was willing to give up everything he had for the Fang clan. He was even willing to put his life on the line. This kind of heroic spirit moved Xiaoyan. Of course, other than this, Yuanqing was also a deacon of the Cloud Immortal sect. This relationship was also one of the reasons why Xiaoyan acted. Regardless of what the case was, it was impossible for everyone present to return alive today. Xiaoyan's gaze swept over the two people in front of him. Soon after, his gaze landed on the few elite Dodi in the Wang clan's group behind him. Jingge, Wang Zhenyu, the Su brothers. Adding the two people in front of him, the Wang clan's side had a total of 6 elite Dodi. This lineup was actually 2 more than what Fangqing had expected. If Xiaoyan was not present today, it was likely that these people from the Fang clan would have been killed by the Wang clan in an instant. All of you attack together. I don't have so much time to waste with all of you. A pair of dark black eyes once again returned to the two people in front of him. Xiaoyan's tone was especially calm as he spoke. Since you don't know what's good for you, let's attack together. Wang Xiang's expression turned cold. He did not expect that Xiaoyan would actually say such shameless words. Immediately, he exchanged glances with Yuanshi beside him. The two of them nodded heavily. Their bodies leaned forward as they prepared to attack. Wait. It was also at this moment that Xiaoyan frowned. His face revealed an impatient expression as he cried out in a deep voice to stop the actions of the two people in front of him. Hearing this, Wang Xiang and Yuanshi involuntarily frowned. What was Xiaoyan planning this time? You may have misunderstood. When I say attack together, I mean that the both of you, including the few Dodi behind you, will attack together and end the battle quickly. I don't have the time to fight one by one. What? Everyone from the Wang clan was immediately startled when these words of Xiaoyan were spoken. Their expressions changed one after another, especially the few elite Dodi in front. Their hearts were incomparably shocked. They nearly thought that they had heard wrongly. Xiaoyan actually wanted to deal with 6 elite Dodi from the Wang clan alone? How was that possible? However, just as everyone from the Wang clan was feeling shocked, the expression of Xiaoyan, who was standing in the empty air, suddenly changed. Almost at the same time, the footwork of his feet suddenly changed. He instantly used the sky extinction steps. Soon after, Xiaoyan's body had already appeared in front of Wang Xiang. Xiaoyan clenched his hand into a fist. A powerful force swiftly agglomerated in his palm. Wherever the wind from the fist passed, it emitted a hoo-hoo sound of rushing wind as it heavily smashed toward Wang Xiang's chest. Damn it. What a frightening speed. Wang Xiang's heart was greatly shocked. At the same time that his expression changed, he also hurriedly attacked. His fist violently collided with Xiao Yan's fist that was heading toward him. Just as Xiao Yan and Wang Xiang were about to collide, everyone's gazes were focused on the two of them. At this moment, Su Songming was trying his best to hide his aura as he withdrew to the back of the group. Chapter 850. Bang. After the short collision, Xiao Yan and Wang Xiang each took a few steps back. Soon after, Xiao Yan's footsteps had just paused when Yuan Shi's figure quickly moved forward. His palm landed heavily on Xiao Yan's chest. Faced with this person's attack, Xiao Yan's expression was calm. His body seemed to turn slightly to one side without leaving a trace. Immediately, Yuan Shi's palm, which was filled with an imposing aura, came close to Xiao Yan's black robe and narrowly missed him. Yuan Shi's heart was slightly startled. Just as he was about to withdraw and fly back, Xiao Yan suddenly raised his fist. With a loud cry in his heart, he instantly used the Force Elephant skill. A punch that was filled with strength landed heavily on Yuan Shi's chest. Puff! Yuan Shi's face instantly turned red. Soon after, a large mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. At the same time, his body uncontrollably fell downwards. Just this attack alone was enough to cause the latter to lose all of his fighting strength for a short period of time. One could imagine just how terrifying Xiao Yan's attack was. After the short training in the desert, Xiao Yan's physical strength had once again increased. Currently, with just the strength of his physical body, an ordinary elite Do Di was nothing in Xiao Yan's eyes. Adding his Do Qi, Xiao Yan was an invincible existence among those of the same level. Swoosh! On the other side, Wang Xiang's shriveled hands were bent into claws. The moment Yuan Shi was struck down, the attack in his hands had already arrived behind Xiao Yan's back. Pure Do Qi rapidly agglomerated at the tip of his finger. They were like sharp needles that were extended and contracted. Wherever they passed, even space itself was cut into 5 dark black cracks. This was enough to show how frightening Wang Xiang's attack was. Eroding bone claw. As a low cry was emitted from Wang Xiang's mouth, the claw had already pressed on Xiao Yan's neck. Die. Seeing that Xiao Yan was unable to react in time, Wang Xiang rejoiced in his heart. As long as he finished off Xiao Yan in front of him, the Fang clan would be easily conquered. Qi. Nonetheless, when Wang Xiang's claw landed, what appeared under his claw was not fresh blood, but pieces of afterimages. Afterimage. Suddenly, Wang Xiang was shocked. Just as he was about to retreat, an extremely cold and sinister feeling suddenly rose from behind him. In an instant, Wang Xiang's heart was in his throat. Such a strange speed. Was he really just a 5-star Do Di? Wang Xiang couldn't help but think in horror. However, the current situation didn't allow him to hesitate any longer. Die. Just as the chilling feeling rose from behind him, Wang Xiang suddenly turned around and slashed out with his claw. The formless void instantly exploded. It was like a thin piece of paper being torn apart by Wang Xiang's claw. What? Nothing. Ah. However, in the next instant, the body of one of the Su brothers in the Wang clan group suddenly tensed up. His face was flushed red and his eyes were filled with blood. His pupils rapidly dilated as his life force rapidly dissipated. Big brother. The mouth of the other 1-star Do Di by the side involuntarily emitted a sharp roar. They watched the person beside them fall, but they were unable to discover when Xiao Yan had attacked from the beginning until the end. Such agility could be called ghostly. All the members of the Wang clan present involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Immediately, a deep fear uncontrollably surged out from their hearts. A portion of the Wang clan members were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They were afraid that they would follow in the footsteps of their predecessors. Only then did Jingge and the others understand that the words that Xiao Yan had said earlier were not empty words. With his strength alone, he did indeed have the ability to deal with 6 elite Do Di. From the looks of the strength that the latter had displayed, it was likely that even if the 6 of them were to join forces, they might not be a match for him. Is he a human or a ghost? Is he a human or a ghost? One of the surviving Su brothers involuntarily let out a terrified roar. He even regretted participating in the matter of the Wang clan. However, There was no medicine for regret in this world. Swoosh. Soon after, a black-robed Xiaoyan suddenly appeared in front of Su Songming, who was fleeing out of Helan City, at a certain spot in the empty space above him. Ah! The expression on Su Songming's old face immediately changed drastically. He hurriedly turned around and hurriedly fled with a heart filled with fear. However, regardless of how long he turned around on the spot, Xiaoyan's figure continued to stand in front of him, causing him to be unable to escape. Take it as me begging you. Please let me off. What happened between us is merely a misunderstanding. At the very most, I will apologize to you. You won't go so far as to kill me, right? Su Songming's old face was as pale as paper. The fear in his heart caused his body to tremble involuntarily. However, he still let out an unwilling roar. However, in the face of Su Songming's unwilling roar, Xiaoyan remained expressionless. He raised his hand and his palm faced the ladder. At the same time, behind Xiaoyan, an enormous illusionary figure also extended its hand and covered Su Songming's entire body. The invisible pressure caused a flush to appear on Su Songming's pale face. That powerful force seemed to have grasped his entire life in its palm. At this moment, Su Songming did not doubt that Xiaoyan could instantly kill him if he wanted to. Xiaoyan, you can't kill me. I am a member of the Alchemist Alliance. If you kill me, the Alchemist Alliance will definitely not let you off. You can't kill me. Noisy. Under this powerful pressure, Su Songming's heart became even more fearful. Just as he let out a crazy roar, Xiaoyan suddenly clenched his outstretched hand. In an instant, the latter's body exploded in front of Xiaoyan and turned into a scarlet blood mist. At the same time, a solid spiritual body appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. This was Su Songming's spiritual body. However, under Xiaoyan's powerful pressure, the latter's spiritual body had already fainted. Qi. With a thought, a dense white flame immediately rose from his palm. In an instant, it completely wiped out Su Songming's spiritual consciousness. As a result, the only thing that appeared in Xiaoyan's hand was a ball of spiritual source. After doing this, Xiaoyan's gaze turned back and looked at the remaining 5 people. In his eyes, a dense white flame gradually climbed up. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. 3 pitch-black tents appeared one after another. Xiaoyan's figure quickly moved between the tents. When he appeared, he was already in front of Wang Xiang. Under the latter's terrified gaze, Xiaoyan's gaze met his. At the same time, the palm covered in dense white flames landed on Wang Xiang's neck. Then, Wang Xiang's old eyes gradually widened. Chapter 851. When the life force in Wang Xiang's eyes completely disappeared, the bone-chilling flame that covered Xiaoyan's hand also spread out and swiftly covered the latter's entire body. After which a bang sounded and Wang Xiang's physical body was incinerated into nothingness by the heavenly flame. The thing that was currently being held in Xiaoyan's hand was the latter's essence. After storing it into his storage ring, Xiaoyan's gaze turned and looked at the other few people. Seeing Xiaoyan's gaze shoot over, the hearts of Jingge and the others immediately tightened. A deep fear swiftly rose uncontrollably from the bottom of their hearts. The terror of the person in front of them was something that they had never seen before. With the cultivation of a 5-star Dodi, he was actually able to easily kill an expert of the same level. Who in the entire continent could do such a thing? Only at this moment did they understand why Su Songming had revealed such a terrified expression when he saw Xiaoyan earlier. This was because he clearly knew that none of the elite Dodi present was a match for him. Even if they were to gather together, they would not be able to cause any harm to Xiaoyan. He was really too frightening. What should we do now? Jin Ji's heart was filled with fear as he thought about it. However, after thinking about it, there was nothing else that they could do other than flee. At this moment, Xiaoyan's gaze landed on the city below and on Yuan Shi, who had temporarily lost the ability to fight. At this moment, Yuan Shi intended to secretly flee from the city after witnessing how frightening Xiaoyan was. With the help of the surrounding crowd, he might have a chance to leave this place. However, Xiaoyan did not intend to let him leave. Swoosh! After using the sky extinction steps, Xiaoyan had already appeared in front of Yuan Shi, who was frantically fleeing at this moment. Xiaoyan, who had suddenly appeared, immediately blocked Yuan Shi's path. A pair of dark black eyes contained an icy coldness. His indifferent face did not contain any emotion. Ah! Yuanshi was greatly alarmed. His originally pale face turned even paler at this moment. Sir, we don't seem to have crossed paths before. Today's matter is just a misunderstanding. Why don't we take this opportunity to make friends? While he was panicking, Yuanshi hurriedly squeezed out an ugly smile on his face and said with a fawning smile. However, no one knew exactly how terrified he was in his heart at this moment. Make friends? Not interested. Xiao Yan's calm words were enough to express his current feelings. At the same time, he raised his hand and aimed his palm at Yuanshi's throat, as though he wanted to grasp the other party in his palm. At the same time, Yuanshi also felt an extremely terrifying pressure from the space around him. It was the Force Elephant skill that gave him this pressure. Damn it! Do you really want to kill me? Yuanshi howled in terror. However, Xiaoyan paid him no heed. He clenched his fist tightly, and a formless hand appeared in the next instant, controlling Yuanshi's body. Bastard! If you want to kill me, you will also be buried with me. Since he was going to die either way, Yuanshi decided to give up on the thought in his heart. With a thought, the Douqi and the vortex in his body began to move wildly and swiftly poured into every corner of Yuanshi's body. This caused the latter's body, which was under Xiao Yan's control, to begin to emit a bang sound. From the looks of it, this fellow was intending to self-destruct. Oh, self-destruct, huh? With regards to this, Xiao Yan's expression did not change as he muttered. Immediately, his tightly clenched fist suddenly exerted force. Before the Douqi in Yuanshi's body could completely spread, Xiao Yan had already used the Force Elephant skill to forcefully crush the latter with a bang. Similar to before, Xiao Yan naturally did not let go of the latter's spiritual origin. Although he had killed another person who was completely unrelated to him, Xiao Yan did not feel any burden in his heart. This was the Western Wastelands region. Killings were being played out at all times. In this place, there was no need to pity anyone. As long as one was certain that one wanted to kill the other party, there was no need for a reason. This place was a land of killing. Being merciful would only harm Xiao Yan himself. This point was something that Xiao Yan had already understood. Which one of these people that he had killed did not have a blood debt on their backs? In this Western Wastelands region, which one of them was not known as a ruthless person who did not leave any leeway when they did things? Today, Xiao Yan was merely giving them a taste of their own medicine. When Xiao Yan turned his head around and looked at Jing Ge and Wang Jinyu once again, these two had already fled in different directions. Why would they care about the clan? They were not living for themselves. Unfortunately. Flee? Is there any use? Xiao Yan coldly laughed. Soon after, a thought passed through his mind and another 4 tents were instantly formed. Almost at the same time, Xiao Yan's figure actually appeared behind Wang Jinyu and Jing Ge. Only at this moment did the two of them react. Their gazes hurriedly swept over the two Xiao Yan's bodies. Their hearts were extremely terrified. Just which one of them was the real one? Just as the hearts of the two of them were extremely terrified, Xiao Yan's figure suddenly appeared in front of the other one-star Dodi. In an instant, he used the bone-chilling flame to easily kill the latter. An afterimage. Seeing Xiao Yan appear in front of the one-star Dodi, the hearts of the two of them immediately calmed down. The person in front of them was definitely an afterimage. Immediately, they recklessly charged into the distance. However, grug. Just as the two of them were about to flee, a merciless palm ruthlessly penetrated their chests. A terrifying destructive strength instantly incinerated the bodies of the two of them. Even when the life in their eyes disappeared, they still did not know how these two so-called afterimages could possibly possess the strength to attack. After withdrawing the two avatars back into his body, Xiao Yan collected their spiritual sources with one hand. Of course, at the same time, he also collected their storage rings. At this moment, the 6 elite Dodi present had all been killed by Xiao Yan in less than 15 minutes. Even at this moment, some of the people from both clans had yet to recover from their shock. This kind of one-sided battle was really hard to imagine. Everything in front of them was like an illusion. It appeared so unreal. Just as everyone was in a daze, Xiao Yan's figure flashed and arrived beside Yuan Qing. He gently patted Yuan Qing's shoulder and smiled. Then I will leave the rest to you. Xiaoyan seemed to smile casually. His body moved and landed in the Fong clan's mansion below. Gulp. Everyone in the sky and on the ground could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Soon after, the sounds of fighting that were filled with wild joy and fear faintly resounded in the sky above Helan City. At this moment, Xiaoyan could not help but want to take a look at the many spoils of war that he had obtained. This was especially so for those spiritual sources. If ancestor Xiao Xian devoured them, he wondered if he would be able to awaken them. Carrying the anticipation in his heart, Xiaoyan charged into the Fong clan's mansion below. Chapter 852. The Fong clan mansion. Xiaoyan's figure was seated cross-legged on the bed within the room. 7 clusters of cream-white light of different sizes were suspended in the empty space in front of him. These 7 clusters of light were the 6 elite Dodis and Su Songming's spiritual essence. Xiaoyan unceremoniously accepted all of their spiritual essences. Only Su Songming's spiritual strength was the largest among the 7 clusters of spiritual essences. As a rank 3 alchemist, even an elite Dodi had difficulty comparing with him in terms of spiritual strength. Of course, the spiritual strength contained within the other 6 clusters of cream-white light was naturally not inferior. If Ancestor Xiao Xian swallows these spiritual essences, he should be able to awaken. Xiaoyan was filled with anticipation as he looked at the 7 clusters of light in front of him. His heart was filled with surprise. Along the way, Xiaoyan had refined quite a number of Bandi's spiritual essences, and had allowed Xiao Xian to swallow all of them. However, the final result was very little. Xiao Xian's condition was already extremely bad. Hence, the requirement for the spiritual essences that he absorbed was even higher. In the eyes of an ordinary person, what was considered an extremely pure spiritual essence was something that Xiaoyan needed to refine until the final spiritual essence that he obtained could be easily absorbed by others. The gentleness and purity of the spiritual essence was something that even a newborn baby could easily endure. It was also because of this that Xiaoyan could only obtain a small portion of each cluster of spiritual essences that Xiao Xian had obtained. However, the heavens did not disappoint those who were willing. After a long period of refinement, Xiao Xian's soul fragment had turned from the size of a thumb to a palm-sized cream-white cluster of light. Moreover, due to the extreme agglomeration of the spiritual essence, Xiao Xian's spiritual essence was unusually thick. The only unfortunate thing was that even so, there was still a long way to go before Xiao Xian could truly awaken. Now that he had the spiritual essences of these 7 elite Dodis, Xiaoyan had a greater confidence in his heart. Perhaps Xiao Xian would be able to awaken after swallowing these spiritual essences. The moment he thought of this in his heart, Xiaoyan's face involuntarily revealed an excited smile. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. Xiaoyan glanced at the 7 light clusters in the empty space in front of him. A thought passed through his mind and a puff sound was heard. A dense white flame immediately rose in the empty space in front of him. Following the control of Xiaoyan's mind, the flame swiftly wrapped around the 7 light clusters. Borrowing the high temperature of the flame, Xiaoyan began to refine these 7 clusters of spiritual essence. Following the death of the elite Dodi from the Wang clan in the outside world, everyone from the Fong clan felt as though the sky had collapsed. The experts from the Wang clan were powerless to resist the attacks of the people from the Fong clan. Within a short moment, the dozens of Bandi experts from the Wang clan had all been killed. The Wang clan's mansion had also been emptied in an instant. Other than a small portion, most of the experts from the Wang clan had been captured and killed by the Fong clan. In short, from today onwards, there would no longer be a Wang clan in this Helan city. The Fong clan would become the only clan in this Helan city. All of these changes were because of Xiaoyan, who was currently sitting cross-legged in the Fong clan's mansion. After today's matter, Xiaoyan's name would ring out for the first time in this western wasteland region. In just one morning, the Fong clan had already occupied the original mansion of the Wang clan, including the countless treasures that the Wang clan had accumulated over the years. Within an underground secret room of the Wang clan, Fang Cheng and Yuan Qing were basically stunned as they watched everything in front of them. Everything that entered their eyes was bright and dazzling. Countless spirit coins were piled up like a mountain. There were even several hundred low-grade spirit stones. The various qi methods and do techniques were innumerable, and were all arranged separately. Under the rough investigation of the two of them, there were nearly 100 scrolls of qi methods and do techniques among the qi methods and do techniques here. There were even over 30 Ling-class qi methods and do techniques. Adding the countless number of medicinal ingredients and other materials, the wealth that was currently placed in front of the two of them was something that even the entire foundation of the Fong clan could not compare with. TSK. During these years, the Wang clan has secretly done quite a number of shady things that harm others. The strength of the clan has also soared. Unfortunately, it is ultimately all for naught. The way the Wang clan does things is extreme. They are greedy and cunning. Such an outcome can be considered retribution. This is not retribution. Instead, it is their own doing. They cannot live. Fang Cheng's tone was cold as he scolded. Both of his eyes emitted a glow as they once again swept over this secret room. There was naturally no need to say more about the palpitation in his heart. However, in the end, he did not touch a single thing within this secret room. Let's go. Don't touch the things here first. We should wait for Sir Xiaoyan to take a look before we speak. Fang Cheng's heart was extremely clear that the reason the Fang clan was able to eliminate the Wang clan in one fell swoop in today's battle was not because of the strength of his Fang clan. Instead, it was because they had taken advantage of Xiaoyan. If the latter did not act, the current Wang clan would have ended up with their original ending. It was because of this that Fang Cheng stopped the group of elders from the Fang clan who had continuously entered the secret room. At the same time, even the way he addressed Xiaoyan had unknowingly changed once again. The strength that Xiaoyan had displayed today was sufficient to cause him to raise his eyebrows. There was no need to mention those elders of the Fang clan whose strength was not even a do-di. None of the elders behind Fang Cheng dared to object to his words. After which, this group of people obediently withdrew from the secret room. On the other side, Xiaoyan was also crazily refining the 7 clusters of spiritual origins in front of him. An enormous spiritual strength continued to surge out from between his eyebrows. Do-chi surged wildly and the heavenly flame rose. Under the frighteningly high temperature of the heavenly flame, the impurities within the 7 clusters of spiritual origins were gradually refined. Even a portion of the spiritual strength that was not pure enough was stripped away by Xiaoyan without any hesitation under this kind of refinement. It was also because of this that the refining process of these 7 clusters of spiritual origins became extremely slow. According to a normal situation, the refining of this cluster of spiritual origins would at most take 4 to 6 hours. However, it was likely that even Xiaoyan himself did not expect that just refining these 7 clusters of spiritual origins would actually take half a month's time. During this half a month, the members of the Fang clan could only wait patiently. At the beginning, they had originally thought that something had happened to Xiaoyan. However, after they sensed the nearly frightening spiritual pressure that spread out from Xiaoyan's room, the doubt in everyone's hearts was instantly dispelled. The secret room of the Wang clan had also been sealed for a long time following Xiaoyan's retreat. It seemed that as long as Xiaoyan did not leave, the secret room would definitely not be opened. Buzz buzz buzz. At a certain moment half a month later, the 7 clusters of spiritual origins that were suspended in front of Xiaoyan in his room suddenly trembled. Immediately, under Xiaoyan's control, they did not cause the slightest ripple and perfectly merged together. The appearance of this scene also proved that at this moment, these 7 clusters of spiritual origins had finally been completely refined by Xiaoyan.